Hello guys, welcome to Harry Crossover Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was reincarnated as the Trueborn son of Robert Baratheon and claimed the Iron Throne at age 12. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Black Stag. The wooden sword cracked against Hadrian's shoulder hard enough to rattle his teeth. Good. Ser Aaron Santagar had stopped pulling his strikes 3 months ago, right around the time Hadrian had broken the man's nose during a disarming drill and then apologized so sincerely that Santagar had laughed blood down his own chin. Hadrian rolled with the hit, letting the impact spin him left instead of fighting it. Santagar was already following up, a lunging thrust aimed at the sternum, textbook and clean. The kind of strike that ended training bouts against boys Hadrian's age. Hadrian wasn't a boy his age. He dropped low, swept his back foot in a tight arc, and let Santagar's thrust sail over his head by an inch. His own wooden blade came up from below in a strike that any master-at-arms would have called unorthodox and any street fighter would have called nasty, a rising cut that caught Santagar's wrist and sent the man's sword tumbling across the courtyard stones. Santagar hissed and cradled his hand. 7 bloody hells, my prince. You left your wrist open after the extension. Hadrian was already stepping back, lowering his blade, breathing through his nose. 12 years old and barely 5'3", black hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, and he spoke about swordsmanship the way maesters spoke about books they'd read 100 times. You always do on the second strike of a combination. Muscle memory from tournament fighting, you expect the first hit to land. Perhaps because most 12-year-olds have the decency to let the first hit land. Enemies don't have decency, sir. Santagar flexed his fingers, checking for breaks, and gave Hadrian a look that was half annoyance and half something else. Something like unease. Hadrian had been seeing that look more and more lately, from knights, from courtiers, from the servants who watched him move through the Red Keep's corridors with a quiet, purposeful stride that no child should possess. He knew what they whispered. That the crown prince was strange. That he slept 3 hours a night and spent the rest reading by candlelight. That he visited Flea Bottom without guards, that he spoke to small folk like they were people instead of furniture, that once, when a kitchen boy had dropped a platter and braced for a beating, Prince Hadrian had simply picked up the scattered food and said, "Don't worry about it." The nobles thought he was peculiar. The servants thought he might be a gift from the gods. He was neither. He was just tired. Tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep and everything to do with having lived an entire life before this one, a life of prophecy and war and a scar on his forehead and a dark lord who wouldn't stay dead. Harry Potter had died at the age of 112, surrounded by grandchildren he loved and a world that wouldn't stop asking him to save it, and his last thought had been, finally. Rest. The universe, apparently, had a sense of humor. He'd woken screaming in the arms of a woman who looked at him with green eyes full of cold calculation, not his mother's green, not Lily's green, but the sharp emerald of Cersei Lannister. The giant, bearded man beside her had laughed and said, "Lungs like that, he'll be a warrior," and Cersei had smiled the way a cat smiles at a mouse it hasn't decided to eat yet. The memories had come in pieces. Fragments of another boy's childhood scattered through his first years, a castle called Hogwarts, a snake-faced man, a wand of holly and phoenix feather. By 8, the fragments had become a flood. By 10, Harry Potter lived behind Hadrian Baratheon's blue eyes in full, aching clarity. And by 12, standing in a training yard in King's Landing with a wooden sword in his hand and the taste of dust on his tongue, he'd come to a simple conclusion: this world was just as broken as his last one, the people in power were just as dangerous, and nobody, was going to fix it unless he did. Again? Santagar asked, retrieving his sword. Hadrian was about to answer when the sound of boots on stone cut through the yard. Heavy boots, accompanied by the clink of armor and the labored breathing of a man who'd been moving fast. Ser Barristan Selmy came around the corner of the armory at something between a walk and a run, which for a man of his dignity was practically a sprint. His white cloak was dusty, his face drawn tight. Hadrian's stomach dropped. Not because of anything visible. Not because of Baratheon's expression or the urgency in his stride. But because of the cold that had been sitting in Hadrian's chest since dawn, a deep, bone-level chill that he'd learned, over 2 lifetimes, to recognize. Death was coming. Death was here. Your Grace asked not to be disturbed during training, Baratheon said, and his voice was careful in the way that old soldiers' voices got careful when the news was the worst kind. But your Lord Father is assembling a hunting party. He rides within the hour. A hunting trip. Hadrian set his wooden sword on the weapons rack. His hands were steady. The cold in his chest was spreading. When was this decided? This morning. His Grace was in high spirits at breakfast. A white hart was spotted in the Kingswood, and, who suggested it? Baratheon hesitated. That hesitation told Hadrian everything. Lancel Lannister mentioned the hart at breakfast. Squire to the king. Lancel. Cersei's cousin. A pretty, stupid boy who did exactly what Cersei told him to do, including, Hadrian was fairly certain, keeping Robert's wine cup perpetually full. The cold in his chest pulsed. He'd known this was coming. Not the specifics, his death sense didn't work like prophecy, didn't show him visions of boar tusks and punctured lungs. It was more like standing on a beach and feeling the tide pull back before the wave hit. Something vast and dark was moving toward his father, and it had the patient, deliberate feel of something arranged. I want to ride with him, Hadrian said. My prince, the Kingswood is, Ser Baratheon. Hadrian looked up at the old knight, and whatever Baratheon saw in those blue eyes made him stop mid-sentence. I want to ride with my father. A pause. Baratheon was studying him with the same expression Santagar had worn, unease mixed with something deeper. Baratheon had served 3 kings and watched 2 of them die. He knew what it looked like when someone sensed danger. I'll speak to his grace. Hadrian nodded and started walking toward the keep, shedding his training leathers as he went. His mind was already running 3 steps ahead, the way it always did when the cold settled in. The way it had at the Battle of Hogwarts, at the Department of Mysteries, in the graveyard where Cedric died. Options. Robert wouldn't cancel the hunt, the man lived for killing things, and trying to stop him would only trigger the Baratheon stubbornness that was the one trait Hadrian had actually inherited honestly. Going along was the better play. Stay close, stay alert, control what he could control. He passed through the Red Keep's corridors at a pace that made servants press against walls. The castle was a maze of sandstone and Dragon-era architecture, beautiful in the way a weapon was beautiful, all edges and intimidation. Hadrian had memorized every passage, every hidden door, every servant's corridor and secret tunnel in his first year of truly remembering. A habit from his old life. Know your terrain. Always know your exits. His chambers were in Maegor's Holdfast, the fortified heart of the Red Keep. He stripped, washed quickly, and dressed in riding clothes, dark leather, practical boots, a belt that held a hunting knife. He was 12, and he wasn't permitted a real sword yet, which was fine. The knife was steel, and steel was enough. The magic was always there if he needed it, humming in his blood like a second heartbeat. He paused at the mirror. Black hair, blue eyes, a face that was all sharp Baratheon angles softened by youth. He looked like Robert's miniature, everyone said so. The spitting image of a young stormlord, before the wine and the whoring and the bitterness had done their work. What they didn't see, what the mirror didn't show, was the old man behind the boy's eyes. The wizard who'd mastered death and come out the other side into a world where magic was raw and bloody and real in ways that made Hogwarts feel like a children's game. Don't die today, he told his reflection. Either of you. The hunting party assembled in the outer courtyard with the noisy, disorganized chaos that characterized everything Robert Baratheon did. 30 men, a dozen dogs, enough wine to drown a horse, and the king himself at the center of it all, massive, red-faced, laughing, already half-drunk at mid-morning. Robert saw Hadrian and his face split into a grin so wide and genuine that it hurt to look at. That was the tragedy of Robert Baratheon. He loved his firstborn son with an uncomplicated, roaring joy that he'd never managed to feel for his crown, his kingdom, or his wife. Hadrian was the one thing in Robert's life that made him feel like the man he'd been before the throne, young, strong, alive. "There's my boy." Robert's hand landed on Hadrian's shoulder with enough force to stagger him. "Baratheon says you want to hunt. Good lad. About time you killed something bigger than a training dummy. I thought I'd keep you company." "Company? Ha!" Robert leaned down, and the smell of wine was thick enough to taste. "Your mother tried to stop me, you know. Said the Kingswood was dangerous. Since when does a Baratheon fear a forest?" Hadrian's eyes flicked to the edge of the courtyard, where Cersei stood watching from beneath an archway. Their eyes met. Cersei's expression was perfectly composed, the concerned wife, the worried mother. But Hadrian had spent years learning to read lies, and Cersei's face was a library of them. She wasn't worried. She was waiting. The cold in his chest spiked so hard he nearly gasped. She knows. She arranged this. The boar, the wine, whatever's going to happen, she set it in motion, and she's standing there watching him ride out to die. For a single, savage moment, Harry Potter's temper, the one that had survived death, reincarnation, and 12 years of courtly training, surged up like fire. He wanted to grab Robert by the shoulders and shake him. "Your wife is going to kill you. She's been plotting it for years. Her children aren't yours. Listen to me." He breathed. In through the nose, out through the mouth, the way he'd taught himself in the years after the war, the years of nightmares and grief and learning to live with everything he'd done and failed to do. Robert wouldn't listen. Robert never listened. And accusing Cersei without proof would accomplish nothing except alerting her that Hadrian knew. He needed Robert alive, not convinced. "Let me ride beside you," Hadrian said. "I want to see the White Hart." Robert laughed again and hoisted Hadrian up onto his horse himself, one-armed, effortless despite the weight of years and wine. "You'll do more than see it, boy. I'll teach you how to take a heart in the open. Man's work. Warrior's work." His eyes were bright, almost young. "Your old man still has a few things to show you. You have no idea," Hadrian thought, and the ache in his chest wasn't the cold. It was something worse. Something he'd felt at Dumbledore's funeral, at Sirius's fall through the veil, at Remus's body laid out in the Great Hall. Grief. Preemptive, poisonous, and utterly useless. "Not today. I won't let it happen today." They rode out through the Lion Gate into the late morning sun, and King's Landing fell away behind them in a haze of noise and stink. The Kingswood opened ahead, ancient, dense, dark even in daylight. Robert was telling a story about a boar he'd killed 20 years ago, using both hands to gesture so emphatically that his reins hung loose. Hadrian rode beside him and extended his senses. It wasn't like legilimency, not the sharp, surgical probe he'd learned from Snape. In this world, his mind magic was cruder but wider. He could feel the emotional signatures of living things around him like heat sources in the dark. The horses were calm. The dogs were excited. The knights were bored, except for Baratheon, who was alert the way he always was, and Lancel Lannister, who was nervous. Lancel was terrified. The boy was riding near the back of the party, his face pale beneath his golden curls, and his emotional signature was a roiling mess of fear and guilt and desperate, sycophantic loyalty. He kept glancing at the wineskin strapped to his saddle. Not regular glances. Compulsive ones. The wine. Cersei's weapon wasn't a blade or an arrow or a hired assassin. It was the same thing it had always been, Robert's own weakness, distilled and concentrated, poured down his throat by a pretty cousin too afraid to refuse. Hadrian slowed his horse until he fell back alongside Lancel. The boy flinched when he noticed, which was almost funny, Hadrian was 12.5 Lancel's size. Lancel. Your Grace, my prince, give me the wineskin. Lancel's face went the color of curdled milk. What? The one on your saddle. The fortified wine. However much you've been told to pour, I want half of it on the ground and the other half watered down until it's barely stronger than grape juice. Lancel stared at him. His mouth opened. Closed. Hadrian leaned closer. His voice was quiet, conversational, and as cold as the thing in his chest. I know who told you to do it. I know why. And I'm going to give you one chance to make a choice that doesn't end with your head on a spike. Because when I'm king, and I will be king, Lancel, one way or another, I'll remember who helped my father drink himself to death, and I'll remember who helped him live. The silence between them was filled with hoofbeats and birdsong and Robert's distant laughter. Lancel's hand shook as he uncapped the wineskin and poured half of it into the dirt. Hadrian watched the dark wine soak into the forest floor and felt the cold in his chest ease by a fraction. Not gone. Not nearly gone. But this was one thread cut, one variable controlled. In the old world, Dumbledore had tried to manage everything alone and had died on a tower for it. Hadrian had learned the lesson: you couldn't control the future, but you could cut the strings that someone else was pulling. The hunting party pushed deeper into the Kingswood. Hadrian stayed close to Robert, which required actual effort. The king rode like the cavalryman he'd been, crashing through undergrowth with the dogs at his flanks, roaring with a joy that was almost innocent. This was the Robert that the realm loved, not the fat, bitter king on the Iron Throne, but the wild warrior who wanted nothing more than to test himself against something that could kill him. He's going to get himself killed eventually, Hadrian thought, ducking a branch. If not today, then next month, or next year. You can't protect a man from himself forever. But you could try. You could bloody well try. The heart appeared near midday, a flash of white through the green, antlers like a crown of bone. The dogs went mad. Robert spurred his horse forward with a bellow that scattered birds from the canopy, and the hunting party exploded into chaos. Hadrian let the stampede go ahead and held back, scanning the tree-line. His senses were stretched wide, pulling in every emotional signature within a quarter mile. The dogs were in hunting frenzy. The horses were panicked and excited. The knights were caught up in the chase. And there, to the northeast, where the underbrush was thickest, something big was moving. Not the heart. Something else. A knot of animal rage so dense it burned like a coal in his mind's eye. The boar. Hadrian kicked his horse hard and rode. Not toward the heart, not toward the party, but toward the crashing sound in the undergrowth to the northeast. He could hear it now, the deep, grunting breath of something massive, the snap of branches thick as his arm. And he could feel its rage, not natural, not the defensive anger of a startled animal. This was something else. Something that felt almost like it had been driven. Pushed. Herded toward this specific stretch of forest where the king would be hunting. Circe. How far does this go? Did she have men in the forest? Did she bait the boar? It didn't matter. The boar was here, the boar was angry, and Robert was 50 yards ahead and riding straight toward it. Father. Hadrian's voice ripped across the forest. Not a child's shout, it came from somewhere deeper, somewhere old, and it carried a thread of magical force that made every horse in earshot shy sideways. Boar. On your left. Robert turned. The boar exploded from the undergrowth. It was enormous, 400 pounds of muscle and tusk and fury, moving faster than anything that size should be able to move. It came at Robert's horse from the side, tusks aimed at the animal's belly, and in the space between one heartbeat and the next, Hadrian's mind fractured into the calm, crystal clarity that he'd only ever felt in moments of absolute danger. Time didn't slow. That was a myth. What happened was that everything unnecessary, fear, doubt, hesitation, the panicked screaming of the dozen men behind him, simply fell away, and all that remained was geometry. Distance, speed, angle, force. The boar was going to hit Robert's horse. Robert was turning, but he was drunk and slow. His hunting spear was in his right hand, but the angle was wrong, he couldn't bring it around in time. The horse was rearing. Robert was going to fall. Unless something changed the equation. Hadrian's hand came up. It wasn't a spell. There were no spells in this world, no Latin incantations, no wand movements. It was pure will, the same force that had let him cast a Patronus at 13 and resist the Imperius curse at 14. He reached for the magic that lived in his blood and pushed. The boar stumbled. Not dramatically. Not theatrically. Its front left leg simply stopped working for a fraction of a second, the muscles seizing in a way that no observer would be able to explain. It was enough to break the animal's charge, enough to send it veering 2 feet to the right, enough to turn a killing impact into a glancing blow that struck Robert's horse in the flank instead of the belly. The horse screamed. Robert was thrown. He hit the ground hard enough to drive the air from his lungs, but he hit it alive, and his spear was still in his hand. The boar spun. Recovered. Charged again. And Robert Baratheon, drunk, aging, fat, and furious, met it head-on. The spear took the boar through the shoulder. Not a killing blow, but it staggered the beast, and Robert used the moment to roll sideways and come up with the spear braced against the earth. The boar's second charge drove the point through its own chest. The animal shrieked, a sound like tearing metal, and collapsed, its momentum carrying it forward until its tusks were 6 inches from Robert's face. For a long moment, the forest was silent except for the king's ragged breathing and the boar's death rattle. Then Robert started laughing. Of course he did. He was sprawled in the dirt with boar's blood soaking his doublet and a gash on his arm where a tusk had grazed him, and he was laughing like he hadn't laughed in years. Did you see that? He grabbed the nearest knight's leg. Did you see that? Ha! The old man still got it. Hadrian dismounted. His legs were shaking, the magic always cost him, and what he'd just done had been the magical equivalent of sprinting 100 yards. His nose was bleeding. He wiped it quickly before anyone noticed. He walked to Robert and knelt beside him, checking the wound. The gash was shallow. The king was bruised, winded, and bleeding, but he was alive. Alive. Against Cersei's plan, against the odds, against the cold certainty that had been sitting in Hadrian's chest all day. Robert's hand came up and gripped the back of Hadrian's neck. The king's eyes were bright with adrenaline and something that might have been fear, not of the boar, but of the sudden, visceral awareness of mortality that came from feeling tusks miss your face by inches. You warned me, Robert said. His voice was quieter than Hadrian had ever heard it. You saw the beast before anyone else. Good eyes. No. Robert's grip tightened. You knew. Before we even left this morning, you knew something was wrong. I saw your face in the courtyard. Hadrian said nothing. There was nothing to say that wouldn't sound insane. Robert studied him for a long, sober moment, the most sober Hadrian had ever seen him. Then the king pulled his son forward and pressed his forehead against Hadrian's, the way the Stormlords did, a gesture more intimate than any embrace. You're the best thing I ever did, Robert said. The only thing I did right. Promise me you'll be better than me. I'll try. No. Robert's voice cracked. Promise me. I promise. Robert held him for another moment, then released him and was immediately Robert again, booming, laughing, calling for wine and boasting about the kill. But something had shifted between them. A weight had been passed. Not the crown, that would come later. Something heavier. The weight of a man who knew, on some inarticulate level, that his time was ending and his son's was beginning. They rode back to King's Landing with the boar strapped to a pack horse and the king's arm bandaged crudely with a strip of Barristan's cloak. Robert sang drinking songs the entire way. The hunters cheered. The dogs barked. Hadrian rode in silence and thought about what came next. Because Robert had survived today. But the cold in Hadrian's chest hadn't gone away. It had moved. The raven arrived 3 days later. Hadrian was in the Tower of the Hand, sitting across from Eddard Stark in a room that smelled of parchment and northern wool. Ned had arrived in King's Landing 2 weeks prior, tall, grim, honorable to the marrow, and already miserable. The capital was everything Ned hated, hot, stinking, full of liars wearing silk. He'd come because Robert asked, and he stayed because Ned Stark kept his promises even when keeping them was slowly killing him. Hadrian had introduced himself on Ned's second day, walking into the Hand study without invitation and saying, "Lord Stark, I'm going to be honest with you, because no one else in this city will be. Ask me anything." Ned had stared at him for a long time. Then he'd asked, "Are you truly Robert's son? Look at my face and answer that yourself." Ned had almost smiled. Almost. That was practically a bear hug by Stark standards. They'd been meeting regularly since, quiet conversations about the realm, about Robert's debts, about the Lannisters. Hadrian gave Ned information carefully, in doses small enough to seem like the observations of a bright child rather than the intelligence reports of a trained operative. He couldn't reveal too much too fast. Ned was honorable, but he was also proud, and if he thought Hadrian was manipulating him, the alliance would shatter. Today they were discussing the small council's finances, or rather, Hadrian was explaining the staggering depth of the crown's debt to the Iron Bank of Bravos while Ned's expression grew progressively more thunderous, when the door opened and a steward entered, white-faced. "My Lord Hand. Your Grace." The steward's voice was paper-thin. "The king. His Grace has collapsed." The wine. The thought hit Hadrian like a physical blow. Lancel. I told him to dilute it. But Cersei had other lancels, other methods, other poisons. I was a fool to think cutting one string would unravel the whole web. They ran. Ned's long legs ate up the corridors in strides that Hadrian had to sprint to match. The Red Keep was already buzzing, servants pressed against walls, knights standing in doorways, the whole castle holding its breath the way a body holds its breath before a scream. Robert's chambers. The door was flanked by Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister among them, his golden armor catching the torchlight, his face utterly unreadable. Grand Maester Pycelle was already inside, bent over the bed, his chain of office clinking as his hands moved with the fumbling urgency of a man who knew he was performing rather than treating. Robert lay in the bed like a fallen mountain. His face was gray. His breathing was wrong, shallow, wet, rattling. The wound from the boar, which had been shallow 3 days ago, was now angry and inflamed, the flesh around it blackened in a way that made Hadrian's nostrils flare. Poison. Not in the wound itself, that would be too obvious. In the poultice, maybe. Or the milk of the poppy they'd been giving him for the pain. Something that turned a survivable injury into a death sentence, slowly and deniably. Hadrian moved to the bedside. He could feel it now, the cold, vast and final, pressing in from every direction. Death wasn't approaching Robert Baratheon. Death was already in the room, patient as a surgeon, waiting for the body to catch up with what the soul already knew. "Everyone out," Hadrian said. Pycelle looked up, affronted. "Your Grace, the king requires, out." The word hit the room like a shockwave. Not magical, or not entirely. There was force behind it, the authority of someone who'd commanded armies and stared down dark lords, compressed into a single syllable spoken by a 12-year-old boy. Pycelle flinched. The servants fled. Even Ned hesitated at the door. "Stay," Hadrian told him. "Close the door." Ned did. Robert's eyes opened. They were bloodshot, unfocused, but they found Hadrian with the unerring accuracy of a man who knows his son's face better than his own. "Boy. I'm here. Come closer." Hadrian leaned in. Robert's hand found his, the king's grip was still strong, still the grip of a man who'd caved in Rhaegar Targaryen's chest with a warhammer. It would be the last strong thing about him. "They got me," Robert whispered. His breath smelled like rot. "The boar, it wasn't the boar. The wine, she. I know. You always know." A ghost of a smile. "Too clever for your own good. Like your mother." Hadrian didn't correct him. Robert meant Cersei, but the words hit differently, they always did. Like your mother. Lily Potter had been too clever for her own good, too brave for her own survival, and she died protecting her son. Some things echoed across lifetimes. "Listen to me." Robert's grip tightened. "The will. I signed a will. Before the hunt. Ned has it. You're my heir. You're the king, Hadrian. Not Joffrey, not any of them. You. I know. The Lannisters will try to, I know. Father. I'll handle it." Robert's eyes searched his face. Looking for the boy, maybe, and finding something else, something that made the king's expression shift from fear to a strange, fierce peace. "You're going to be a great king," Robert said. "Better than me. Better than all of them. You set a low bar." Robert laughed. It turned into a cough that sprayed blood across the sheets, and Hadrian held him through it, one hand on his father's chest, feeling the heartbeat stutter and skip and fight. He could feel the magic in his blood responding, reaching for the dying flesh, trying to heal, but there was nothing to heal. The poison had done its work. The body was shutting down, organ by organ, and not even the master of death could stop a death that was already finished. He could only ease it. Hadrian pressed his palm flat against Robert's chest and let a trickle of warmth flow through, not enough to heal, just enough to dull the pain, to smooth the rough edges of a body tearing itself apart. Robert sighed. His grip loosened. His breathing evened, and for a moment, he looked like the young man in the paintings, strong, handsome, full of a wild joy that the crown had beaten out of him. "Stay," Robert murmured. "I'm here. Stay." Hadrian stayed. He held his father's hand while the candles burned low, and the shadows crept across the floor, and the heartbeat under his palm grew fainter and fainter until it was a whisper, then a memory, then nothing at all. Robert Baratheon, first of his name, king of the Undulls and the Rhoynar and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, died in his bed with his son's hand on his chest and a smile on his face that no one in King's Landing had seen in years. Hadrian sat with the body for a long time. Long enough for the warmth to fade from Robert's skin. Long enough for the death cold to recede from the room, its work done, its patience rewarded. Then he stood, wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, 12 years old, and this was his second lifetime of losing people he loved, and it never got easier, and opened the door. Ned Stark stood on the other side. His face was granite. His eyes were wet. "He's gone," Hadrian said. Ned bowed his head. "Lord Stark." Hadrian's voice was steady. How, he had no idea. Some part of him, the part that was Harry Potter, the part that had walked into the Forbidden Forest to die, had simply decided that grief would wait. Grief was a luxury. Grief was for men who could afford it. "I need you to listen to me very carefully. Cersei will move within the hour. She's been planning this for years, and she will not waste a single moment." Ned's head came up. "The will means nothing if Cersei controls the King's Guard and the gold cloaks. Which she does, or thinks she does. How many men can you put in this corridor in the next 30 minutes? 20. My household guard. Do it. No one enters this room except you, me, or Barristan Selmy. The body needs to be guarded. If Pycelle gets back in here, he'll find evidence that the wound killed Robert naturally, and the poisoning disappears." Ned stared at him. Not with the unease that Santagar had shown, or the vague discomfort of courtiers. Ned Stark looked at Hadrian Baratheon and saw, for the first time, the full scope of what was hiding behind the boy's face. "How do you know all this?" Ned asked. Hadrian met his eyes. "Because I pay attention. Because I've watched these people for 12 years. And because my father just died, Lord Stark, and I will not let the woman who killed him take his throne." Something shifted in Ned's expression. The grief was still there, but beneath it, an iron resolve was forming, the same resolve that had carried him through Robert's rebellion, through the Tower of Joy, through years of keeping a secret that would have destroyed his best friend. "What do you need?" "Send your fastest rider to Barristan Selmy's quarters. Tell him the king is dead and Prince Hadrian requires his presence. Then send a man you trust, your most trusted man, to the barracks of the city watch. Find a captain named Jacelyn Bywater. Tell him the Black Stag calls in its debt. He'll know what it means. And if the Lannisters, they'll move on the throne room. Cersei will produce a will, forged, or altered, naming herself regent and Joffrey as heir. She's been keeping it ready for years. Our advantage is that she expected Robert to die on the hunt 3 days ago. She's been waiting, and people who wait get anxious, and anxious people make mistakes." Ned was already moving, dispatching guards with crisp, quiet orders. Hadrian watched him go and then turned back to the room where his father's body lay. He walked to the bed. Looked at Robert's face, peaceful now, younger in death than he'd been in life, as if dying had finally released him from the weight of a crown he'd never wanted. "I'll keep my promise," Hadrian said. "I'll be better." The candle flickered. The shadows moved. And for just a moment, a fraction of a heartbeat, Hadrian saw something standing in the corner of the room. A shape. A figure. Tall, thin, hooded, its outline blurred like smoke in wind. Not a ghost. Not a vision. A presence. The same presence he'd felt in the forest between life and death, the last time he'd died. The entity that had given him the choice, move on, or go back. Death. Not the stranger of the seven, not Lawler's great other, not any of the names this world gave to the end of all things. Death itself, the real thing, the force that Hadrian had mastered and been mastered by in turn. It didn't speak. It never did. But Hadrian felt its attention like a weight, vast, ancient, and oddly gentle. It had brought him here. Given him this life. And now it was watching to see what he'd do with it. "I know," Hadrian said quietly. "I know what's coming. All of it." The presence faded. The shadows settled. And the room was just a room again, cold, quiet, smelling of blood and candle wax and the end of an era. Hadrian straightened his shoulders, walked to the door, and went to war. The throne room of the Red Keep was a cathedral of intimidation. Built by Aegon the Conqueror, expanded by his descendants, it stretched 200 feet from the great doors to the Iron Throne itself, that grotesque mountain of melted swords that looked less like a seat of power and more like a warning. "This is what happens to your enemies," it said. "We take their weapons and make furniture." Hadrian had always hated it. It reminded him of the Ministry of Magic, a monument to power that existed to make ordinary people feel small. But tonight, the throne room was going to be his battlefield, and he intended to win. He arrived first. That was intentional. The room was lit by torches that cast dancing shadows across the vaulted ceiling, and the Iron Throne loomed at the far end like a dragon skeleton. Hadrian walked the length of the hall alone, his boots echoing on the stone, and stood at the base of the throne. He didn't sit. Not yet. Sitting before the room was full would look presumptuous. Standing at the base, waiting, that looked like a prince preparing to receive his father's legacy. Positioning mattered. Narrative mattered. He'd learned that from Dumbledore, who'd been a master of theater, and from Tom Riddle, who'd been better at it. The doors opened. People began to flow in, summoned by ravens and runners and the irresistible gravity of crisis. Small council members first, Varys gliding in on silent feet, his perfumed robes rustling, Littlefinger close behind, his eyes already calculating, Grand Maester Pycelle shuffling and wheezing, Renly Baratheon, Robert's brother, handsome and shaken and already thinking about angles. Then the court. Lords, ladies, knights, servants pressed against the walls. The room filled with the murmur of 100 whispered conversations, all of them asking the same question, what happens now? Ned Stark entered through a side door, his household guard fanning out along the walls with the quiet efficiency of men who'd been told exactly where to stand. Barristan Selmy appeared from the opposite entrance, resplendent in his white cloak and armor, and took a position 3 steps behind Hadrian and to the right. The old knight's hand rested on his sword hilt, and his eyes swept the room with the practiced vigilance of a man who'd watched kings die and planned to stop it from happening again. And then Cersei. She came through the main doors like a queen entering her own coronation, golden, beautiful, armored in silk and certainty. Joffrey walked beside her, dressed in Baratheon black and gold, his chin lifted at an angle that was clearly rehearsed. Behind them, a column of Lannister household guards in crimson cloaks, their armor polished to a mirror sheen. Jaime Lannister walked with them. His hand was on his sword. The room went quiet. Cersei stopped halfway down the hall and let the silence build. She was good at this, the dramatics, the performance, the weaponized beauty. She looked at Hadrian with an expression of maternal sorrow that was so perfectly crafted it almost fooled him. My lords. Her voice carried through the hall like a bell. My beloved husband, King Robert, is dead. Taken by his wounds after a hunting accident. Our grief is beyond words. A pause. Measured. Immaculate. But the realm cannot mourn without a steady hand. King Robert, in his wisdom, left instructions for the governance of the realm during Prince Joffrey's minority. There it is. Cersei produced a scroll, sealed with Robert's seal, bearing Robert's signature. She held it out to Pycelle, who took it with trembling hands and made a great show of examining it. His Graces will names Queen Cersei as regent, Pycelle announced, and declares Prince Joffrey his heir and successor. The room erupted. Not in shock, half the court had been expecting this, but in the complicated, shifting murmur of 100 people recalculating their allegiances in real time. Hadrian didn't move. Didn't speak. He watched Cersei's face and saw the flicker of triumph behind the grief, and he felt something that wasn't anger, wasn't fear, wasn't even determination. It was pity. Because Cersei thought she'd won. She thought this was the moment, the culmination of years of planning, of poisoned wine and forged wills and golden children groomed for a throne they had no right to claim. She thought the game was over. She had no idea it was just starting. Lord Stark, Hadrian said. His voice wasn't loud. He didn't shout, didn't project, didn't use even a whisper of magical force. He simply spoke, and the room fell silent because there was something in that voice, a gravity, a weight, an authority, that made silence feel like the only appropriate response. Ned stepped forward. He held a scroll of his own. This is King Robert's true will, Ned said. His voice was northern granite, flat, hard, unyielding. Signed in my presence, witnessed by myself and Ser Barristan Selmy, sealed with the king's own seal. It names his Trueborn son, Prince Hadrian, as his heir and successor. Now the room did erupt. Not murmurs, shouts. Questions. Accusations. The sound crashed against the stone walls like waves against cliffs, and in the middle of it, Cersei's mask cracked for just a moment. Just long enough for Hadrian to see the fury underneath, hot, desperate, maternal fury, before it sealed shut again. A forgery, Cersei said. Created by a grieving hand who seeks to, Ser Barristan. Hadrian's voice cut through the noise. You witnessed the king's will. Is this Lord Stark's copy, or a forgery? Barristan Selmy stepped forward. Every eye in the room turned to him. The Lord Commander of the King's Guard, the most respected knight in Westeros, the man whose word was iron. I witnessed King Robert sign this will with his own hand, Barristan said. It names Prince Hadrian his heir. It is genuine. And the document Queen Cersei has produced. Barristan's jaw tightened. I did not witness the signing of that document. I cannot speak to its authenticity. The room shifted. Hadrian could feel it, not magically, just humanly. The emotional temperature of the court, pivoting like a weather vane in a changing wind. Barristan's word carried more weight than gold in this room, and he'd just put his reputation behind Hadrian's claim. Cersei's eyes found Jaime. A look passed between them, fast, encrypted, a private language built over years of shared secrets. Jaime's hand tightened on his sword hilt. This was the moment. The knife's edge. If Jaime drew his sword, the room would descend into bloodshed. Lannister guards versus Stark household guard, with the court caught in the middle and the kingdom shattering like glass. Hadrian looked at Jaime. Not at the Kingslayer. Not at the Oathbreaker, the sister lover, the golden lion that the realm whispered about in equal parts awe and disgust. He looked at the man underneath, the 17-year-old boy who'd killed a mad king to save 500,000 people and been hated for it ever since. The man who was trapped between love and duty in a cage that had no key. Ser Jaime, Hadrian said. Quiet. Direct. You've served this realm longer than I've been alive. You've protected my father. You've protected this family. He paused. I'm asking you now, as Robert's son, as your prince, and as someone who knows that you are more than what they call you, where does the Kingsguard stand? The silence that followed was so complete that Hadrian could hear the torches crackling. Jaime Lannister looked at Cersei. He looked at Joffrey. He looked at Barristan Selmy, who met his gaze with an expression that was somehow both challenge and plea. And then he looked at Hadrian. Later, the court would argue about what Jaime saw in that moment. Some said the boy's eyes were blue as Robert's, and it stirred some buried loyalty. Others said Jaime simply calculated the odds and chose the winning side. A few, the romantic ones, the storytellers, said Jaime saw something in the crown prince's face that he hadn't seen since he'd killed Aerys, a leader worth following. Jaime's hand left his sword. He stepped away from Cersei, crossed the hall in 4 strides, and knelt at Hadrian's feet. The Kingsguard serves the king, Jaime said. The true king. The dam broke. Barristan knelt. Then Ser Mandon Moore, Ser Meryn Trant, reluctantly, glancing at Cersei, but kneeling because the Lord Commander had and the Kingslayer had, and momentum was a force stronger than loyalty. The Stark guard stood firm. Renly Baratheon, who'd been watching with the expression of a man whose own calculations had just been shattered, dropped to one knee with a grace that almost disguised his hesitation. Lords knelt. Ladies bowed. The tide swept through the room in a wave, and Cersei stood in the middle of it like a stone in a river, unmoved, unmoving, her face a mask of porcelain fury. Hadrian climbed the steps to the Iron Throne. The swords bit into his hands as he sat. They always did, that was the throne's design, its cruel genius. A king who sat carelessly would bleed. Only a king who sat with perfect awareness, perfect control, perfect attention could avoid the blades. Hadrian sat carefully. Blood welled from his palms anyway, 2 thin lines of red that trickled down the armrests and were absorbed by the dark metal. He looked out over the throne room. The kneeling lords, the stunned courtiers, the Lannister guards who hadn't drawn their swords because nobody had told them to and now it was too late. Cersei, standing rigid, her hands clenched at her sides. Joffrey beside her, his face contorted with a rage that was half his mother's fury and half his own petulant disbelief. Ned Stark, still standing, his eyes bright with something that might have been hope for the first time since he'd arrived in this godforsaken city. Tyrion Lannister, when had he arrived? Leaning against a pillar near the back of the hall, a goblet of wine in his hand and an expression of delighted incredulity on his scarred face. And Varys, standing very still near the small council's bench, his soft hands folded, his face betraying nothing. But Hadrian's senses caught the edge of it, a spike of sharp, calculating alarm beneath the spider's placid surface. Good. Be alarmed. You should be. My lords, Hadrian said. My father is dead. He was a great warrior, an imperfect king, and a good man who deserved better than he got. We will mourn him properly. We will honor his memory. He paused. Let the silence settle. But the realm does not wait for grief. There are debts to be paid, borders to be secured, a kingdom to be governed. I am 12 years old. I know what you're thinking, some of you are thinking it loudly enough that I can practically hear it. A ripple of uneasy laughter. I won't pretend to be my father. I can't swing a warhammer, I can't drink a hall under the table, and I've never killed a Targaryen prince. What I can do is listen, learn, and lead. Lord Stark will remain as hand. The small council will continue in its duties. And we will, together, build something worth building. He looked directly at Cersei. The Queen Mother will be treated with the honor and respect her position deserves. Her children, all of them, are under my protection. A promise and a warning, wrapped in silk. I know what they are. I know what you did. And I'm choosing not to destroy you. Don't make me change my mind. Cersei's eyes narrowed. She understood. Of course she did, Cersei was many things, but she was never stupid. Long live the king, Ned Stark said, and his voice rang from the rafters. Long live the king. The court roared it back, some with conviction, some with calculation, some with the reflexive obedience of people who just watched a 12-year-old boy dismantle a coup without raising his voice. Hadrian sat on the Iron Throne and felt the blades pressing into his back and thighs and arms, 1,000 points of discomfort that would never let him forget what he was sitting on. I swore I'd never do this again, he thought. Sit on a throne I didn't want. Fight a war I didn't start. Carry a weight that nobody asked me if I could bear. The blood from his palms dripped slowly onto the ancient metal. But someone has to. Someone has to stand in front of the door when the wolves come, and the lions, and the dead things with blue eyes that I can feel stirring in my dreams. Might as well be me. It was always going to be me. Far below the throne room, in the bowels of the Red Keep where the dragon skulls gathered dust, Varys stood in a secret passage and penned a letter by candlelight. His hand was steady. His face was calm. But the quill moved fast, faster than usual. The boy is not what we expected. He is not Robert's son in any way that matters. He is something else, something new. Our plans must adapt or they will fail. Send word to the east. The Targaryen girl must be ready sooner than anticipated. The stag has teeth. He sealed the letter, handed it to a shadow that took it and vanished, and stood for a long time in the dark, thinking. Above him, on a throne of swords, a boy who'd been a man who'd been a wizard who'd been the master of death sat with blood on his hands and a kingdom at his feet and the cold, terrible certainty that this was only the beginning. In the harbor, unnoticed by the chaos of a kingdom changing hands, a ship from Ass High docked at the quay. A woman in red stepped onto the stones of King's Landing, and the flames in every hearth and torch within 100 yards leaned toward her, straining, reaching. Melisandre closed her eyes and smiled. There you are, she whispered. I can see you burning. In the sky, hidden by clouds and the smoke of the city, a red comet streaked across the heavens. The small folk would argue about what it meant, war, famine, the wrath of gods. The maesters would say it was natural, celestial, meaningless. Hadrian Baratheon, first of his name, 12 years old and already ancient, felt it pass overhead like a finger tracing a line across his skull. Something was watching. Something was coming. And the Game of Thrones had a new player who'd already won one war against the dark and was grimly, furiously, relentlessly prepared to win another. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Lion's Teeth. The first morning of Hadrian's reign began with an assassination attempt. Not a good one. Two men in servants' clothing, knives under their aprons, positioned in the corridor outside the royal chambers at the hour when the kitchen staff brought breakfast. They'd been waiting since before dawn, which meant someone had given them access to the residential wing of Maegor's Holdfast, someone with authority over guard rotations and servant schedules. Hadrian felt them before he saw them. He'd woken at his usual hour, 3 in the morning, a habit born from nightmares in 2 lifetimes, and spent the pre-dawn hours reading reports from the Master of Coins ledgers that Littlefinger thought no one else could understand. The numbers were a horror show. Robert had left the crown 6 million gold dragons in debt, 3 million of it owed to Tywin Lannister personally, and the interest payments alone were enough to bankrupt a lesser kingdom. He'd set the ledgers aside around dawn and stretched, feeling the protest of muscles still growing into their frame. 12 years old. He kept forgetting that, kept reaching for the physical capabilities of a grown man and finding a child's body instead, strong for his age, quick, well-trained, but small in a world that respected size above almost everything else. The death sense prickled as he approached the door. 2 presences on the other side, both radiating the tight, jittery fear of men who'd committed to violence but hadn't yet acted on it. Hadrian paused with his hand on the latch. Options. He could call for his guards. 2 Kingsguards stood at the end of the corridor, close enough to hear a shout. He could use magic. A telekinetic shove through the door would flatten both men before they knew what hit them. He could wait, let them come to him, use the confined space of his chambers to his advantage. Or he could use this. He opened the door. The men moved fast. The first lunged with his knife aimed at Hadrian's throat, a killing stroke, no hesitation, which meant professional rather than desperate. Hadrian stepped inside the arc of the blade the way Santagar had never taught him but Moody had, caught the man's wrist with both hands, and used the attacker's own momentum to redirect the knife into the second man's shoulder. The second man screamed. The first tried to wrench free. Hadrian let go of the wrist, dropped low, and drove his elbow into the first man's knee with every ounce of his body weight behind it. The joint bent sideways with a sound like a stick snapping, and the man went down howling. 3 seconds. Maybe 4. The Kingsguard, Ser Mandon Moore and Ser Preston Greenfield, came running. They found their 12-year-old king standing over 2 groaning men with a stolen knife in his hand and not a scratch on him. One of them's bleeding badly, Hadrian said, tossing the knife to Moore. Get a maester before he dies. I want them both alive for questioning. Moore stared. Greenfield stared. Hadrian stared back with the patient expectation of someone who'd given an order and was waiting for it to be obeyed. They moved. The questioning happened in a cellar beneath the Red Keep that Hadrian had selected specifically for its acoustics, stone walls that amplified whispers into echoes, making the room feel alive with unseen listeners. He didn't need torture. He didn't even need threats. He sat on a wooden stool across from the surviving assassin. The other had died despite the maester's efforts, which was annoying but not catastrophic, and simply looked at him. The man broke in under 10 minutes. He was a sellsword, hired through a chain of intermediaries that traced back to, surprise, a Lannister household knight named Ser Amory Lorch, a brutal, stupid man who did brutal, stupid things for money. Hadrian filed the information and released the man to the city watch with instructions that he be kept alive and comfortable. Witnesses were more useful than corpses. You handled that well, Tyrion Lannister said from the doorway. Hadrian looked up. Tyrion was leaning against the frame, arms crossed, his mismatched eyes bright with the particular gleam that meant his brain was running at full speed. The dwarf had positioned himself as a spectator throughout the night of Robert's death and Hadrian's ascension, watching, drinking, saying nothing. This was the first time he'd approached directly. Ser Amory Lorch, Hadrian said. Your father's creature. My father's dog. There's a distinction. Dogs act on command without understanding why. So the question is who held the leash? Is it? Tyrion waddled into the room and hoisted himself onto a bench with practiced ease. Because from where I sit, the question is simpler, what are you going to do about it? Hadrian studied him. In his first life, He'd been terrible at reading people, a failure that had cost lives, including some he'd loved. This time around, he'd made it a priority. Tyrion Lannister was the cleverest person in King's Landing, possibly in Westeros, and he'd been underestimated and abused his entire life. He wasn't loyal to the Lannisters, not really. He was loyal to his own survival and, beneath layers of cynicism and wine, to a stubborn, almost pathological belief that things could be better. "I'm going to do nothing," Hadrian said. "About the assassins." Tyrion's eyebrows rose. "Nothing. Amory Lorch is a hammer. If I swing back at the hammer, I look reactive. I look like a boy who got scared and lashed out. Instead, I'm going to ignore the hammer and address the hand that swung it, but not directly. Not yet." He paused. "Your father is going to march on King's Landing." The eyebrows went higher. "That's quite a leap from two dead cells words." "Is it? Your sister's coup failed. Her will was rejected in front of the entire court. Her creature just tried to kill me, which means she's already escalating. And what does Cersei do when she's cornered? She writes to father. She writes to father. Who is, right now, sitting in Casterly Rock with 60,000 men and a lifetime of strategic patience, weighing his options. He won't declare war. Tywin Lannister doesn't do anything so gauche as rebellion. He'll find a pretext. Protecting his grandchildren, restoring order, ensuring the stability of the realm. Something that gives him legal cover to put an army within striking distance of the capital." Tyrion was quiet for a moment. Then he uncrossed his arms and let his hands fall to his sides in a gesture of unguarded surprise. "You're 12. I'm aware. No. I mean, I've been in rooms with my father, with the Spider, with Littlefinger. Men who've spent decades learning to think 3 moves ahead. And you just laid out Tywin Lannister's strategy before the man himself has decided on it. I've had good teachers." "Who?" "Ned Stark. The man's as politically sophisticated as a stone wall." Hadrian almost smiled. "Not Lord Stark. Other teachers. In another life." Tyrion gave him a long, searching look, the kind of look that saw more than it should. Then he reached for a wineskin that wasn't there, muttered a curse, and said, "What do you need?" "I need someone brilliant, ruthless, and Lannister enough to talk to Tywin without getting killed. Someone who understands the family well enough to offer what Tywin actually wants rather than what he says he wants. You need me. I need you. And what makes you think I won't report every word of this conversation to my father?" Hadrian looked at him. Not with threat, not with calculation, but with a simple, disarming honesty that he'd learned, painfully, over decades, was the only weapon that worked against genuine intelligence. "Because your father treats you like a stain on his legacy. Because your sister tried to have me killed this morning and would happily watch you die if it served her purposes. And because you just called me, you, instead of, Your Grace, which means you've already decided to treat me as a person rather than a king, and that tells me you're interested in something more than politics." Tyrion blinked. "I need allies, Lord Tyrion. Not sycophants, not servants. People who'll tell me when I'm wrong and help me when I'm right. I can count the number of those people in this city on one hand, and I'd like you to be one of them." The silence held. Tyrion's expression shifted through several phases: surprise, suspicion, a reflexive cynicism that rose and then, slowly, subsided. "You know," Tyrion said, "in 30-odd years of life, approximately 3 people have asked for my help as if they genuinely meant it. One was a whore, one was a sellsword, and now one is a 12-year-old king." He sighed. "I suppose that says something about the quality of my social circle. Is that a yes?" "It's a, God's help me, this is going to be interesting." "Which, for a Lannister, is better than a yes." Hadrian held out his hand. Tyrion looked at it, then at him, then shook it with a grip that was surprisingly strong. "I'll need access to the treasury records," Tyrion said, already pivoting to logistics. And a raven to Casterly Rock. My own words, not a committee's. If I'm going to negotiate with my father, I need to control the message. Done. What else? Wine. Decent wine, not the swill they serve in this dungeon. If I'm going to commit treason against my family, I'd like to do it with a proper vintage. For the first time since Robert's death, Hadrian laughed. It came out rusty, unpracticed, and entirely genuine. Tyrion smiled, a real smile, rare as rain in Dorne, and something clicked into place between them. Not trust, not yet. But the foundation of it. The recognition of two minds that operated on the same frequency, scarred by different wounds but shaped into the same sharp edge. The first week was a siege without armies. Hadrian held the throne and the king's guard. Cersei held the Lannister household guards, 300 men in crimson cloaks, enough to control the Red Keep if deployed correctly. Ned Stark held his 20 Northmen and the moral high ground, which was comforting but not militarily useful. Littlefinger held the city watch, or claimed to, 2,000 gold cloaks whose loyalty was as reliable as the weather. And everyone held their breath. Hadrian spent those days in a blur of controlled chaos. He held court every morning, hearing petitions from lords and small folk alike, and he did something that no Baratheon king had done in living memory: he listened. Not performed listening, the theatrical head nodding that Robert had perfected before getting bored and calling for wine. Actual, focused attention. A merchant whose caravan had been raided on the King's Road got a promise of patrol reinforcements and a timeline. A minor lord whose lands had been seized by a Lannister bannerman during a debt dispute got a fair hearing and a ruling based on law rather than gold. A fishwife from Flea Bottom who'd somehow bullied her way past the guards to complain about the price of bread got an audience that lasted 20 minutes and ended with Hadrian ordering the Master of Coin to investigate grain speculation in the city markets. The court watched this and didn't know what to make of it. A king who cared about bread prices? Who spoke to small folk without visible disgust? The nobility was confused. The servants were cautiously hopeful. The small folk, through the mysterious channels by which gossip travels in any city, began to talk about the boy king who'd fought off assassins with his bare hands and then spent his morning worrying about the cost of their dinner. It was deliberate. All of it. Hadrian had learned the lesson of Tom Riddle's rise: power built on fear alone was brittle. Power built on love alone was naive. But power built on competence, on the visible, undeniable reality that the person in charge was actually making things better, that was the kind of power that lasted. And he needed it to last, because the ravens were flying. The first came from Storm's End, Renly Baratheon's seat, where Robert's younger brother had retreated after the night of the succession. Renly's message was polite, congratulatory, and utterly hollow. He pledged his support to King Hadrian while asking, oh so casually, whether his grace had considered appointing a regent, given the unprecedented youth of the new king. Translation: Renly wanted power. Renly always wanted power. The second came from Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon's fortress, where Robert's older brother brooded over slights real and imagined. Stannis sent no congratulations. He sent a demand for an audience to discuss matters of succession and legitimacy. Translation: Stannis knew about Cersei's children. Had probably known for years. And he was going to use it. The third came from Highgarden. The Tyrells, ever the opportunists, sent a delegation led by Mace Tyrell's mother, the legendary Olenna, the Queen of Thorns, the sharpest tongue in Westeros. She was bringing her granddaughter Marjorie. And the fourth, the one Hadrian had been waiting for, came from Casterly Rock. Tywin Lannister was marching. Not with 60,000 men. With 20,000, a personal escort, for the Lord of the West, who wished to pay his respects to his grandson the king and ensure the continued alliance between their great houses. 20,000 men was too many for a social call and too few for a siege, which was exactly the point. Tywin wasn't attacking. He was looming. Positioning himself close enough to strike, far enough to deny hostile intent, and forcing Hadrian to respond. Hadrian received the news in the small council chamber, a round room in the Tower of the Hand where the realm's business was theoretically conducted. In practice, the small council was a nest of vipers who spent more time undermining each other than governing, and Hadrian had spent his first week quietly assessing each member's usefulness. Varus, dangerous, essential, ultimately hostile. The spider's network was too valuable to discard, but his agenda, Hadrian was increasingly certain, had nothing to do with Baratheon rule. Filed under, use carefully, trust never. Littlefinger, more dangerous than Varus, because Varus at least served an ideal, however misguided, while Peter Baelish served nothing but Peter Baelish. The man's financial wizardry had kept the crown solvent through creative accounting that Hadrian suspected was actually large-scale embezzlement. Filed under, expose when the timing is right. Pycelle, Cersei's creature, useless as a maester and dangerous as a spy. Filed under, replace at the earliest opportunity. Renly, ambitious, charming, politically adept, and fundamentally unserious. He'd make a decent master of laws if his ego could be managed. And Ned, who sat at the council table with his jaw set and his hand on the table like he wanted to punch something, which was his default state in King's Landing. 20,000 men, Ned said flatly. That's not a courtesy visit. No, Hadrian agreed. It's a negotiation. Tywin's opening position. His opening position is an army at our gates. His opening position is reminding us that he has an army. The gates come later, if we handle this wrong. We should call the banners. The Stormlands, the Riverlands, and start a war we can't win. Hadrian shook his head. The crown's treasury is empty, our military strength is scattered, and half the lords in Westeros are still deciding whether to back us or wait for a better offer. If we militarize now, we look desperate. And desperate kings get short reigns. Ned's expression was a storm front. Then what do you suggest? Lord Tyrion leaves for the Westerlands tomorrow. He carries my terms. The table went silent. Varys's eyebrows rose by a millimeter. Littlefinger leaned forward with the predatory interest of a cat watching a mouse. Even Renly, who'd been affecting boredom, looked up. You're sending a Lannister to negotiate with the Lannisters, Littlefinger said, and the silk in his voice barely concealed the knife beneath it. I'm sending the only person in this kingdom who understands Tywin Lannister well enough to speak his language. Tyrion knows what his father wants, legacy. Continuity. The Lannister name written into the history books as founders of a dynasty. I'm going to offer him exactly that. And the price? Varys asked, soft as always. Tywin reigns in Cersei. Permanently. No more assassins, no more plots, no more forged wills. In exchange, the Baratheon Lannister alliance holds. Lannister blood sits beside Baratheon blood on the throne for generations. Tywin gets his legacy. We get peace. Ned looked like he'd swallowed something bitter. You're rewarding them. After everything Cersei has done, I'm surviving, Lord Stark. Hadrian's voice was quiet but firm. Justice is a luxury for kings who can afford it. Right now, I can't. Tywin Lannister has more gold, more soldiers, and more allies than we do. Fighting him destroys the realm. Buying him preserves it. And I would rather swallow my pride than bury my people. The silence that followed was complicated. Ned's honor was warring with his pragmatism, and pragmatism was losing, it always did with Ned. But beneath the conflict, something else was happening. Respect. Grudging, uncomfortable, but real. Robert would have gone to war, Ned said. Robert would have died in a war. Again. Hadrian met his eyes. I'm trying to do this differently. Ned held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, sharp, the nod of a man conceding a point he wished he could argue. Tyrion rides tomorrow, Hadrian confirmed. In the meantime, I want ravens sent to every major house in the Stormlands. Not demands, invitations. I want them to come to court, meet their new king, and decide for themselves whether I'm worth following. If Tywin brings an army, I want to meet it with a coalition." The council dispersed with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Varys glided out first, already calculating. Littlefinger lingered, testing the waters for a private audience that Hadrian denied with a polite smile and appointed, "Good evening, Lord Baelish." Renly left looking thoughtful, which was the most encouraging sign of the day. Ned stayed. "You're not telling me everything," the hand said. Hadrian looked at him. "No. The things you know, about Cersei, about the children, about Tywin's movements. A 12-year-old doesn't acquire that kind of intelligence through clever observation. Some of it is observation. Some of it is inference. And some of it," Hadrian hesitated. This was the edge of a cliff, and he could feel the drop beneath his feet. "Some of it, Lord Stark, I cannot explain in a way that would make sense to you. Not yet. What I can tell you is that everything I do, every choice I make, is aimed at one goal, keeping this kingdom alive long enough to face what's really coming." Ned's brow furrowed. What's really coming? The cold in Hadrian's chest stirred. The ever-present whisper of death and ice that he'd been feeling since the day his memories returned, distant, patient, growing. "Winter," Hadrian said. "And everything that comes with it." He left Ned standing in the council chamber with a worried look on his face and walked alone through the Red Keep's corridors, the torchlight casting his shadow long against the stone. Tyrion departed the next morning with an escort of 50 men, enough to look official, not enough to look threatening. Hadrian saw him off from the Red Keep's gates, standing in the early morning chill with a cup of tea, a habit from his old life that the servants found bizarre. Nobody in Westeros drank tea. "Remember," Hadrian said. "Legacy first. Everything else follows from that. I know my father. You know the man. I need you to speak to the ambition." Tyrion mounted his horse, a process that involved a specially designed saddle and a degree of acrobatic effort that he performed with practiced dignity. "And if the ambition can't be reasoned with? Then we go to the contingency." "Which is?" Hadrian took a sip of his tea. "Pray it doesn't come to that." Tyrion gave him a look that was half amusement, half exasperation, and rode out through the gates with the sunrise behind him. The days while Tyrion was gone were some of the most dangerous of Hadrian's reign. Tywin's army was 2 weeks away, moving at the deliberate, unhurried pace of a predator that knew its prey couldn't run. Cersei had gone quiet, which was worse than Cersei being loud. Silence meant she was planning. And the court was a powder keg of speculation, fear, and the low-grade treachery that passed for normal politics in King's Landing. Hadrian used the time. He met with the Stormlords who answered as ravens, gruff, practical men who'd been loyal to Robert and were reserving judgment on Robert's son. He won them over not with speeches but with specificity. Lord Buckler wanted his border dispute with the Reach resolved. Hadrian had read the relevant land charters and proposed a solution that gave Buckler what he needed without antagonizing Highgarden. Lord Estermont, Robert's maternal uncle, wanted assurance that the Baratheon line was secure. Hadrian spent an evening with the old man, sharing wine, watered, in his case, and stories about Robert that made them both laugh and grieve in equal measure. Lord Tarth had a daughter, a tall, awkward girl who wanted to be a knight, and Hadrian, remembering another world where a bushy-haired girl had been told she wasn't good enough, wrote a personal letter inviting Brienne of Tarth to train with the royal guard whenever she wished. One by one, the Stormlords shifted from cautious to committed. Not because Hadrian dazzled them, he was 12, and they were men who respected deeds over words. But because he knew them. Knew their lands, their disputes, their concerns. He'd spent 2 years, since his memories fully returned, studying every great house and their bannermen with the obsessive thoroughness of someone who understood that wars were won in the margins. He also dealt with Joffrey. This was the problem he'd been dreading. Joffrey Baratheon, or Joffrey Waters, if the truth ever came out, was 13, cruel, and stupid in the specific, dangerous way that combined entitlement with incompetence. He'd spent a week after Robert's death sulking in his chambers, refused meals, thrown things at servants, and cut a stable boy with a knife for looking at him wrong. Hadrian visited him on the 8th day. Joffrey's chambers were a mess, overturned furniture, torn tapestries, a smashed mirror that nobody had been brave enough to clean up. The boy himself sat in the wreckage like a blonde, venomous spider, his green eyes burning with a hatred that would have been frightening if it weren't so pathetically transparent. "Get out," Joffrey said. Hadrian closed the door behind him and leaned against it. "No. I said get out. I'm a prince. You'll have my what? Head. You tried that. Your mother tried that. It didn't work." He understood screaming, understood violence, understood his mother's cold fury. Calm was foreign territory. "You're not the king. I'm the king." Mother said, "Your mother lied to you." No cruelty in the words. Just fact. She's been lying to you your entire life, because the truth would destroy her and everyone she cares about. I'm not going to tell you what that truth is, not today. Maybe not ever, if you can find a way to live with what you've got. What I've got, is your life. Your freedom. A place at court, a name, a future. That's more than most people get, Joffrey. A lot more than you deserve, if I'm honest, given what you did to that stable boy. Joffrey's face went red. Not with shame, Hadrian didn't think Joffrey was capable of shame. With rage. The pure, impotent rage of a bully who'd been stripped of his power and didn't know how to exist without it. "I'm offering you a choice," Hadrian continued. "You can stay at court. You can have a role, not the throne, never the throne, but something real. A command, a position, a purpose. I'll treat you fairly, which is more than you treat me if our positions were reversed. And if I refuse? Then you leave King's Landing. Quietly. You go somewhere you can't cause trouble, and you live out your days in comfortable obscurity. Casterly Rock, maybe. Your grandfather would take you. That's exile. That's mercy. Take it or leave it." Joffrey stared at him. The hatred was still there, it would always be there, Hadrian knew. Some people carried rage like a disease, feeding it, nurturing it, letting it metastasize until it consumed everything healthy. Joffrey was his mother's son in that way. But beneath the hatred, there was something else. Something small and frightened and desperately confused. A boy whose entire identity had been built on a lie, whose mother's love was a weapon disguised as affection, and who had never, not once, been offered a choice that didn't come with strings attached. Hadrian saw it, and for a moment, he felt something he hadn't expected, pity. "Think about it," he said, and left. Joffrey didn't answer for 3 days. When he did, it was through an intermediary, Tommen, his younger brother, a sweet, round-faced boy of 8 who approached Hadrian in the gardens with a message delivered in a trembling whisper. "Joff says he'll stay. He says he hates you. But he'll stay." Hadrian knelt down to Tommen's level. The boy flinched, then didn't, his eyes wide. "Tell your brother I accept both conditions," Hadrian said. "And tell him I meant what I said. He'll have a real place here. Not a cage. A place." Tommen nodded solemnly and ran off. Hadrian watched him go and thought about another boy, a boy with a scar on his forehead, sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, who'd been offered a choice by a giant with a pink umbrella and had chosen the unknown over the comfortable misery. Not every boy makes the right choice. But every boy deserves the chance. The Tyrells arrived on a Tuesday. Olenna Tyrell rode into King's Landing in a wheelhouse the size of a small cottage, accompanied by 200 Tyrell soldiers, a retinue of servants and handmaidens, enough luggage to furnish a castle, and her granddaughter Marjorie, who sat on a white palfrey at the head. Hadrian watched from a window in the Red Keep and felt a complicated tangle of admiration and wariness. The Tyrells were the richest family in Westeros after the Lannisters, and their army was the largest in the realm. They were also the most nakedly ambitious. Mace Tyrell wanted his blood on the Iron Throne, and he'd back whoever gave him the best chance. Olenna was the real danger. Mace was a fool, but his mother was the sharpest political mind in the Reach, possibly in all of Westeros. She'd been playing the Game of Thrones since before Hadrian's first life had begun, and she played it with a ruthless efficiency that would have made Dumbledore uncomfortable and Voldemort envious. The formal reception was held in the throne room. Hadrian sat the Iron Throne in his best doublet, black and gold, Baratheon colors, fitted close to minimize his youth, with Barristan at his right hand and Ned at his left. The court was assembled in full, because everyone wanted to see this, the boy king meeting the Tyrell delegation that might make or break his reign. Olenna entered the hall on Marjorie's arm, walking with the exaggerated frailty of a woman who wanted everyone to underestimate her. Hadrian didn't. He'd known a woman like Olenna once, Minerva McGonagall, who'd wielded dry wit and steel will with equal precision and had been the most dangerous person in any room she entered, including rooms that contained Albus Dumbledore. Your Grace. Olenna's curtsy was shallow enough to be technically proper and deep enough to avoid insult, a geometric marvel of, the crown is honored. Hadrian matched her tone, formal, warm, precisely calibrated. And we welcome Lady Marjorie to court. His eyes met Marjorie's for the first time. She was 14. 2 years older than him, which in Westerosi politics was nothing, betrothals between partners of greater age gaps were common as dirt. She was beautiful in the way that flowers were beautiful, vivid, carefully arranged, designed to attract. Brown hair, brown eyes, a smile that could have lit the room without torches. But Hadrian wasn't looking at the beauty. He was looking at what was behind the beauty, the sharp intelligence in those brown eyes, the micro-expressions that flickered across her face faster than anyone else in the room could catch. She was assessing him just as carefully as he was assessing her, and she was doing it while maintaining a flawless facade of demure, maidenly grace. Dangerous, he thought. Brilliant. And she knows exactly what she is. Lady Marjorie. He inclined his head. I hope King's Landing meets your expectations. I've heard it's a city of wonders, Your Grace. Her voice was honey and sunlight. Though my grandmother warns me not to believe everything I hear. Your grandmother is wise. Believe half of what you see and none of what you're told, and you'll do well here. A flicker in those brown eyes. Surprise? Interest? Both? Hard to tell. Marjorie's mask was nearly as good as Cersei's, but with a crucial difference, Cersei's mask hid contempt. Marjorie's hid curiosity. I look forward to learning from your Grace's example, she said. And I from yours, my lady. Highgarden's reputation for wisdom precedes you. Olenna, watching this exchange from behind her granddaughter, narrowed her eyes by a fraction. Hadrian caught it. He was meant to catch it. Olenna wanted him to know that she'd noticed him noticing, that the game was already in play, that the Tyrells hadn't come to King's Landing to kneel but to negotiate. Good. Hadrian could work with negotiators. It was the true believers who terrified him. The formal reception ended with pleasantries and promises. The real conversation happened 2 hours later, in a private garden in the Red Keep, where Olenna Tyrell sat across from Hadrian Baratheon with a pot of tea between them. He'd ordered it specifically, knowing she'd be amused, and the pretense of courtesy stripped away like old paint. You're not what I expected, Olenna said. What did you expect? Robert's son. A loud boy with more muscles than sense, swinging a warhammer at problems and drinking his way through the rest. She sipped her tea. Instead, I find someone who's already outmaneuvered Cersei Lannister, dispatched Tyrion to negotiate with Tywin, and assembled half the Stormlands bannermen in a fortnight. Either you're the cleverest child in the history of the Seven Kingdoms, or someone is pulling your strings. No strings, Hadrian said. Just a good memory. Memory of what? You're 12. I read a lot. Olenna gave him a look that could have peeled paint off a ship's hull. Don't insult me with false modesty, Your Grace. I've traveled a very long way to see if you're worth investing in. Impress me or don't. But don't waste my time. Hadrian set down his cup. He looked at Olenna Tyrell, 80 years old, sharp as broken glass, the architect of Highgarden's rise from second-tier power to the richest house in Westeros, and made a decision. You want Margaery on the throne, he said. Not today, not next year, but eventually. A Tyrell queen, Tyrell blood in the royal line, Highgarden's influence cemented for a generation. That's why you're here. Not loyalty, investment. Olenna's expression didn't change. But her eyes, those ancient, merciless eyes, sharpened. The question, Hadrian continued, is whether you're willing to invest in a king who won't be controlled. Because I won't. Not by you, not by Tywin, not by anyone. I'll take counsel. I'll make alliances. I'll honor agreements in good faith. But I will not be a puppet, Lady Olenna, and anyone who tries to make me one will regret it. Silence. The garden hummed with bees and the distant clatter of the castle. Olenna studied him with an intensity that would have been uncomfortable if Hadrian hadn't spent decades being stared at by people trying to figure out what he was. Then Olenna laughed. It wasn't a polite laugh. It was a real one, rough, surprised, delighted. The laugh of a woman who'd been bored by politics for 50 years and had just found something interesting. Oh, I like you, she said. You're going to be absolutely terrible for everyone who isn't on your side. I'd rather be good for everyone who is. Same thing, in this world. She set down her tea. Very well, Your Grace. Let's talk terms. You want the Tyrell army. I want a queen. Somewhere between those two positions is a deal that makes us both rich and powerful and thoroughly insufferable to everyone else. Shall we begin? They negotiated for 3 hours. At the end of it, Hadrian had the preliminary framework of an alliance that would reshape the political map of Westeros, Tyrell military and economic support in exchange for a royal betrothal, non-binding until Hadrian came of age, to be formalized by mutual consent, Tyrell representation on the small council, and a trade agreement that would feed King's Landing through the Reach's grain surplus. Olenna left the garden looking satisfied. Hadrian stayed, sitting alone in the fading sunlight, thinking. Margaery Tyrell. His future wife, if the alliance held. A girl he'd exchanged 12 words with and already knew was smarter than 90% of the men in his court. In his first life, romance had been simple. Ginny. Bright, fierce, uncomplicated Ginny, who'd loved him before she understood what that meant and had kept loving him through war and grief and a lifetime of being Mrs. Harry Potter, which was its own kind of burden. He'd loved her back, truly, deeply, imperfectly. They'd been happy. Mostly. This was different. This was politics dressed as courtship, alliance disguised as affection, two people who'd been selected for each other by grandmothers and advisors rather than by choice. But underneath the politics, something. A spark of recognition in brown eyes. The way she'd matched his verbal rhythm without hesitation. The fact that she'd looked at him and seen, even through the formal masks, someone worth assessing rather than dismissing. Don't get ahead of yourself, he thought. You're 12. She's 14. There's a war coming, possibly 2 wars, and the dead are stirring beyond the wall, and Tywin Lannister's army is 2 weeks away. Romance can wait. It couldn't, of course. It never could. The heart had its own timetable, and it didn't consult the head. The next day, Hadrian found Margaery in the Red Keep's library. This was unusual enough to warrant attention. The library was one of the least visited rooms in the castle, maintained by a single elderly septon who spent more time sleeping than cataloging. Hadrian used it regularly, often in the small hours of the morning when the castle slept. Finding someone else there, during the day, reading actual books with apparent genuine interest, was novel. Margaery looked up from her reading, A History of Aegon's Conquest, which suggested she was doing her homework on the Baratheon dynasty's origins, and smiled. Your Grace. I'm told you haunt this room like a ghost. Better than haunting the taverns like my father. She laughed. Not the silver bell performance laugh she used in court, a real one, quick and surprised. My grandmother warned me you were sharp. Your grandmother warns you about everyone. It's what makes her effective. Hadrian sat down across from her, uninvited, informal, deliberately casual. In court, they were king and future queen, separated by protocol and politics. In the library, they could be something closer to human. I want to ask you something, he said, and I'd like an honest answer. Marjorie's eyebrows rose. That's a dangerous request in King's Landing. Humor me. Ask. Do you want this? The betrothal, the throne, any of it. Not what your family wants, not what's politically optimal. What do you want? The question hung in the air. Marjorie's smile faded, not into sadness, but into something more real. More present. The mask didn't drop entirely, she was too well trained for that. But it thinned, enough for him to see the person underneath. I was raised to want it, she said carefully. To be queen. It's what I was taught was the highest thing a woman could achieve. That's not what I asked. No. It isn't. She was quiet for a moment, tracing a finger along the edge of her book. I want to matter. Not as a symbol, not as a broodmare for a dynasty. I want to make decisions that change things. I want to feed people who are hungry and protect people who are weak and build something that lasts longer than a family name. She looked at him, and the honesty in her eyes was almost painful. The throne is the fastest path to that. So yes, I want it. Not for the crown. For the power to do something good with it. Hadrian looked at her and saw, with a clarity that cut through 12 years of careful cynicism and a lifetime of hard-won wisdom, something he recognized. Not ambition. Not calculation. Purpose. The same purpose that had driven Hermione Granger to fight for house elves when the world was ending, that had driven Lily Potter to stand between her son and a Dark Lord, that drove every person who looked at a broken world and said not enough and meant it. Then I think we're going to get along, he said. Marjorie studied him for a long, careful moment. Then her smile returned, different this time. Warmer. Realer. Tell me something about yourself, she said. Something no one else knows. I drink tea. Everyone knows that. The servants think you're mad. Fair enough. He thought. I have nightmares. Every night. About fire, and cold, and people I've lost. The admission surprised even him. He hadn't meant to say it. But there was something about Marjorie's attention, the quality of it, the weight of it, that made honesty feel less like vulnerability and more like relief. She didn't offer comfort or platitudes. She just nodded, as if receiving a piece of a puzzle she was slowly assembling. I have a recurring dream, she said, about being locked in a beautiful room with no doors. Everything is perfect and nothing moves and I scream but no sound comes out. That's Highgarden. That's every great house. A pause. Perhaps that's why I want the throne. At least a cage with an open door is just a room. They looked at each other across the table, surrounded by dusty books and filtered sunlight, and something shifted. Not romance, not yet. Something simpler and more important, recognition. Two people, trapped in roles they hadn't chosen, looking at each other and thinking, you understand. The raven from Tyrion arrived on the 14th day. Hadrian read it in his study, alone, by the light of a single candle. The message was short, Tyrion was economical with words when they mattered. Father will arrive in 3 days. He brings 10,000 men, not 20, I convinced him to leave half on the road as a gesture of good faith. He's willing to talk. He's not willing to kneel. He wants a seat at the table, permanent and powerful. He wants master of coin or hand. Hand is non-negotiable, I told him you'd sooner fight a war. Master of coin is possible, but dangerous. He'll use the treasury to build Lannister power. There's something else. Father knows about Cersei's children. He's known for years. He doesn't care, as long as the secret stays hidden. If it comes out, he'll burn everything to the ground rather than see the Lannister name shamed. Also, he respects you. He'll deny it, but I know the signs. You've got his attention, which is either the best or worst thing that could happen to you. Bring wine to the negotiation. Good wine. Father judges men by their cellars. Hadrian read the letter twice, burned it, and sat in the dark for a long time, thinking. Tywin Lannister. The old lion. The man who'd sacked King's Landing during Robert's rebellion, who'd ordered the murder of Rhaegar's wife and children, who'd destroyed House Reyne so thoroughly that their name became a song about what happened when you crossed him. The most feared man in Westeros, coming to sit across a table from a 12-year-old boy and decide whether to work with him or against him. In his first life, Hadrian had sat across from Voldemort. He'd stood before the Wisingamot, negotiated with goblins, treated with centaurs. He'd learned that power was the same everywhere, a language spoken by people who believed they were the only ones who knew the grammar. But Tywin Lannister wasn't Voldemort. Voldemort had been insane, brilliant, yes, but ultimately unhinged, driven by fear of death into increasingly irrational behavior. Tywin was sane. Tywin was rational. Tywin was a machine that converted gold and fear into power with ruthless, clockwork efficiency. You couldn't out-crazy Tywin. You couldn't outfight him, outspend him, or outmaneuver him in the short term. What you could do, the only thing you could do, was offer him something he wanted more than he wanted to crush you. Legacy. Hadrian stood up, lit a second candle, and began to write. Tywin Lannister rode through the gates of King's Landing on a warhorse the color of old blood, wearing armor that was gold-plated and practical in equal measure. His face was carved from the same stone as the rock itself, hard, lined, expressionless. Behind him, 10,000 Lannister soldiers marched in perfect formation, their crimson banners snapping in the wind. The city watched in silence. Not the hostile silence of defiance or the awed silence of worship. The silence of prey, holding very still, hoping the predator would pass. Hadrian met him in the throne room. Not sitting on the throne, that would be aggressive, a power play that Tywin would see through and resent. Instead, Hadrian stood at the base of the steps, flanked by Ned and Barristan, wearing simple black without ornament. A boy. A king. Nothing to prove. Tywin entered the hall alone. No guards, no retinue. Just one man, walking the length of the room with the unhurried stride of someone who owned every stone beneath his feet and was merely allowing others the illusion of possession. He stopped 10 feet from Hadrian and looked down at him. Not metaphorically, Tywin was 6'2", and Hadrian was 5'3". The physical disparity was absurd, and Tywin let it hang in the air, a wordless reminder of the reality beneath the titles. "Your Grace," Tywin said. His voice was dry and precise, the kind of voice that delivered death sentences and dinner orders with the same inflection. "Lord Tywin. Welcome to King's Landing. I was here before you were born." "Yes. The last time was during the sack, I believe. I trust this visit will be more pleasant." Something flickered behind Tywin's eyes. Not offense, assessment. The old lion was testing the young stag, and the young stag had just shown his teeth. "Perhaps we should speak privately," Tywin said. "My study. This way." They walked through the Red Keep side by side, the towering lord and the boy king, followed at a discreet distance by King's Guard and Lannister guards who eyed each other like rival dogs. Servants pressed against walls. The castle held its breath. Hadrian's study was a modest room in Maegor's Holdfast, deliberately modest, chosen over the king's formal office because it was smaller, more intimate, and denied Tywin the advantage of a large space where his physical presence could dominate. A table held 2 chairs, a flagon of arbor gold, Tyrion's advice, 2 goblets, and nothing else. They sat. Tywin poured his own wine. Examined the color. Sipped. His expression didn't change, but his eyebrows relaxed by a fraction, which Hadrian took as approval. Your father's wine cellar was appalling, Tywin said. My father had many vices. I intend to have fewer. Fewer vices. More ambition. More discipline. Tywin set down his goblet and looked at Hadrian with the full weight of his attention. It was like being examined by a glacier, cold, slow, immense, and utterly indifferent to comfort. My son tells me you want peace. I want stability. Peace is a byproduct. And your price for this stability? Your cooperation. Not your submission. I'm not fool enough to ask for that, and you're not fool enough to give it. I want the Lannister name and the Lannister army behind the Baratheon throne. Not because I command it, but because it serves your interests as much as mine. You assume you understand my interests. Legacy. Hadrian didn't blink. You've spent your entire life building something that will outlast you. Casterly Rock. The Lannister name. A dynasty that the world will remember for 1,000 years. Everything you've done, the wars, the alliances, the fear, has been in service of that goal. He paused. Let it land. I'm offering you the crown. Not for you, for your family. A Baratheon Lannister dynasty, unbroken, unchallengeable. Your blood on the throne for generations. Your name written into the history of Westeros so deeply that it can never be erased. Tywin's expression was carved from stone. But his eyes, pale green, Lannister green, the same color as Cersei's but colder and sharper, were calculating at a speed that Hadrian could almost feel. And Cersei? Lives. Comfortably. But contained. No more plots, no more assassins, no more attempts to undermine the throne she sits beside. She is the Queen Mother, honored and respected, and she will act like it. You're asking me to muzzle my daughter. I'm asking you to choose between your daughter's ambition and your family's future. Because those two things are not compatible, Lord Tywin. Cersei's schemes will destroy the Lannister legacy more certainly than any army. One day, the truth about her children will come out, it always does, and when it does, the question will be whether the Lannisters are remembered as traitors or as the family that helped build a dynasty despite one woman's mistakes. The silence that followed was the longest of Hadrian's reign. Tywin sat motionless, his wine untouched, and Hadrian could practically hear the gears turning, not the sloppy, emotional calculation of lesser men, but the precise, mechanical logic of a mind that had been optimizing power for 50 years. You're remarkably well-spoken for a child, Tywin said. I read a lot. Tyrion said the same thing. Almost verbatim. Great minds. Another flicker in Tywin's eyes. Amusement. Irritation. Impossible to tell. Tywin's emotional register made Severus Snape look like an open book. What guarantees do I have? Tywin asked. My word. Words are wind. Then let me be specific. A seat on the small council, master of laws, not master of coin. A slight tightening around Tywin's eyes, he'd wanted coin. The betrothal between myself and Marjorie Tyrell is already in negotiation, but should a suitable Lannister match arise for a future Baratheon heir, it will be given serious consideration. The crown's debts to House Lannister will be repaid in full, on a structured schedule, with interest. And, Hadrian paused, because this was the real gamble, the card he'd been holding in reserve. When I come of age, I will name Tyrion Lannister as my hand. Tywin went still. Not the stillness of consideration. The stillness of impact. Of a blow landing somewhere unexpected. Tyrion, he said flatly. Your son is the most capable political mind in Westeros. He's wasted at the bottom of a wine cup, and you know it, even if you'll never admit it. Putting him in the second most powerful position in the kingdom sends a message: the Lannisters are valued, trusted, central to the crown's governance. And it gives you something no amount of gold can buy. Which is a legacy that isn't built on fear. The history books will say that a Lannister served as hand to the king who rebuilt Westeros. That's immortality, Lord Tywin. The real kind. The silence stretched. Tywin's jaw worked, a tiny movement, almost invisible, the only crack in an otherwise perfect mask. Hadrian waited. He'd said everything he needed to say. The rest was up to Tywin's ambition and Tywin's pride, and the eternal war between them. Master of laws, Tywin said finally. Yes. And Cersei remains at court. Under my protection. And my supervision. She won't like it. She doesn't have to. She has to accept it. Tywin looked at him for a long, measuring moment. Then he reached for his wine, drank deeply, and set the goblet down with a sound that was almost ceremonial. You're not Robert's son, Tywin said. Not an accusation. An observation. Robert was a hammer. You're a scalpel. I'll take that as a compliment. Take it as a warning. Scalpels are useful, but they're also fragile. Don't cut yourself. He stood. Hadrian stood with him. They faced each other across the table, the old lion and the young stag, and something was settled between them. Not trust. Not warmth. But a mutual recognition of capability, a professional respect between two minds that understood power in its purest form. Tywin extended his hand. Hadrian shook it. The grip was hard, dry, and utterly controlled. The handshake of a man who'd made a deal and intended to honor it, for exactly as long as it served him. I'll speak to Cersei, Tywin said. She'll comply. I don't doubt it. Tywin turned to leave. At the door, he paused. The dwarf, he said, without turning around. You truly believe he's capable? I believe he's exceptional. And I believe you know that better than anyone. Tywin was silent for 3 heartbeats. Then he walked out without another word, his boot heel striking the stone like a metronome counting down to something inevitable. Hadrian sank into his chair and let out a breath he'd been holding for what felt like years. That's one lion caged. Now for the rest. He reached for the wine, then stopped. His hand was trembling, not from fear, but from the sheer, exhausting effort of matching Tywin Lannister thought for 20 minutes without blinking. It was like playing chess against a grandmaster while simultaneously juggling torches and reciting poetry. Dumbledore did this for decades, he thought. Played the great game, managed the Dark Lord, kept 1,000 plates spinning while everyone thought he was just a kindly old man with a sweet tooth. No wonder it killed him. A knock at the door. Hadrian composed himself, pushed the trembling down into the place where he kept all the things he couldn't afford to feel, and said, "Enter." It was Marjorie. She slipped through the door with the natural grace that characterized everything she did, no announcement, no ceremony, just a girl entering a room as if she belonged there. Which, given the nature of their arrangement, she soon would. The whole castle heard Tywin Lannister arrived, she said. And the whole castle is wondering whether you're still alive. Disappointed? Relieved? She sat in the chair Tywin had vacated, saw the second goblet of wine, untouched, Tywin had only drunk from his own, and raised an eyebrow. He didn't drink your wine. He brought his own paranoia. Smart man. Did you get what you wanted? Most of it. Did your grandmother send you to find out what I conceded? Marjorie's smile was luminous and unrepentant. Of course she did. I'm also here because I wanted to make sure you were all right. I'm fine. You're shaking. He looked at his hands. She was right. The tremor was visible, and trying to hide it would be insulting to both of them. Tywin Lannister is terrifying, he said. Yes. I just negotiated the future of the 7 kingdoms with a man who once drowned an entire family line because they refused to pay their taxes. And I'm 12. 12 and extraordinary. 12 and exhausted. He put his head in his hands, just for a moment, a moment of weakness that he wouldn't have allowed himself in front of anyone else. I keep thinking, there has to be someone better. Someone older, wiser, stronger. Someone who actually knows what they're doing. There isn't, Marjorie said. I've met the alternatives. They're worse. He laughed despite himself. The sound was thin, tired, and real. My grandmother says you're either the most dangerous child in the world or the most dangerous man, Marjorie said. She hasn't decided which. Tell her I'm both. I'll tell her you're human. That'll scare her more than either. They sat together in the study as the sun moved across the floor and the castle slowly unclenched from the tension of Tywin's arrival. They didn't talk about politics or alliances or the future. They talked about books. Marjorie had read more than he'd expected, including a banned associate treatise on governance that she'd smuggled into Highgarden hidden inside a book of prayers. They talked about food. She missed the peaches of the Reach, and he confessed his inexplicable fondness for a drink called tea that no one in Westeros seemed to understand. They talked about nothing, which was the most valuable thing two people in their position could share: unguarded, unscripted, simple time. When Marjorie left, the study felt emptier than it should have. Hadrian sat in the fading light and thought about Ginny, red-haired, fierce, laughing in the Burrows' kitchen, and felt the familiar, bittersweet ache of a love that belonged to another life. You're gone, he thought. You're all gone. And I'm here, starting over, building something new out of the wreckage of two worlds. But I'm not alone. Not this time. He stood, straightened his doublet, and went to find Ned. There was work to do. There was always work to do. The dead didn't rest, and neither could he. The work of the next 2 weeks was relentless. With Tywin's grudging alliance secured, Hadrian moved to consolidate the broader political landscape. Ravens flew to every corner of the Seven Kingdoms carrying the same message. The new king invited all great houses to send representatives to King's Landing for a formal court and renewed oath of fealty. Not demanded, invited. The distinction mattered. Hadrian was building consensus, not commanding obedience, and the lords of Westeros responded to the difference. The Stormlands came in force. Hadrian's Baratheon blood and weeks of personal diplomacy had won them over. The Reach came through the Tyrell alliance. The Westerlands came because Tywin told them to. The Riverlands came cautiously, sending Edmure Tully with a polite delegation and a list of grievances about Lannister incursions that Hadrian resolved in a single afternoon of focused arbitration. The North sent a raven from Winterfell. Robb Stark, acting in his father's stead, pledged the North's loyalty and reported that the harvest was poor and the nights were growing longer. Hadrian read the raven twice and filed the second part in the place in his mind where he kept the things that truly frightened him. The Iron Islands sent nothing. The Martells of Dorne sent a politely worded letter that committed to nothing while implying everything. And Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon's seat, sent silence. That silence worried Hadrian more than armies. Stannis was the wild card. Robert's older brother was rigid, humorless, and absolutely convinced of his own rectitude. He'd been passed over for the throne. Technically, as Robert's older surviving brother, he had a claim, though Robert's will and Baratheon custom both favored the eldest son. Stannis wouldn't accept that. Stannis didn't accept anything that conflicted with his interpretation of the law. And Stannis had Melisandre. Hadrian had felt the Red Priestess arrive in King's Landing weeks ago, a flame in his mind's eye, burning at the edge of his awareness like a hot coal pressed against skin. She'd come, she'd been in the city for days, and then she'd left. Gone east, to Dragonstone, where Stannis brooded. The combination of Stannis's iron will and Melisandre's fire magic was a problem Hadrian couldn't solve with politics. You could negotiate with ambition. You couldn't negotiate with faith. He was brooding over a map of Dragonstone in his study, late at night, when the knock came. Soft. 3 taps. The knock of someone who didn't want to be heard by anyone else. Enter. Jaime Lannister stepped through the door. He wasn't wearing his Kingsguard armor. Just a simple linen shirt and breeches, his golden hair loose, his sword belt hanging from one hand as if he'd been about to put it on and then decided against it. He looked diminished. Smaller, somehow, without the white cloak and the golden armor and the elaborate performance of the Kingslayer. He looked like a man who'd come to have a conversation he'd been avoiding his entire life. "Your Grace," Jaime said. The words were stiff. Formal. Wrong, coming from a mouth that was usually full of barbs and bitter jokes. "Sir Jaime. Sit down." Jaime sat. He placed his sword belt on the table between them, an oddly vulnerable gesture, like a knight surrendering his arms. "I need to know," Jaime said. "What you know. About me. About Cersei. About the children." Hadrian had been expecting this conversation since the night of Robert's death. He'd been preparing for it, rehearsing responses, mapping out the emotional landscape. But now that it was here, the preparations felt hollow. This wasn't a negotiation or a strategy session. This was a man in pain, asking for truth. "All three of them," Hadrian said quietly. "Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen. They're yours. Not Robert's." The words landed like arrows. Jaime flinched, a full-body flinch, the kind that couldn't be faked or controlled. His hands gripped the edge of the table hard enough to whiten his knuckles. "How long have you known?" "Since I was 10. I'm observant." The hair was the first clue. Every Baratheon in history has been black-haired, and all three of your children are golden. But it was more than that. The way Cersei looked at Robert, not like a wife who was unhappy, but like a woman who was enduring. And the way she looked at you. Jaime's jaw tightened. "And you've been sitting on this for 2 years." "Yes." "Why?" The word was raw. "Why not expose us? Destroy Cersei, take the throne cleanly, eliminate every Lannister threat in one stroke." "Because it would have destroyed more than Cersei." Hadrian leaned forward. "Joffrey is cruel, but Myrcella and Tommen are innocent children. Exposing the truth would have meant their deaths, or at best, exile and shame for something that wasn't their fault. And it would have started a war that would have killed thousands. So you kept quiet to protect my children?" "I kept quiet because the truth is a weapon, and weapons should be used precisely, not swung blindly. Exposing you gains me nothing I don't already have. Keeping the secret gives me leverage, yes, but it also gives me something more valuable, your gratitude." Jaime stared at him. The raw emotion in his face was something Hadrian had never seen there before. Jaime Lannister, the man who laughed at everything because the alternative was screaming, who wore his reputation as a shield against a world that had decided he was worthless the day he saved it. Jaime Lannister, stripped of pretense, looking at a 12-year-old boy and finding something he hadn't expected. "I don't want your gratitude as leverage," Hadrian said, softer now. "I want it as trust. I need people I can rely on, Sir Jaime. Not because I've blackmailed them, but because they believe in what I'm trying to build." "And what are you trying to build?" "A kingdom that doesn't eat its own children." The silence that followed was different from the silences Hadrian had shared with Tywin or Olenna. Those had been strategic, pregnant pauses filled with calculation. This silence was human. Two people sitting in candlelight, stripped of armor and pretense, trying to bridge a gap that shouldn't have been bridgeable. "They call me Kingslayer," Jaime said. "Do you know why I killed Aerys?" "Because he was going to burn King's Landing. Wildfire caches, hidden beneath the city. He gave the order, and you stopped him." Jaime went very still. "How do you know that?" "I've never told anyone. Not even Cersei." "No, she wouldn't understand. She'd have used it as a weapon, twisted it into something about Lannister power." Hadrian held Jaime's gaze. "I know because I've read the old pyromancer's records. The wildfire caches are still there, Sir Jaime. Beneath the Great September, beneath the Dragon Pit, beneath Flea Bottom. Aerys' final legacy, waiting in the dark." Jaime's face had gone the color of old parchment. You know about the wildfire. I know about the wildfire. And I know that you killed a king to save 500,000 people and were hated for it. The world decided you were an oathbreaker, a man without honor, and you let them believe it because the truth was too complicated and too painful and nobody ever bothered to ask. Something broke in Jaime's expression. Not dramatically, a crack, a fissure, the kind of damage that doesn't show on the surface until you touch it. His eyes were bright, and he looked away quickly, blinking. I'm asking now, Hadrian said. Not as your king. As someone who understands what it's like to be defined by a single moment and spend the rest of your life trying to live past it. Jaime was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was rough. Why do you understand that? You're 12 years old. What could you possibly? He stopped. Shook his head. No. I keep forgetting. You're not 12. I don't know what you are, but you're not 12. I'm complicated. That's an understatement of legendary proportions. Will you trust me, Sir Jaime? Another silence. Longer this time. Then Jaime reached across the table, picked up his sword belt, and buckled it around his waist. He stood. I took an oath to protect the king, he said. I've broken that oath before, for reasons I believed were right. I won't break it again. He met Hadrian's eyes. Your Grace. The title, this time, was real. Not reflexive courtesy, not political performance. A choice, made freely, by a man who hadn't made a free choice in years. Hadrian nodded. Thank you, Sir Jaime. Jaime turned to leave. At the door, he paused, and the ghost of his old smirk crossed his face, quick and sharp. For what it's worth, he said, you're the strangest king I've ever served. And I served the Mad King. I'll take that as a compliment. You would. And Jaime Lannister walked out into the dark with his shoulders straighter than they'd been in years. Hadrian sat alone, listening to the footsteps fade. His hands had started shaking again, and this time he let them. The study was empty, the castle was sleeping, and there was no one to see a 12-year-old king put his head on his desk and breathe through the weight of everything he was carrying. One more ally. One more person who sees me as something more than a crown. That's how you build something that lasts, one conversation at a time, one truth at a time, one broken person reaching out to another and finding something solid to hold on to. Dumbledore built his army on secrets and manipulation and love that was always conditional. Voldemort built his on fear. I'm going to try something different. I'm going to try honesty. He laughed at himself, quietly, tiredly, without humor. Honesty. In King's Landing. He might as well try to teach the Iron Throne to sing. But it was working. Against all odds, against every lesson that this world and his old one had tried to teach him, it was working. He pulled the map of Dragonstone toward him and bent back to his planning. Stannis was still out there. Melisandre was still out there. The long night was still coming. And somewhere across the sea, a Targaryen girl was hatching dragons. The game wasn't over. It was barely beginning. But for the first time since he'd woken screaming in Cersei Lannister's arms 12 years ago, Hadrian Baratheon, Harry Potter, the boy who lived and died and lived again, felt something that he'd almost forgotten was possible. Hope. Fragile, stubborn, irrational hope. He held on to it the way a drowning man holds a rope, and he got back to work. Far to the east, on the volcanic island of Dragonstone, Melisandre stood before a fire that burned without fuel. The flames were red, not the warm red of a hearth, but the arterial red of fresh blood, alive and hungry and reaching. She'd felt the boy the moment she'd set foot in King's Landing. A presence like a wound in the world, a tear in the fabric of R'hllor's light. Cold where the Lord of Light was warm. Dark where R'hllor was bright. Death incarnate, walking in the skin of a child. The flames showed her fragments. A scar like a lightning bolt. A graveyard. A forest. A boy walking willingly toward death, and death yielding to him, not conquering, not consuming, but bowing, like a servant before a master. The great other has a champion, she whispered to the fire. Young. Strong. Already seated on a throne of swords. The fire crackled. Shadows danced on the walls of her chamber, and in their movement, Melisandre saw the shape of things to come, war and fire, ice and shadow, and at the center of it all, a boy with old eyes and blood on his hands, standing between two darknesses and refusing to yield to either. He must be destroyed, she said. Or turned. There is no other way. Behind her, in the doorway, Stannis Baratheon stood rigid as an iron bar, his jaw clenched, his eyes fixed on the flames. Tell me about this boy king, Stannis said. Tell me everything. Melisandre smiled. The fire leaned toward her, eager, obedient. He is death's creature, she said. And death's creatures fear the flame. In King's Landing, in a study lit by a single candle, Hadrian Baratheon felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up from his map, eyes scanning the empty room, and for just a moment, the candle flame turned red, blood red, hungry red, before settling back to its normal warm gold. He stared at it for a long moment. Then he pulled his cloak tighter around his shoulders and went back to work. The fire was watching. And the king who lived was not afraid. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Wolf and the Stag. The first execution of Hadrian's reign happened on a Wednesday, and it nearly destroyed everything he'd built. The man's name was Marlon Heddle, a hedge knight with a taste for violence and a string of rapes across the riverlands that had gone unpunished because his victims were small folk and his patrons were minor lords with enough coin to buy silence. He'd been caught in King's Landing after attacking a serving girl in a flea-bottom tavern, caught because Hadrian's network of street informants had been watching him for a week, piecing together a pattern from scattered complaints that the city watch had ignored. The trial was held in open court. Hadrian sat the Iron Throne and listened to the testimony, the girl herself, shaking but steady, telling her story to a room full of nobles who'd never looked at a small folk woman and seen a person. 3 other women came forward. Then a 4th. Then a 5th. Heddle's defense was what Hadrian expected: the women were liars, he was a knight, his patrons would vouch for his character. The minor lords who'd sheltered him sat in a gallery and sweated. Hadrian passed sentence himself. Not Ned, not a justiciar, himself. He stood from the throne and spoke the words in a voice that carried to every corner of the hall. Sir Marlon Heddle. You are guilty of rape, of assault, and of the systematic abuse of those who had no power to resist you. The sentence is death. The room went silent. Not because the sentence was unusual, rapists were executed regularly in Westeros. But because a 12-year-old king had spoken it with the finality of a man who'd passed sentence before. Many times. In another life. Heddle was taken to the courtyard. Ned offered to swing the sword, northern custom, the man who passes the sentence should swing the blade. Hadrian shook his head. I passed the sentence. You're 12, your grace. Old enough to judge. Old enough to kill. He took ice from Ned's hands. The Valyrian steel greatsword was absurdly large for him, he needed both hands and every ounce of strength to lift it. The court watched from the windows and galleries, and in that watching was a test that Hadrian understood perfectly: a king who couldn't carry out his own justice was a king who'd eventually stop delivering it. The swing was clean. One stroke. Heddle's head left his shoulders and rolled across the courtyard stones, and Hadrian stood there with ice heavy in his trembling hands and blood on his boots and the taste of copper in the back of his throat. He'd killed before. In another life, in another body, with spells instead of steel. The Death Eaters at the Battle of Hogwarts. The desperate, ugly moments that the histories glossed over and the nightmares preserved in excruciating detail. He knew what it felt like to take a life, and the knowledge didn't make this easier. It never got easier. That was the point. The day it got easy was the day you became something less than human. He returned eyes to Ned, nodded once, and walked back into the Red Keep with his back straight and his face composed and his stomach trying to climb out through his throat. He made it to his chambers before he vomited. Afterward, sitting on the cold stone floor with his back against his bed and his forehead on his knees, he heard the door open. He didn't look up. Only 3 people in King's Landing would enter his chambers without knocking, and only one of them walked with that particular light, purposeful tread. "Go away, Marjorie." She didn't go away. She sat down on the floor beside him, close enough to feel but not touching, and said nothing. The silence lasted maybe 5 minutes. It felt longer. "The last man I killed," Hadrian said, still not looking up, "was a wizard. He was trying to murder a student. I hit him with a spell that threw him backwards into a wall, and the impact broke his neck." A pause. "I was 17. I stood over his body and thought, this is what it costs. This is what power costs. And then I went back to fighting, because the battle wasn't over." Marjorie was quiet. He could feel her attention, focused, patient, the quality of listening that made you feel like the only person in the world. "This was different," he said. "This wasn't battle. This was a man on his knees, and I chose to kill him. Even knowing he deserved it. Even knowing it was just. It was still a choice, and it was still," he stopped. Breathed. "It was the right thing to do," Marjorie said. "Not a question. A statement." "Yes. And it hurt." "Yes." "Good." Her voice was gentle but firm. "If it didn't hurt, you'd be Joffrey." He looked up. She was watching him with those brown eyes that saw everything and judged nothing, and the expression on her face wasn't pity. He couldn't have borne pity. It was something closer to recognition. The understanding of someone who'd been raised in the most ruthless political family in Westeros and had learned, young, that doing the right thing and feeling good about it were not the same experience. "You're going to have to do this again," she said. "Many times. Some of them will deserve it. Some might not. The question isn't whether it hurts. The question is whether you let the hurt stop you from doing what's necessary. You sound like your grandmother. My grandmother would tell you to hire an executioner and stop making a spectacle of yourself. Your grandmother would be wrong. I know. That's why I'm here and she isn't." Something shifted between them. The same something that had been shifting since the library, since the study after Tywin's visit, since every stolen conversation in gardens and corridors where 2 people who were supposed to be political abstractions kept accidentally being human with each other. Hadrian reached out and took her hand. A simple gesture, 12-year-old fingers lacing through 14-year-old fingers on a cold stone floor. Nothing romantic. Nothing political. Just 2 people holding on. Marjorie squeezed his hand once, firmly, and held on. They sat together until the shaking stopped. The execution had consequences that Hadrian hadn't fully anticipated. The small folk loved it. Within days, the story had spread through Flea Bottom and beyond, the boy king who'd executed a rapist knight with his own hands, who'd listened to serving girls' testimony as if it mattered, who'd looked the man in the eye before taking his head. Hadrian walked through the city the following week, his regular incognito visits, Notice Me Not field wrapped around him like a cloak, and heard the whispers changing. Not just the strange prince anymore. The just king. The people's king. The black stag. The nobility, predictably, hated it. Not all of them. The honorable ones, Ned, Baratheon, the Stormlords who valued martial justice, approved. But the majority of the court saw something dangerous, a king who applied the law to knights as readily as to peasants. If a hedge knight could be executed for crimes against small folk, what about a landed knight? A lord's son? A lord? The grumbling was quiet but pervasive. Hadrian heard it through Varys's whisper network, still functional, still useful, still not to be trusted, and through his own informants. Two camps were forming, those who saw Hadrian's justice as strength, and those who saw it as a threat. Littlefinger, naturally, positioned himself between the two. "Your Grace is to be commended on your commitment to justice," Baelish said during a private audience, his voice smooth as oiled silk. "Though perhaps, in future, the crown's dignity might be better served by allowing the executioner to perform his function. The crown's dignity is fine. Of course. I merely observe that some lords might find it unsettling. A king who wields the sword himself suggests a king who finds pleasure in violence. And a king who delegates all his killing suggests a king who's afraid of blood. Pick your narrative, Lord Baelish." Littlefinger smiled his thin, dangerous smile. "I merely seek to advise." Noted. Was there something else? A small matter. Financial. Baelish produced a ledger, beautifully maintained, impeccably organized, and, Hadrian was increasingly certain, at least partially fabricated. The crown's revenues for the quarter. "You'll note the improvement since you began redirecting customs duties through a network of proxy agents who skim approximately 12% before the gold reaches the treasury." The silence that followed was one of Hadrian's favorites. Littlefinger's smile didn't falter, the man's face control was extraordinary, but something behind his eyes flickered. A flinch of the soul, if not the body. "I'm not sure I understand your Grace's meaning." "I think you do. I've been auditing the treasury records, Lord Baelish. Not the ones you show the small council, the real ones. The shipping manifests, the customs declarations, the discrepancies between what the ports collect and what the treasury receives." Hadrian leaned back in his chair. "You've been stealing from the crown for years. Not enough to be obvious, you're far too clever for that. But enough, compounded over time, to build a personal fortune that rivals some of the lesser great houses." Littlefinger's mask held. It was impressive, really. In another context, Hadrian might have admired the man's nerve. "These are serious allegations, Your Grace. They're preliminary observations. I'm not making allegations, not yet. I'm telling you that I see you, Lord Baelish. I see what you are, I see what you've built, and I see the web you've been spinning since long before I was born." He paused. "Let the words settle. I'm also telling you that you're useful. The financial architecture you've created, corrupt as it is, actually works. The crown can't afford to dismantle it overnight. So here's what's going to happen: you're going to continue managing the treasury. You're going to stop skimming. And you're going to provide me with a complete accounting of every gold dragon you've diverted, so that I can fold it back into the crown's finances over time, quietly, without scandal. And if I choose not to, then I choose to have a very public conversation with the small council about where the crown's money has been going for the past decade. And you choose between exile, imprisonment, or the creative mercy of the lords you've been shortchanging." Littlefinger looked at him. Really looked, without the mask, without the performance. For just a moment, Hadrian saw what was underneath, a sharp, hungry, endlessly calculating mind that had clawed its way up from nothing and would burn the world before going back. "You're remarkable," Littlefinger said. And for once, Hadrian believed he meant it. "Is that a yes?" "It's an acknowledgement. The landscape has changed. I'll adapt." "You always do." Littlefinger left with his smile back in place and his ledgers under his arm. Hadrian watched him go and thought about spiders, the real kind, not Varys. Patient creatures. They didn't attack prey directly. They built webs and waited for things to come to them. Littlefinger would comply. For now. But he was already spinning new threads, already adapting his web to accommodate this unexpected obstacle. The man was too smart and too ambitious to accept containment permanently. "He'll betray me eventually," Hadrian thought. "The question is when, and what he'll sacrifice to do it." He added Littlefinger's name to the mental list of problems that couldn't be solved, only managed. The list was getting longer. Stannis. Melisandre. The long night. Daenerys Targaryen, somewhere across the sea. And now Peter Baelish, the most dangerous commoner in Westeros, smiling his thin smile and sharpening his knives in the dark. At least Voldemort had the decency to be openly evil, Hadrian thought. These people hide their fangs behind silk. The month turned. Spring fought a retreating action against a summer that was thick and hot and smelled like the open sewers that King's Landing pretended didn't exist. Hadrian spent his days in a blur of governance, court sessions, council meetings, diplomatic receptions, the 1,000 small decisions that kept a kingdom from grinding to a halt. He spent his nights studying. Not the Maester's books, though he read those too. He studied magic. In his first life, magic had been structured: spells, wands, incantations, the neat taxonomy of Hogwarts education. In this world, magic was wild. Raw. It obeyed rules that he was still learning to understand, rules that had less to do with words and gestures and more to do with blood, will, and the fundamental forces that held the world together. He practiced in the deep hours of the night, in a cellar beneath Maegor's holdfast that he'd warded against detection. The wards themselves were his first major discovery. He could anchor magical effects to physical locations, creating zones of influence that persisted without his active concentration. It was crude compared to the elegant enchantments of Hogwarts, but it worked. His practice room was invisible to casual observation, soundproofed, and protected against the kind of scrying that Melisandre might attempt. Inside this room, he pushed his limits. Telekinesis came most naturally, the ability to move objects with pure will. He could lift a chair, hurl a stone, deflect a blade. The force was proportional to his concentration and inversely proportional to the distance. Close range was easy, long range was exhausting. He practiced until he could hold 3 objects in the air simultaneously while maintaining a conversation, because in his experience, the moment you most needed magic was the moment you could least afford to stop thinking. The mind reading was trickier. In his old world, legilimency had required eye contact and active effort. Here, it was passive, a constant low-level awareness of emotional states in his vicinity. He could feel fear, anger, joy, deception like flavors on his tongue, and with effort, he could push deeper, reading surface thoughts in fragmentary bursts. The ethical implications made him uncomfortable. He set rules for himself: no reading allies without consent, no deep probes except in emergencies, no using the ability to manipulate emotions. The death sense was the most powerful and the most disturbing. He could feel the approach of death like a change in air pressure: the closer, the stronger. He'd felt Robert's death building for days. He could feel the presence of the dead in certain places. The Red Keep was thick with old deaths, centuries of violence soaked into the stones like bloodstains. And in rare moments, usually at the edge of sleep, he could see them. Not ghosts, impressions. Echoes. The recently dead, lingering at the threshold before moving on. He'd seen Robert 3 times. A massive, jovial shade, laughing in the corridors he'd walked in life, already fading. Hadrian didn't try to speak to him. The dead deserved their peace. But the ability he spent the most time developing was the one that scared him the most: healing. He'd discovered it accidentally. A kitchen cat, injured by a falling crate, limping through the cellar corridor. Hadrian had picked it up and felt the broken bones through his touch, not seen them, felt them, the way he felt emotional states, but physical instead of mental. And then, without meaning to, without understanding how, he'd pushed. The bones knitted. The cat had squirmed, yowled, and then purred. Hadrian had sat on the cellar floor for an hour afterward, shaking, turning the implications over in his mind. He could heal. He could reach into living flesh and mend what was broken. The master of death, fixing what death had started to claim. The cost was immediate and brutal. Every healing drew directly from his own vitality, his warmth, his strength, his life. Mending the cat's broken leg had left him cold and dizzy for half a day. Something larger, a punctured lung, a severed artery, the kind of trauma that killed people on battlefields, would likely put him in bed for days. Or worse. He practiced anyway. Small healings, carefully rationed. Cuts on his own hands from the Iron Throne. A bruise on Tommen's knee. The boy had fallen in the garden, and Hadrian had helped him up, with a pulse of warmth that made the bruise fade in minutes instead of days. A burned cook, a feverish stable boy, always subtle, always deniable. But the potential, and the danger, of what he could do weighed on him. In a world where magic was rare and feared, a king who could heal with a touch would be either worshipped as a god or burned as a sorcerer. Neither option was acceptable. He kept the secret. For now. The nightmare woke him at 3 in the morning, 2 months into his reign. Not the usual nightmares, the Hogwarts battle, the Department of Mysteries, Sirius falling through the veil. Those were old companions, worn smooth by repetition. This was new. Ice. A wall of ice so vast it blotted out the sky, stretching east and west to the edges of the world. He stood at its base and felt the cold, not winter cold, not weather cold, but the deep, primordial cold of a world without life. The cold of the spaces between stars, of the silence before creation, of death without end. Things moved beyond the wall. He couldn't see them clearly, shapes in the dark, blue eyes burning like cold stars, an army that had no end and no beginning. They pressed against the ice, and the ice groaned, and tiny cracks spiderwebbed across its surface like veins in an old man's hand. And then a voice. Not human, not animal. Something older. Something that spoke not in words but in concepts, in images, in the raw language of the universe. Come north, child of death. See what waits. See what wakes. The wall weeps. The dead remember. Come north. Hadrian woke gasping. The water pitcher beside his bed had frozen solid, and his breath came in clouds, and for a moment, just a moment, the shadows in the corners of his room had blue eyes. He sat up, wrapped a blanket around his shoulders, and waited for his heart to stop hammering. The dream faded, but the voice didn't. It lingered at the edge of his consciousness like a song heard from a distance, persistent, impossible to ignore. The three-eyed raven, he thought. The old god in the tree. It knows what I am. It's calling me north. The wall was 1,000 miles away. Between here and there lay the riverlands, the neck, the vast frozen expanse of the north. It would take weeks to reach by road, and a king couldn't simply vanish for a month without the realm catching fire. But the dream was right. He needed to go north. Not yet, the political situation was still too fragile, Stannis was still a threat, the Lannister alliance was still fresh. But soon. The wall wasn't going to wait forever. He dressed, lit a candle, and went to his study. Sleep was done for the night. Ned was already there. The hand of the king sat at Hadrian's desk, a liberty he'd taken exactly once before and apologized for, reading a letter by candlelight with an expression that aged him 10 years. He looked up when Hadrian entered, and the raw worry in his eyes was enough to make Hadrian's stomach clench. Raven from Winterfell, Ned said. Robb wrote it. Something's happened to Bran. Hadrian sat down. Tell me. He fell. From the broken tower. He's alive, but, the maester says he may never walk again. The broken tower. Hadrian's mind raced, pulling together threads that hadn't seemed connected until this moment. The broken tower was the oldest part of Winterfell, rarely visited. A boy climbing its walls might fall by accident. Or he might see something he wasn't supposed to see, 2 golden-haired people in an embrace that would destroy a dynasty, and be pushed. Jaime. The thought hit him like cold water. Jaime was in Winterfell when the royal party visited. Jaime and Cersei. He looked at Ned and saw that the hand hadn't made the connection. Ned was a father grieving for his son, not a spymaster parsing motives. The realization that Bran's fall might not have been an accident hadn't crossed his mind yet. Hadrian had to decide, in the space of a single breath, whether to plant that seed. He decided against it. Not because the truth didn't matter, but because Ned's reaction would be volcanic and immediate and catastrophic. Ned Stark, armed with the knowledge that Jaime Lannister had tried to murder his son, would do one of two things: challenge Jaime to combat or demand his arrest. Either action would shatter the Lannister alliance, restart the political crisis, and potentially lead to war. And Bran was alive. Damaged, possibly crippled, but alive. The calculus of thrones, Hadrian thought bitterly. A child's suffering weighed against a kingdom's stability. Dumbledore made these choices. I hated him for it. And now I'm doing the same thing. I'm sorry, Hadrian said, and meant it in more ways than Ned could know. Is there anything the crown can do? Robb asks for nothing. He's proud, like his father. A ghost of a smile. But I need to go home. Bran needs me. Hadrian's chest tightened. Losing Ned now would be a disaster. The Hand was the cornerstone of his legitimacy, the most trusted man in Westeros, the bridge between the North and the Crown. Without him, the political coalition Hadrian had built would wobble dangerously. But Ned's boy was hurt. His child was lying in a bed in Winterfell, broken, and his father was 1,000 miles away playing politics in a city he hated. What would I have given, Hadrian thought, for someone to tell Dumbledore, let the war wait. Go to the people who need you. Be a human being before you're a general. Go, Hadrian said. Ned looked up, startled. Go to your son, Lord Stark. Winterfell needs you more than King's Landing does. The council, your position is still, I'll manage. I have Tyrion, I have Barristan, I have allies enough to hold the realm for a few months. And I have Ser Jaime, who's been more reliable than anyone expected. He paused. Your family matters more than my politics. I mean that. Ned stared at him for a long moment. The gratitude in his eyes was almost painful. You're nothing like Robert, Ned said quietly. I know. He'd have told me to stay. He'd have said a hand's duty came first, that the realm needed me, that Bran would be fine. Robert loved you. He just loved the idea of you more than the reality. The idea of you was a loyal hand who never left. The reality is a father who needs to go home. Ned stood. He gripped Hadrian's shoulder, the northern gesture of respect, firm and warm and rough, and said, I'll leave at first light. I'll return as soon as I can. Take your time. Bran needs his father more than I need a hand. Ned left. Hadrian sat alone in his study and stared at the candle and thought about the choice he'd just made. He'd protected Jaime's secret. Not for Jaime's sake, for the realm's. He'd let a child-attempted murderer walk free because arresting him would destabilize the kingdom. He'd looked at Ned Stark, the most honorable man alive, and lied to him by omission. This is what power does, he thought. It turns good people into calculated liars. It makes you weigh children's lives against political stability and call it governance. Dumbledore, you bastard. I understand you now. I wish I didn't. He blew out the candle and sat in the dark for a long time, and the shadows had no eyes, blue or otherwise, but they watched him anyway. Ned's departure shifted the balance of power in King's Landing overnight. Without the Hand's stabilizing presence, the court became a chessboard in fast-forward. Factions that had been cautious grew bold. Whisper campaigns intensified. And Cersei, who had been quiet, contained, obedient to Tywin's instructions, began to stir. Hadrian felt it the way he felt everything, a change in the emotional texture of the castle, a sharpening of tensions, a quickening of pulse rates among people who should have been calm. Servants who'd been friendly grew nervous. Kingsguard who'd been loyal grew watchful. The air itself seemed to thicken with the particular charge that preceded a storm. He responded by moving faster. The restructuring of the City Watch was his first major initiative after Ned's departure. The gold cloaks were corrupt, undermanned, and divided between officers loyal to the crown, officers loyal to Littlefinger, and officers loyal to whoever paid them last. Hadrian promoted Jacelyn Bywater, the captain he'd cultivated for 2 years, to commander, replacing Janos Slint, a venal, cowardly man who'd sold his loyalty to 3 different factions simultaneously and couldn't be trusted to guard a potato cart. Slint's removal was a political operation that Hadrian planned with the precision of a military campaign. He didn't simply fire the man, he engineered a situation where Slint's incompetence was publicly demonstrated, a riot in Flea Bottom that the Watch under Slint's leadership failed to contain, requiring the intervention of Hadrian's personal guard, then offered Slint a choice between honorable retirement with a pension and a public investigation into his finances. Slint chose retirement. Naturally. Bywater took command and immediately began purging the Watch of its worst elements. Within a week, 150 new recruits were in training, drawn from Hadrian's street-level network, men and women, yes, women. Hadrian had quietly abolished the men-only restriction, citing operational flexibility, who knew Flea Bottom streets and alleys better than any lordling officer. The nobles complained. The small folk celebrated. The balance shifted another fraction in Hadrian's favor. His second initiative was more subtle, the restoration of the king's justice court. Under Robert, justice had been dispensed haphazardly. The king heard cases when sober enough to sit the throne, which was approximately never, and the rest fell to the small council or local lords. Hadrian established a formal court calendar, 3 days a week, open to all petitioners regardless of rank, with decisions based on law rather than patronage. It was, he reflected, remarkably similar to what Hermione had done with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, systematizing a broken institution, replacing tradition-based corruption with process-based fairness. Hermione would have approved. She'd also have pointed out 30 ways to improve the system and written a 40-page memo about each one. He missed her. He missed all of them, Ron's loyalty, Hermione's brilliance, Luna's peculiar wisdom, Neville's quiet courage. 2 lifetimes of friends, and the only person in this world who came close to understanding him was a 14-year-old girl from Highgarden who wanted to be queen. Speaking of whom, Marjorie had become a fixture at court in a way that went beyond her role as betrothed-in-waiting. She attended council sessions as an observer, a privilege Hadrian had extended over Olena's objections, which told him the old woman was more cautious than her granddaughter. She visited Flea Bottom, chaperoned, publicly, distributing food and coin from the Tyrell surplus, and built her own base of small folk support that complemented Hadrian's. She hosted salons for the court's women, events that looked like genteel entertainment but were actually intelligence-gathering operations of remarkable sophistication. And she kept finding him in the library. Their conversations had evolved. The early exchanges, cautious, diplomatic, each word chosen with care, had given way to something faster, sharper. They argued about governance. She thought his approach to justice was too rigid, he thought her approach to politics was too flexible. She wanted him to delegate more, he wanted her to trust less. They disagreed about the Dornish, she thought they could be bought, he thought they should be respected, about the Iron Bank, she wanted to renegotiate the debt, he wanted to restructure it, and about the correct temperature at which to serve wine. She was wrong about this, categorically and completely, and he told her so with a vehemence that made her laugh until she couldn't breathe. They never talked about the betrothal. It sat between them like an unopened letter, present, acknowledged, unaddressed. They were friends. They were allies. They were something else that neither of them had a name for, something that lived in the spaces between words and the moments when their eyes met across a crowded room and shared a joke that nobody else understood. It was enough. For now. It would have to be. The assassination attempt came 3 months into Hadrian's reign. Not the crude knife in the corridor variety, that had been Cersei's style, direct and deniable. This was different. Sophisticated. The work of someone who understood that the best way to kill a king wasn't to send men with swords but to create a situation where the king killed himself. Hadrian had been making his regular visits to Flea Bottom, incognito, wrapped in his notice-me-not field, walking the streets in common clothes. He did this twice a week, visiting the markets, the dockyards, the cramped alleys where the city's poorest lived in conditions that would have shamed a prison. He went because he needed to understand his people, because a king who didn't know how his subjects lived was a king who'd eventually be surprised by how they died, and because, honestly, the anonymity was a relief. For a few hours, he wasn't a king. He was just a boy walking through a city, invisible and free. The trap was elegant. A building fire in the muddy way, a narrow, winding street in the worst part of Flea Bottom, where the wooden structures leaned against each other like drunks and a single flame could devour a city block. The fire was real, people were screaming, trapped, dying. The timing was perfect. Hadrian was 3 streets away when it started, close enough to hear the screams, close enough to feel the deaths beginning like needle pricks against his consciousness. He ran. Of course he ran. That was the whole point of the trap. Whoever had set it knew him well enough to know that Hadrian Baratheon would not, walk away from people in danger. The compulsion was deep, carved into his soul by a lifetime of running toward trouble instead of away from it. Harry Potter hadn't been able to ignore a troll in a bathroom at age 11. Hadrian Baratheon wasn't going to ignore a burning building at 12. The muddy way was chaos. Smoke billowed black and thick, reducing visibility to nothing. People shoved past him, fleeing, screaming. Hadrian dropped his notice me not field, it was useless in the press of bodies, and pushed into the burning street. The building at the center of the fire was a tenement. 4 stories of rotting wood, home to maybe 60 people, already fully engulfed on the lower floors. Hadrian could hear voices inside, trapped, terrified, real. Not staged. Whoever had set this fire had done it knowing that real people would be caught in it. That cold, furious clarity descended. The same clarity that had saved Robert from the boar, that had guided him through the succession crisis. He assessed the situation in 3 seconds. The lower floors were gone, the upper floors were minutes from collapse, the people trapped inside had no way down. Magic, then. No choice. He extended his hands and pushed. The force was broader than anything he'd attempted before, not a focused blast but a wide, flat pressure wave aimed at the base of the fire on the building's left side. It was like trying to hold back the ocean with a broom, and for a terrible second, he thought it wasn't going to be enough. Then the fire flinched. The flames on the left wall guttered, bent sideways, opened a corridor of survivable air between the inferno and the street. Here. Hadrian screamed, his voice raw with smoke and power. Through here. Move. People stumbled out of the gap, coughing, burned, alive. A woman carrying a child. An old man leaning on a younger one. 3 children, maybe 5 years old, holding hands in a chain of soot-stained terror. Hadrian held the corridor open. The effort was immense, like pushing against a wall that pushed back, the fire hungry and furious and alive in a way that felt almost sentient. Blood ran from his nose. His vision tunneled. The magic was draining him faster than anything he'd done since arriving in this world, pulling from reserves he didn't know he had and burning through them like kindling. 1 more. 2 more. A girl, maybe 16, carrying a baby, stumbling, falling. Hadrian reached forward with his free hand, caught her arm, pulled her through. His fingers left faint, glowing marks on her skin where he'd touched her, magic bleeding through his control, visible and undeniable. The building groaned. The upper floors shifted. Everybody out. Now. The last survivor staggered through the gap, and Hadrian released his hold on the fire. The flames roared back with vengeful intensity, and the building collapsed in on itself with a thunder of burning timber and a shower of sparks that lit the night sky orange. Hadrian stood in the street, swaying, bleeding from his nose and ears, his hands shaking with fine tremors that he couldn't control. Around him, the survivors huddled in clusters, weeping, coughing. The fire had spread to adjacent buildings, and a bucket brigade was forming. The city watch was arriving, Bywater's men, shouting orders and pushing back the crowd. And 6 men were moving toward him through the smoke. Not running. Walking. Professional, purposeful, their movements coordinated in a way that screamed military training. They wore no livery, carried no banners. Their weapons were drawn, short swords, close-quarters weapons, designed for work in tight spaces. The trap. The fire hadn't been the attack. The fire had been the bait, designed to draw him out, exhaust his magic, leave him vulnerable. The real killing team had been waiting for exactly this moment, a drained, bleeding, 12-year-old king standing alone in a burning street with no guards and no reserves. Hadrian's vision swam. His body wanted to collapse. His magic was a guttering candle, spent on holding back the fire, with barely enough left to light a match. He drew his knife. The first man reached him and lunged. Hadrian sidestepped, slower than he should have been, the exhaustion dragging at his limbs like chains. The blade missed his throat by an inch and opened a cut across his collarbone. He countered with an upward slash that caught the man's forearm and spun inside the guard, driving his elbow into the assassin's solar plexus. The second man came from the left. Hadrian felt the strike coming through his death sense, a pulse of lethal intent, and threw himself backwards. The sword passed through the space where his chest had been. He hit the ground, rolled, came up with cobblestones digging into his palms and blood running into his eyes. 6 men. No magic. A knife. 12 years old. This is how it ends, he thought. Not a dark lord, not a boar, not a war. 6 men in an alley while a building burns. And then something happened that he hadn't planned, hadn't expected, and couldn't have predicted. The girl. The one he'd pulled from the fire, the 16-year-old with the baby. She was standing 10 feet away, staring at him with wide eyes and a face streaked with soot. She'd seen the magic. She'd felt his hands on her arm, the warmth, the glow. She screamed. Not in fear. In rage. That's the king. They're attacking the king. The street exploded. Flea Bottom's residents were many things, poor, hungry, desperate, forgotten by every king who'd ever sat the Iron Throne. But they were not passive. They were survivors, hardened by a life that hit them every day, and they just watched a boy walk into a fire to save their neighbors. They came out of the smoke like a wave. Not with swords, with bricks, with staves, with cooking pots and chair legs and bare fists. 20 people. 30. 50. A mob of small folk, furious and righteous and absolutely, terrifyingly united, descending on the 6 assassins with the coordinated violence of people who'd had enough. It was over in 40 seconds. The assassins fought, they were professionals, trained, armed, but they were outnumbered 10-1 by opponents who didn't care about technique or formation, who simply swarmed them with the raw, overwhelming force of a community protecting its own. 4 assassins went down. The other 2 tried to run. They didn't get far. Hadrian stood in the street, bleeding, swaying, stunned, and watched the people of Flea Bottom beat 6 armed killers into the dirt to protect him. The girl with the baby approached him. She was shaking, adrenaline, terror, the aftermath of everything. The baby was wailing. Her eyes were enormous. "You saved us," she said. "You walked into the fire and you saved us." Hadrian opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. "Are you all right?" He managed. She stared at him as if he'd asked the stupidest question in the history of language. "I'm alive," she said. "My baby's alive. Because of you." Her eyes dropped to his hands, the faint, fading glow of magic still visible on his fingertips. "You're like the stories." I'm the king," Hadrian said quickly. "That's all." She looked at him with an expression that said she didn't believe a word of it, and she was right not to, and they both knew it. "My name's Mira," she said. "If you ever need anything in this city, you come to me." She vanished into the smoke before he could respond, and Hadrian stood there feeling as though something fundamental had shifted, not in the politics of Westeros, but in the deep, tectonic plates of his own story. The city watch arrived in force. Bywater himself, grim-faced and furious, took one look at Hadrian's injuries and nearly had a stroke. "Your Grace, you're bleeding, we need a maester." "I'm fine." He wasn't. "I need the bodies of those assassins preserved. I want them identified. And I want to know who set that fire." "Your Grace, with respect, you need to get out of this street before, Bywater." Hadrian's voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of a man who just walked through fire and come out the other side. "The bodies. Now." Bywater obeyed. The surviving assassins, two, both badly beaten, were taken into custody. The dead were carried to the keep for examination. And Hadrian was escorted back to Maegor's Holdfast by a ring of gold cloaks so tight he could barely breathe. The maester patched his wounds, the cut across his collarbone, the bruises, the dozens of small burns. The nosebleed stopped on its own. The magical exhaustion was beyond any maester's ability to treat. It would take days to recover fully, and until then, his reserves would be dangerously low. He was sitting in his chambers, bandaged and aching, when the door opened and Marjorie walked in. She took one look at him and her composure cracked. Not dramatically, a tightening of the lips, a brightness in the eyes, a controlled exhalation that was almost but not quite a gasp. She crossed the room in 4 steps, sat on the edge of his bed, and took his bandaged hand in both of hers. "Don't say you're fine," she said. "I wasn't going to. Don't say it was necessary." "It was." "Don't." She stopped. Breathed. Her hands were shaking, and the realization that Marjorie Tyrell was shaking for him hit Hadrian somewhere deep and unprotected. "Just tell me what happened." He told her. Most of it. The fire, the rescue, the assassins. He left out the magic, the corridor of suppressed flames, the glowing hands, the force that had held back an inferno. He wasn't ready for that conversation yet. But Marjorie was too smart for half-truths. "People are talking," she said. "The survivors. They're saying you walked into a burning building and the fire moved away from you. They're saying you glowed. They're saying, people see what they want to see in a crisis. Don't patronize me, Hadrian." It was the first time she'd used his name without a title. The sound of it, just his name, raw and direct, from her lips, hit him harder than the assassin's blade. "There are things about me," he said slowly, "that I can't explain yet. Things that would sound insane, or impossible, or both. I'm asking you to trust me. When the time is right, I'll tell you everything. But right now, you almost died. And you're sitting here with blood on your shirt and shadows under your eyes, and you're asking me to be patient." She looked at him, and the fear in her expression was giving way to something fiercer. Something that looked remarkably like determination. "I'll be patient," she said. "Because I trust you, and because whatever you're hiding, I believe it's for a reason. But I need you to understand something." She leaned forward, her brown eyes inches from his blue ones. "If you die, everything we're building dies with you. Every alliance, every reform, every hope that this kingdom could be something better than it is. You are not expendable. You are not replaceable. And you do not get to throw yourself into fires and pretend that a 12-year-old boy is invincible. I'm not, you are. You think you're being brave, but you're being reckless, and there's a difference, and you know there's a difference because you're the smartest person I've ever met and you're not stupid enough to confuse the two unless you're choosing to." The words landed like blows. Gentle blows, delivered with surgical precision, but blows nonetheless. And they landed because she was right. He was being reckless. Not out of bravery, out of habit. Out of the bone-deep conviction that his life was worth less than anyone else's, the conviction that had sent Harry Potter walking into the Forbidden Forest to die, that had shaped every heroic choice he'd ever made into a form of slow self-destruction. "You're right," he said. "I know I'm right. That's annoying. Get used to it. They looked at each other. The moment hung in the air, fragile, charged, honest. Two people who were supposed to be political abstractions, seeing each other clearly for perhaps the first time. "I'll be more careful," Hadrian said. "You'll actually be more careful, not just say it to make me stop talking." "Both." She almost smiled. Then she squeezed his hand, stood, and walked to the door. "Marjorie." She turned. "Thank you," he said. "For being angry. Most people are too afraid to be angry at a king." "I'm not most people." "No. You're not." She left. Hadrian sat in the quiet of his chambers, holding the hand she'd held, and felt something warm in his chest that had nothing to do with magic. Something fragile and stubborn and terrifying. He pushed it down. Locked it away. Filed it under problems for a future that might not come. The investigation into the assassination led to Varys's door. Not directly, the spider was too careful for that. But the chain of evidence was damning in its elegance. The assassins were associates, sellswords from the free cities, hired through a broker in Pentos. The broker had connections to the cheesemonger Illyrio Mopatis, a Pentoshi merchant prince who was widely known to be one of Varys's oldest allies. The fire had been set by a local arsonist who'd been paid in Pentoshi coin, a denomination rarely seen in King's Landing. Hadrian assembled the evidence in his study, laid it out like a puzzle, and invited Varys to tea. The spider arrived in his usual fashion, silent, perfumed, gliding into the room as if materializing from the wallpaper. He sat across from Hadrian, accepted a cup of tea with the delicate precision of a man who found the beverage peculiar but was too polite to refuse, and folded his soft hands in his lap. "Your Grace wished to see me. I want to talk about Pentos." Nothing changed in Varys's expression. Nothing at all. The man's emotional control was extraordinary. Hadrian's passive mind reading detected only a smooth, glassy surface, like a frozen lake. Whatever Varys felt was buried so deep that even magic couldn't reach it. "Pentos is a fascinating city," Varys said. "What aspect interests your Grace?" "The aspect where your friend Illyrio Mopatis hired 6 men to kill me." The silence that followed was crystalline. Varys's hands didn't move. His face didn't move. But something behind his eyes, far back, barely perceptible, shifted. "That is a very serious accusation, Your Grace." "It's not an accusation. It's a conversation." Hadrian sipped his tea. "The assassins were associates, hired through a Pentoshi broker connected to Illyrio. The arsonist was paid in Pentoshi coin. And you, Lord Varys, are the only person in King's Landing with the connections, the resources, and the motive to orchestrate an attack this sophisticated." "My motive being?" "Daenerys Targaryen." The name landed in the room like a stone in still water. Varys's glassy surface cracked, not much, not enough for most people to notice, but enough for Hadrian. "You've been planning a Targaryen restoration for years," Hadrian continued. "You and Illyrio. The girl across the sea with the silver hair and the claim to the throne. You've been nursing that claim, cultivating it, waiting for the right moment to bring her home. And then I happened." He set down his cup. "I wasn't part of your plan. A competent Baratheon heir ruins everything. If I'm a strong king, the realm stabilizes around me, and Daenerys becomes an invader instead of a liberator. You needed me gone, not to hurt me, necessarily. You don't strike me as a man who enjoys violence. But you needed the board cleared for your chosen piece." Varys was silent for a long time. Longer than Hadrian had ever seen the spider go without speaking. The perfumed air between them was thick with unspoken calculations. Then Varys did something unexpected. He told the truth. "The girl has dragons." The words were quiet. Almost gentle. Spoken with the reverence of a man describing a miracle. 3 of them. Hatched from stone eggs by blood magic and faith. She is Daenerys Stormborn, the unburnt, the mother of dragons. And she is the key to saving this world from the darkness that is coming. Hadrian's heart rate spiked. Not at the mention of dragons, he'd suspected that. At the last part. The darkness that is coming. What do you know about the darkness? He asked, and his voice was sharper than he intended. Varys studied him. I know what my little birds whisper from the wall. Dead men walking. Cold things in the night. An ancient enemy stirring from an 8,000-year sleep. A pause. And I know that you know it too, Your Grace. I've watched you these past months. The way you stare north when you think no one's looking. The way you read every raven from the night's watch with an intensity that goes beyond curiosity. You're afraid of something that has nothing to do with Lannisters or Tyrells or the game we're all playing. And you think Daenerys and her dragons are the answer. Fire made flesh. The only weapon that can fight the cold. Hadrian sat back. His mind was spinning, processing, recalculating. Varys wasn't just a political schemer. He was a true believer, not in religion, but in a strategy. He genuinely thought that Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons were the realm's best chance of surviving the long night. And he might not be entirely wrong. Tell me about her, Hadrian said. Varys blinked. Your Grace. Daenerys. Tell me about her. Not the propaganda, not the legend. The person. Who is she? The spider hesitated, the first genuine hesitation Hadrian had ever seen from him. Then, slowly, he began to talk. About a girl sold to a warlord by her own brother. About a young queen who'd freed slaves and toppled cities and walked through fire and come out holding dragons. About someone fierce and fragile and trying, desperately, to be good in a world that rewarded cruelty. Hadrian listened. And as he listened, he felt something he hadn't expected, recognition. Not of a threat. Of a kindred spirit. A person touched by forces beyond their control, trying to use impossible power for something good, making mistakes, learning, surviving. She sounds like someone I would have been friends with, Hadrian said quietly. In another life. Varys's eyes widened slightly. I'm not going to execute you, Hadrian said. And I'm not going to ignore what you did. You tried to have me killed, and people died in that fire, real people, small folk, the people you claim to serve. That blood is on your hands. Varys said nothing. But something in his posture shifted, a fraction of an inch, a settling, the weight of acknowledgement. Here's what's going to happen. You're leaving King's Landing. Tonight. You're going east, to Daenerys, to your dragon queen. And you're going to deliver a message from me. A message. Tell her the truth. All of it. Tell her there's a Baratheon on the Iron Throne who knows about the long night, who knows about her dragons, and who has no interest in fighting a war against her while the dead are marching. Tell her that when she's ready to come to Westeros, I want to talk before we fight. Because I'd rather have a Targaryen ally than a Targaryen enemy, and I suspect she'd rather have a warm throne room than a frozen battlefield. Varys stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. You're inviting a rival claimant to negotiate? I'm acknowledging reality. She has dragons. I have a kingdom. The dead have an army. If we fight each other, the dead win. That math is simple enough even for kings and queens. She won't trust you. She doesn't have to trust me. She has to trust the logic. And you, Lord Varys, are going to make sure she hears the logic before she hears the propaganda. Varys was quiet for so long that Hadrian thought he might have broken the man. Then the spider stood, slowly, and for the first time in Hadrian's experience, bowed deeply. You are not what I expected, Varys said. I keep hearing that. You were supposed to be a piece on the board. A piece I could move or remove as the game required. He straightened. You are not a piece, Your Grace. You are a player. Perhaps the only one on this board who understands what game is actually being played. The game isn't thrones, Varys. It never was. The game is survival. Yes. The spider's voice was almost sad. I'm beginning to see that. Varys left King's Landing that night, slipping through one of his secret passages with nothing but the clothes on his back and a letter bearing Hadrian's seal. His departure would be discovered in the morning, reported as a disgrace, interpreted as an exile. Only Hadrian would know the truth. The spider had been sent, not banished. A move on a board that stretched from King's Landing to Meereen to the wall itself. Daenerys Targaryen, Hadrian thought, sitting in his study after Varys was gone. Mother of dragons. Breaker of chains. I hope you're as reasonable as your reputation is mad. Because the dead are coming, and I can't fight them alone. The request for an audience came 3 days after Varys's departure, delivered not by Raven but by a servant who appeared at Hadrian's door with singed eyebrows and a terrified expression. There's a woman, your grace. A red woman. She says she must see you. She says the Lord of Light demands it. Melisandre. Hadrian had felt her return to the city 2 days ago, that hot, insistent flame at the edge of his awareness, closer now than before, brighter. She'd come from Dragonstone, where she'd been whispering in Stannis's ear. And now she was here, in the Red Keep, demanding an audience with the boy she'd called an abomination. His instinct said no. Every survival instinct he'd developed over 2 lifetimes screamed that letting a hostile fire mage into his throne room was suicidal. She'd tried to have him killed, or would try, if given the chance. She served a god that was diametrically opposed to the force that defined Hadrian's existence. But instinct wasn't enough. He needed to understand what she was, what R'hllor wanted, and whether the fire that Varys had spoken of, the fire that Daenerys wielded, the fire that burned in Melisandre's god, was an enemy or an asset in the war to come. Bring her to the small audience chamber, Hadrian said. Have 4 Kingsguard present. And Ser Jaime, I want Jaime specifically. He dressed carefully. Black, as always, Baratheon colors, but also the color of the void, of endings, of the spaces between stars. He didn't wear a crown, he'd never been fitted for one, and the symbolism of a bare head felt right. He wasn't meeting Melisandre as a king. He was meeting her as what she'd called him, Death's creature. The small audience chamber was a vaulted room on the 2nd level of the Red Keep, intimate enough for conversation but large enough for 4 armored knights to stand guard without crowding. Hadrian sat in a simple chair at one end, Jaime at his right hand, and waited. She entered like a flame walking. Red robes, red hair, red jewel at her throat pulsing with a light that had nothing to do with the torches. She was beautiful, breathtakingly, inhumanly beautiful, with the ageless, uncanny quality of someone who'd been alive far longer than her face suggested. Her eyes were the color of embers. And she burned. Not visibly, not physically, but in the dimension that Hadrian perceived with his death sense. She was a bonfire in a room full of candles, a sun in a sky of stars, radiating a heat that pressed against his awareness like a hand against his chest. He pressed back. Not consciously, his power responded automatically, the cold weight of death rising to meet the fire's heat. The room temperature dropped 3 degrees. The torches flickered. Melisandre stopped. Her ember eyes widened. You feel it, she said. Her voice was low, resonant, accented with the cadences of As-High. The cold. I feel many things, Lady Melisandre. Sit down. She didn't sit. She stood in the center of the room and looked at him with an expression that was part fascination, part revulsion, and part something that might have been awe. I have looked into the flames, she said. R'hllor has shown me many things. Kings and queens. Wars and winters. Dragons and death. Her eyes locked onto his. And you. Always you. A shadow at the heart of the fire. A cold place where the light cannot reach. You see me in your flames. What exactly do you see? Death. The word was spoken without melodrama. A diagnosis, not a curse. You are touched by the great other. The enemy of all life, the Lord of ice and shadow. His mark is on your soul. That's one interpretation. It is the only interpretation. The flames do not lie. Flames don't talk, Lady Melisandre. You interpret them. And interpretations are subject to the biases of the interpreter. Something flickered across her face, confusion, or something close to it. Hadrian could feel her emotional state through his passive reading, conviction, yes, the unshakable certainty of a true believer. But beneath it, a thread of doubt so thin it was barely perceptible. She'd expected a monster, and instead she'd found a boy sitting in a chair, talking about epistemology. Let me tell you what I feel, Hadrian said. I feel you. The fire in your blood, the power that Ruler, or whatever you call the entity you serve, has given you. It's real. I don't deny that. But I also feel something else, hunger. Your God is hungry, Lady Melisandre. He feeds on sacrifice, on burning flesh, on the terror of people consumed by flame. And you feed him. Because he promised you something in return. Melisandre's mask cracked. Just a fraction. But it was there. He promised you life, Hadrian said softly. Didn't he? Eternal life. An escape from death. That's the bargain, you serve the flame, and the flame holds back the dark. The silence was absolute. The king's guard stood frozen. Jaime's hand rested on his sword hilt, his eyes moving between the two of them like a spectator at a duel. How do you know this? Melisandre's voice was barely above a whisper. The conviction was still there, but the thread of doubt had become a rope. Because I've met death, Lady Melisandre. I've walked through it and come out the other side. And I can tell you, as someone who knows, not believes, not hopes, but knows, that death is not the enemy you think it is. He stood. The cold in the room deepened. The torches guttered. Death is not ice and darkness and the end of all things. Death is a door. A passage. The moment between one breath and the next, the space between sleeping and waking. It's natural. It's necessary. And it's nothing, to be afraid of. He stepped forward. Melisandre stepped back, involuntarily, a flinch that she tried to hide and couldn't. Your God, Ruler, he uses that fear. He takes your terror of the dark and turns it into a weapon. Burn things for me, he says, and I'll keep the dark away. But the dark isn't the enemy. The dark is just, the other side of the fire. They're the same thing, Melisandre. Light and dark, fire and ice, life and death. Two halves of a whole. And a God who tells you to fear one half of reality is a God who wants you afraid, because afraid people are useful. Melisandre's eyes were wide. The ember glow in them was flickering, brightening and dimming in a rhythm that matched her heartbeat, which Hadrian could feel accelerating through his senses. You cannot know this, she said. You are a child. You are, I am the master of death. The title felt strange in his mouth, he'd never spoken it aloud in this world. Not its servant, not its enemy. Its master. Do you understand what that means? It means I don't fear it, and I don't worship it. It means I understand it, the way you understand fire, the way a sailor understands the sea. He held out his hand. The air around it shimmered, not with heat, but with something else. A presence. The same presence he'd felt in his chambers the night Robert died, the hooded figure in the corner. Death, responding to his call, manifesting as a weight in the air, a gravity, a pulling away of everything warm and bright and alive. Melisandre gasped. The ruby at her throat flared crimson, and for a moment, the room was divided, fire on one side, cold on the other, the two forces pressing against each other like tectonic plates. Then Hadrian lowered his hand, and the pressure eased, and the room returned to normal. "I'm not your enemy," he said. "I don't want to destroy R'hllr's fire any more than I want to embrace the great other's ice. I want balance. Fire and ice, light and dark, in their proper measure. That's what the world needs, not a victory of one over the other, but a balance that lets both exist." Melisandre stared at him. The conviction in her eyes was fracturing, not breaking, not yet, but cracking like ice in spring. She'd come to this room expecting a monster, expecting death incarnate in a child's skin, and instead she'd found something she had no framework to understand, someone who wasn't afraid. "The Night King," she said. Her voice was hoarse. "The Lord of the Dead. He marches south. I know. He cannot be stopped by steel or politics or the games you play in this castle. He can only be stopped by fire. Or by death. His death. The ending of an existence that's lasted 8,000 years, which is too long for anything to persist without becoming corrupted. R'hllr's fire might be part of the answer. But not all of it. And not at the cost of burning innocent people to fuel a god's appetite." Hadrian held her gaze. "I'm going north, Lady Melisandre. Soon. To see the wall, to see what we're facing, to begin preparing a defense that might actually work. And I'm inviting you to come with me." "What?" "Not as a priestess. Not as a servant of R'hllr. As an advisor. Someone who understands fire magic and can help me understand the threat. In exchange, I'll show you something your flames have never shown you, the truth about death. Not the great other's propaganda, not R'hllr's fear. The truth." Melisandre was trembling. Actually trembling, a woman who walked through fire, who'd seen centuries of human history, who served a god of flame and shadow, shaking like a leaf before a 12-year-old boy. "You are either the savior or the destroyer of this world," she said. "I cannot tell which." "Neither can I," Hadrian admitted. "But I'm going to try very hard to be the first one." A long silence. The torches burned steadily now, the supernatural pressure dissipated, two forces that had been testing each other settling into an uneasy truce. "I will consider your offer," Melisandre said. "I will look into the flames." "Look. But remember what I said about interpretations." Melisandre turned and walked toward the door. Her steps were slower than when she'd entered, less the gliding stride of a confident prophetess and more the uncertain gait of a woman whose worldview had just been turned sideways. At the door, she turned back. "In my flames," she said, "I have seen you die." Hadrian smiled. It was not a happy smile. "I've died before," he said. "It didn't take." Melisandre left. The door closed behind her, and the room exhaled. Jaime Lannister, who had stood motionless through the entire exchange with the discipline of a man trained to guard kings through anything, slowly let his hand fall from his sword hilt. "What," Jaime said, very carefully, "the fuck was that?" "A theological discussion." "That was not a theological discussion. That was two things pointing weapons at each other and deciding not to fire. That's what theology is, Sir Jaime. Most people just use words instead of, whatever that was." Jaime stared at him. Then he ran a hand over his face, muttered something about being too sober for this, and took up his guard position again. "For what it's worth," Jaime said after a moment, "you scared her. I've never seen anything scare a woman like that, and I've seen some terrible things. I wasn't trying to scare her. Which is why it worked. She was prepared for a threat. She wasn't prepared for a 12-year-old who makes death look reasonable." Jaime shook his head. "You are the strangest king who ever lived. So you keep telling me." Hadrian sat alone after Jaime left, listening to the silence of the empty room. His hands were steady, steadier than they'd been after the fire, after the execution, after any of the crises that had defined his young reign. The confrontation with Melisandre had drained him, but not the way magic drained him. This was a different kind of exhaustion, the tiredness of a man who'd just been honest about something he'd been hiding for 2 lifetimes. The Master of Death. He'd said it out loud. For the first time in this world, to another person, he'd named what he was. And the sky hadn't fallen, and the ground hadn't opened, and the world hadn't ended. It had just gotten more complicated. Which was, he supposed, the story of his life. Both of them. He went to the window and looked north. The city sprawled below him, filthy, loud, alive. Beyond it, the King's Road stretched into the distance, winding through farmland and forest toward the riverlands, the Neck, the north, and beyond that, the Wall. The cold pulsed in his chest. Steady now. Familiar. Not a warning of death, but a reminder of purpose. Come north, the voice had said. See what waits. Soon, Hadrian whispered to the empty room. I'm coming. The wind picked up, carrying the smell of the city and the sea and something else, something cold and clean and ancient, blowing from a direction that had no name. On his desk, untouched, the water in his cup had frozen solid. Far to the north, beyond the Wall, beyond the haunted forest, beyond the lands of always winter, the Night King stood motionless on a ridge of black ice and looked south. He had no eyes in the human sense. What he had were windows, apertures in the frozen mask of his face that looked out on a world he intended to remake. Through them, he saw what the cold saw, every flake of falling snow, every dying heartbeat, every breath of warm air that the world exhaled in its endless, futile resistance to entropy. And he saw the boy. A pinprick of warmth in the south. Small. Insignificant, by the measure of armies and ages. But bright, burning with a light that wasn't fire, a warmth that wasn't heat, a life force that resonated with the one thing the Night King understood better than any creature that had ever existed. Death. The boy was death's creature. Not the great others, something else. Something older, perhaps. Something the Night King had not encountered in 8,000 years of frozen patience. Interesting. The Night King raised one hand. Around him, 100,000 dead things stirred, whites and worse, the army that would drown the world in silence and cold and the peace of ending. They waited for his command. They had been waiting for millennia. Not yet. Not quite yet. The Wall still held. The living still fought each other, as they always did, squabbling over chairs and crowns while the real enemy gathered strength. But soon. The Night King lowered his hand. The army settled. The silence returned. And in the dark, in the cold, in the space between heartbeats where time meant nothing and patience was the only weapon that mattered, the Night King waited. He was very, very good at waiting. But so was death. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Blood and Gold. The raven from Storm's End arrived at dawn, carried by a bird so exhausted it collapsed on the rookery floor before Maester Coleman could detach the message. Hadrian read it standing in his nightclothes, barefoot on cold stone, and felt the careful architecture of his reign crack down the middle. To all lords of the 7 kingdoms, from Renly of House Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Undulls and the Roiner and the First Men, Lord of the 7 kingdoms, and Protector of the realm, he stopped reading. He didn't need to read the rest. The title said everything. Renly had declared himself king. Hadrian set the parchment down on his desk with exaggerated care, the way you set down something fragile that you're resisting the urge to destroy. Then he walked to the window and pressed his forehead against the cool glass and breathed. Think. Don't react. Think. Renly's play wasn't unexpected. Hadrian had been watching his uncle's growing dissatisfaction for months, the private meetings with Reach lords, the correspondence with Highgarden that Renly thought was secret. What Hadrian hadn't anticipated was the timing. Ned was gone, returned to Winterfell for Bran. Varys was gone, sent to Daenerys. The political coalition Hadrian had built was holding, but it was young, fragile, untested by real crisis. And Renly knew all of this. Because Renly wasn't stupid, he was charming, ambitious, and possessed of the particular cunning of a man who'd spent his life watching smarter people make mistakes and learning from them. He'd waited for the exact moment when Hadrian's support structure was thinnest, when the boy king was most exposed. Like Pettigrew, Hadrian thought bitterly. Everyone underestimates the ones who smile and wait. He dressed, splashed water on his face, and summoned the small council. The council chamber felt emptier without Ned's solid presence and Varys's unsettling omniscience. Tyrion sat in the hand's chair. Hadrian had appointed him acting hand after Ned's departure, which had caused an uproar among the nobility that Hadrian had cheerfully ignored. Jaime stood guard behind the king's chair. Baratheon flanked the door. Littlefinger occupied his usual seat with his usual expression of urbane amusement that Hadrian wanted to punch off his face. And Olenna Tyrell sat at the end of the table, uninvited but unejected, because when the Queen of Thorns decided she was attending a meeting, no one short of an army could stop her. Renly has 40,000 swords, Tyrion said, cutting straight to the point. He had the Raven's message spread before him, and his mismatched eyes moved across the words with the focused speed of a man assembling a puzzle. 20,000 from the Stormlands, the lords who didn't answer your call, mostly from the southern marches. And 20,000 from the Reach. The room's attention shifted to Olenna. The old woman sat with her hands folded and her face arranged in an expression of gentle bewilderment that fooled absolutely no one. My son, Olenna said, as if discussing a particularly disappointing vintage, has the political instincts of a turnip. I told Mace that backing Renly was suicide. He chose to listen to Renly's pretty face instead of his mother's ugly wisdom. Your son commands the largest army in Westeros, Hadrian said. And he just aimed it at my throat. My son commands what I allow him to command. Highgarden's household troops, 5,000 of our best, are still at my disposal. Mace took the levies, the hedge knights, the second sons looking for glory. He left the core. Hadrian studied her. Behind the theatrical dismay, Olenna was calm. Too calm. She'd known about Mace's defection, maybe not the exact timing, but the broad strokes. And she'd stayed in King's Landing. You hedged your bet, Hadrian said. I invested in the winning side. There's a difference. Is there? Renly is a summer knight playing at war. He has numbers and charm and absolutely nothing else. He's never commanded a battle, never held a siege, never made a hard decision in his life that didn't involve what to wear. Olenna's voice was dry as bone. You, on the other hand, have held the throne against Cersei, Tywin, and an assassination squad in 3 months. You're 12 years old and you've already accomplished more than Renly will in his entire life. The math isn't complicated. The math is 40,000 men marching on King's Landing. The math is that those 40,000 men will melt like snow in summer the moment Renly fails to deliver the easy victory he promised. Olenna leaned forward. Wars aren't won by numbers, Your Grace. They're won by will. And between you and my son's pet stag, the will is not even a contest. Hadrian looked at her for a long moment. Then he turned to Tyrion. How long before Renly reaches King's Landing? 3 weeks at a forced march. 5 at a comfortable one. Tyrion rubbed his chin. Renly will choose comfortable. He wants to arrive with his army fresh and pretty, banners flying, the whole spectacle. He's turning this into a pageant, not a campaign. Good. That gives us time. Time to do what, exactly? Littlefinger asked. Our combined military strength, Baratheon loyalists, Lannister garrison, city watch, is perhaps 25,000. Against 40,000, in open battle, we're not fighting an open battle. Hadrian stood and moved to the map table. The great map of Westeros was spread across its surface, painted on leather, the roads and rivers and mountains rendered in the meticulous detail that only a kingdom obsessed with its own geography could produce. He'd been staring at this map for months, the way he'd once stared at the Marauder's map, learning its secrets, understanding its flows, finding the places where the terrain itself became a weapon. Renly is marching up the Rose Road from Highgarden, then crossing to the King's Road south of the capital. Hadrian traced the route with his finger. He'll pass through the northern reach and the southern crownlands, open country, mostly. Good for a large army. Bad for ambushes. So we can't ambush him. We don't need to ambush him. We need to slow him. Give me 3,000 light cavalry and I can turn that 5-week march into 8. Tyrion's eyebrows rose. You want to ride out yourself? I want to lead from the front. That's what kings do. Kings who lead from the front have an alarming tendency to die from the front. Robert led from the front at the Trident and won a dynasty. Robert was a 6'3" monster who could cave in plate armor with a hammer. You're 5'3" and couldn't cave in a watermelon. Despite the gravity of the situation, Hadrian felt his lip twitch. Tyrion had a gift for deflating tension with brutal honesty, and the gift was never more welcome than in moments like this. I'm not going to fight Renly in single combat. I'm going to make his march miserable. Burn forage ahead of his line. Poison wells, not lethally, just enough to slow the army with dysentery. Hit his supply trains at night. Cut his scouts off from his main force. By the time he reaches the King's Road, he'll be tired, sick, underfed, and furious. Guerrilla warfare, Tyrion said. Against a force twice your size, in open terrain, with a 12-year-old as field commander. You have a better plan? I have a more cautious plan. Sit behind the walls of King's Landing, call for Tywin's reinforcements, and force Renly to lay siege to a fortified city. And give Renly exactly what he wants, a prolonged standoff where his numbers advantage bleeds us dry, where the small folk starve, and where every lord in Westeros watches their boy king hide behind walls while a grown man sits outside with a bigger army. Hadrian shook his head. No. If I'm going to hold this throne, I need to win, not survive. And winning means making Renly look like what he is, a pretender playing at war against a king who takes it seriously. Silence. The council members exchanged glances, the complex, weighted glances of people who were calculating whether the king's plan was brilliant or suicidal and coming up with different answers. There's another factor, Hadrian said. Stannis. The name dropped into the room like a stone into a pond. Stannis Baratheon had been quiet, too quiet, since Hadrian's ascension. His response to Renly's declaration would determine everything. Stannis hates Renly, Tyrion said. More than he hates us. Renly is a younger brother who dared to reach above his station. That's a personal insult to a man who spent his life believing that order and hierarchy are the only things standing between civilization and chaos. So Stannis will attack Renly? Stannis will do something. The question is what, and when, and whether Melisandre is involved. The mention of Melisandre sent a chill through Hadrian that had nothing to do with the morning air. The Red Priestess had left King's Landing after their confrontation, and he'd felt her flame diminish with distance, heading east toward Dragonstone. He didn't know what she told Stannis about their meeting. He didn't know whether his offer of alliance had been considered, rejected, or twisted into something he wouldn't recognize. What he knew was that Melisandre was capable of magic that made his own look like parlor tricks. Shadow binding. Fire scrying. Blood magic powerful enough to kill at a distance. If she decided to intervene in Renly's rebellion, the battlefield would become a very different kind of problem. I want ravens sent to Stannis, Hadrian said. A direct message, king to uncle. I'm acknowledging his claim to Dragonstone and offering a seat on the small council, master of ships. It's the position Robert should have given him years ago, and Stannis knows it. You're trying to buy him off. I'm trying to give him a reason not to burn everything down. Stannis doesn't want the Iron Throne, not really. He wants recognition. He wants someone to look at him and say, you matter, you served, your loyalty is valued. Robert never did that. I'm going to. And if he refuses? Then we fight 2 wars instead of 1. But I'd rather fight 1. The council dispersed to execute his orders. Hadrian stayed at the map table, alone, studying the terrain between King's Landing and Storm's End with the same obsessive intensity he'd once applied to the Triwizard Tournament's challenges. Somewhere between the King's Road and the Wendwater, there was a place where Renly's march could be broken. He just had to find it. He was still at the map when Marjorie found him, an hour later. She entered without knocking, they'd passed that boundary weeks ago, and stood on the opposite side of the table. "My father is marching with Renly," she said. "I know. He's marching against you. Against us." Hadrian looked up. Marjorie's face was composed, but her eyes were a storm, anger and grief and something that looked frighteningly like guilt. "Marjorie, did you know? When you made the alliance with my grandmother, did you know my father would betray you? I knew it was possible. Your father goes where power flows. When I was strong, he flowed toward me. When Renly offered an easier path to the throne, he flowed that way. And you're not angry?" "I'm furious. But not at you." She flinched. Not at his words, at the gentleness in them. He could see the calculation behind her eyes, the political brain running scenarios. If my father is a traitor, am I a hostage? A bargaining chip? A liability? "Stop," Hadrian said. "Whatever you're thinking, stop. I'm thinking that my family just declared war on my betrothed, and I'm standing in his war room, and any rational king would have me arrested as insurance. I'm not any rational king. Clearly. You didn't know about your father's decision. Your grandmother didn't sanction it. And even if you had known, even if you'd walked in here and told me to my face that Mace Tyrell was backing Renly, I would not punish you for your father's choices." "Why not?" "Because Harry Potter had spent his entire first life being defined by other people's decisions, his parents' sacrifice, Dumbledore's plans, Voldemort's obsession. Because he knew, with the bone-deep certainty of someone who'd lived it, that holding children responsible for their parents' sins was the first step toward becoming the kind of tyrant he'd sworn to destroy. He didn't say any of that. What he said was, because you're not your father. And I'm not the kind of king who takes hostages." Marjorie stared at him. The storm in her eyes didn't quite subside, but something else emerged from it, that fierce, bright thing that he'd first seen in the library, the part of her that wasn't a political creature or a future queen but simply a person who wanted to do something good with the power she'd been given. "What can I do?" she asked. "Stay. Be visible. Show the court that the Tyrell alliance holds, even if Mace Tyrell's loyalty doesn't. And the war. Leave the war to me. I'm not good at leaving things to other people. I've noticed." She almost smiled. Then she reached across the map table and put her hand on the King's Road, exactly where Hadrian's finger rested. "Come back," she said. "Whatever you do out there. Come back." He covered her hand with his. The touch lasted 2 seconds, no more. But the warmth of it lingered long after she'd left the room. Hadrian rode out of King's Landing 3 days later at the head of 3,000 cavalry. The force was a mix of Baratheon loyalists, Crownland's knights, and a contingent of Lannister heavy horse that Tywin had grudgingly contributed, through Tyrion's diplomatic efforts, as a demonstration of the alliance's solidarity. It was a fraction of Renly's army, but it was fast, disciplined, and commanded by a king who had no intention of fighting fair. Jaime rode beside him. The Kingslayer had volunteered for the campaign with a directness that had surprised everyone except Hadrian. Jaime was a warrior at heart, suffocating in the stale air of court politics, and the prospect of a real fight had lit something in his eyes that hadn't been there since the day he'd killed Aerys. "You do realize," Jaime said as they cleared the city gates, "that if we lose this, I'll probably be executed as a traitor by whichever Baratheon wins. We're not going to lose. Your confidence is either inspiring or delusional. I haven't decided which. It's informed. There's a difference. Informed by what? By a lifetime of fighting battles against impossible odds. By the Department of Mysteries, the Battle of Hogwarts, the Triwizard Tournament. By being the boy who lived in a world that was constantly trying to kill him. By extensive reading, Hadrian said. Jaime gave him the look that everyone gave him when he said things like that, the look that said I know you're lying but I can't figure out what the truth is, and it's driving me insane. They rode south along the King's Road, pushing hard, covering 40 miles a day. Hadrian's scouts, hand-picked riders from the Crownlands who knew the terrain, ranged ahead and to the flanks, mapping Renly's advance. The reports came back in a steady stream. Renly's army was moving slowly, as predicted. 40,000 men stretched across 15 miles of road, with supply trains, camp followers, and the elaborate pavilions that Renly considered essential to command. It was less an army and more a city on the move. Hadrian made his first strike on the fourth day. Renly's supply train was the obvious target, wagons of grain, fodder, weapons, and wine stretching for miles behind the main force. It was guarded, but the guards were bored and complacent, because no one attacks a supply train when the main army is 15 miles ahead. No one except a 12-year-old king who'd been taught tactics by a combination of Alastair Moody's paranoia and Dumbledore's army's guerrilla ethos. The attack came at dusk. 300 riders, hand-selected for speed and aggression, led by Hadrian personally. They hit the supply train's midsection like a thunderbolt, torches flying, wagons burning, horses screaming. The guards fought back, but by the time they'd organized a response, Hadrian's riders were already withdrawing, vanishing into the gathering dark with the fluid, practiced ease of cavalry that had drilled the maneuver a dozen times. They left behind 40 burning wagons, 200 dead horses, and a supply crisis that would delay Renly's march by 4 days. Hadrian hadn't used magic. Hadn't needed to. The attack was pure cavalry tactics, speed, surprise, violence of action, immediate withdrawal. The fundamentals of asymmetric warfare, applied to a medieval battlefield by someone who'd spent years studying every war in Westerosi history and several from a world this one had never heard of. But the magic helped him prepare. His passive sensing extended for nearly a mile now, a bubble of awareness that told him where every living creature in his vicinity was standing, what they were feeling, how close they were to action. He could feel Renly's scouts before they saw him, feel the guards' alertness or drowsiness, feel the precise moment when surprise became fear became panic. It was cheating, in a sense. But Hadrian had long since made his peace with cheating. Fair fights were for people who could afford to lose. They struck again 2 days later. And again 3 days after that. Supply trains, scout patrols, foraging parties. Never the main army. Hadrian wasn't stupid enough to engage 40,000 men in open battle with 3,000. He fought the way mosquitoes fought elephants, relentlessly, irritatingly, with 1,000 tiny bites that bled the giant dry. Renly's march slowed to a crawl. His army, which had departed Storm's End in high spirits and silk banners, was now hungry, frustrated, and jumping at shadows. The knights who'd signed up for a triumphant procession to the Iron Throne were getting a very different war, one of midnight alarms, burning wagons, and an enemy that never stood and fought. Hadrian could feel Renly's frustration through the passive sensing, a hot, pulsing irritation radiating from the enemy camp like heat from a forge. The man was vain, and his vanity was being wounded more grievously than his army. A king who couldn't catch a 12-year-old raider was a king who looked foolish, and looking foolish was the one thing Renly Baratheon could not survive. Good. Desperate men made mistakes. And Hadrian was very, very good at exploiting mistakes. The mistake came on the 12th day. Renly sent his champion, Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, with 5,000 cavalry to catch and destroy Hadrian's raiding force. It was exactly the move Hadrian had been waiting for, Renly splitting his forces, sending his best fighters on a chase through terrain they didn't know, driven by ego rather than strategy. Hadrian let Loras chase him for 2 days, pulling the Tyrell cavalry deeper into the Kingswood while his main force circled behind them. On the 3rd day, at a bend in the road where the forest pressed close on both sides and the ground was soft with recent rain, he stopped running. Loras found him at midday. The Knight of Flowers led his charge personally, because of course he did. Loras was brave, brilliant with a lance, and 20 years old, which meant he had exactly the right combination of skill and arrogance to ride straight into a trap. The trap was simple. Trees felled across the road behind the bend, invisible until you'd rounded the corner at full gallop. Hadrian's riders hidden in the tree lean on both sides. And the ground, soft, churned, deliberately waterlogged by a small dam Hadrian's engineers had built upstream 2 days ago, turning the road into a quagmire that stopped cavalry charges as effectively as a stone wall. Loras's lead riders hit the mud at speed. Horses stumbled, fell, piled into each other. The charge fractured. And Hadrian's cavalry hit from both sides. It wasn't a battle. It was a butchery, controlled, surgical, designed not to destroy but to humiliate. Hadrian had given explicit orders: no killing if avoidable, unhorse and capture. He wanted prisoners, not corpses. Dead men couldn't bend the knee, and Hadrian needed knees bent. The fighting lasted 20 minutes. When it was over, 3,000 of Loras's 5,000 cavalry were dismounted, disarmed, and sitting in the mud looking stunned. The other 2,000 had scattered into the forest, leaderless and demoralized. Loras himself was pulled from his horse by 2 Baratheon knights who worked together like they'd rehearsed it, which they had, because Hadrian had specifically planned for the capture of the enemy commander. The Knight of Flowers fought magnificently, even on foot, even in the mud. He injured 3 men before a shield bash to the temple put him down. Hadrian dismounted and walked through the aftermath. The mud was churned with hoofprints and blood. The captured Tyrell knights sat in clusters, watching him with expressions that ranged from fury to disbelief. He was exactly what they'd been told: a boy, slight, black-haired, unremarkable by the standards of Westerosi warrior culture. He should have been a footnote. Instead, he just destroyed their vanguard without losing more than 50 men. He found Loras sitting against a fallen tree, a bruise blooming across his temple, his armor muddied, his beautiful face contorted with a rage that was, Hadrian had to admit, impressive in its purity. "Sir Loras. Don't." The Knight of Flowers spat blood. "Don't give me your gracious king routine. You tricked us. You fought like a coward, hiding in trees, running from I fought like a general. You fought like a tournament knight. There's a reason generals win wars and tournament knights win trophies." Loras's jaw clenched. Up close, Marjorie's brother was striking, all sharp cheekbones and golden curls and the effortless physical beauty of someone who'd been born under every favorable star. He was also furious, humiliated, and young enough to confuse the two. "Renly is the true king," Loras said. "He's kind, he's just, he's a man who declared war on his nephew and sent you to fight it for him. Where is Renly right now, Sir Loras? Is he here, in the mud, bleeding with his men? Or is he in his tent, drinking arbor gold and waiting for you to bring him a victory?" Loras opened his mouth. Closed it. The fury in his eyes flickered, and for a moment, something else showed through: doubt. "Your sister," Hadrian said, "is in King's Landing. She's well. She asked me to tell you something, if I saw you." "What?" "She said, tell my idiot brother that I've chosen, and I chose correctly." The doubt deepened. Loras looked away, blinking rapidly. "I'm not going to execute you," Hadrian said. "I'm not going to ransom you, or chain you, or parade you through King's Landing. I'm going to let you go." Loras's head snapped back. "What? You and your men? All of you? Go back to Renly. Tell him what happened. Tell him that his vanguard was destroyed in 20 minutes by a force 1/3 its size, and that the king who did it is offering terms." "Terms? Bend the knee. Return to Storm's End. Pledge fealty to the crown. In exchange, Renly keeps his lands, his titles, and his life. He'll be named to the small council and given a voice in the governance of the realm. He'll refuse. Probably. But I'm making the offer, because when this is over, and it will be over, one way or another, I want the histories to record that I gave him every chance to walk away." Hadrian stood. The mud sucked at his boots. Around him, his men were organizing the prisoners, tending the wounded, gathering the captured horses and weapons with the efficient bustle of a force that had won and knew it. "One more thing," Hadrian said, turning back to Loras. "Your father made a mistake. Your grandmother didn't. Think about which one of them usually turns out to be right." He walked away and left Loras Tyrell sitting in the mud with a bruised face and a confused heart, which was exactly where Hadrian wanted him. The victory at the Kingswood Bend, the Battle of the Mud, the soldiers called it, with the creative eloquence of men who'd spent the day waist-deep in it, changed the war's trajectory overnight. Not because of the military impact, though that was significant. 3,000 cavalry lost was a blow that Renly couldn't absorb quietly. But the real damage was to perception. Word spread, through ravens, through travelers, through the invisible channels by which news moved in Westeros, that the boy king had ridden out to meet Renly's army, had outmaneuvered the Knight of Flowers, and had won without a pitched battle. He'd fought smart instead of hard, and he'd released his prisoners instead of butchering them. The small folk loved it. The soldiers respected it. And the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, the careful, calculating men who'd been waiting to see which way the wind blew, began updating their calculations. Hadrian didn't rest. He couldn't afford to. The victory had bought him time, not safety, and time was a resource that depleted with every passing day. He made camp at a crossroads south of the capital and waited for Renly's response. It came not by raven but by herald, a knight in Baratheon green and gold, riding under a peace banner, bearing a message that Hadrian read by firelight in his command tent. "From Renly, King, I will not bend the knee to a child. Meet me at the crossroads in 3 days. We will settle this as Baratheons, face to face." Hadrian read the message, folded it, and looked across the tent at Jaime, who was polishing his sword with the meditative focus of a man preparing for something serious. "He wants to talk. He wants to posture," Jaime corrected. "Renly doesn't talk. He performs. Then I'll give him an audience. And if it's a trap? Renly doesn't set traps. He sets stages. There's a difference." Jaime shook his head, but the corner of his mouth twitched. "You know, you're the first king I've served who actually seems to enjoy this." "I don't enjoy it. I understand it. That's not the same thing." 3 days later, Hadrian rode to the crossroads with 50 men and met Renly Baratheon for the first time. His uncle was everything the stories said, tall, handsome, charismatic, wearing armor that was more art than protection. Green plate with gold filigree, a stag's head helm, a cloak of emerald silk that probably cost more than a knight's annual income. He rode at the head of his own escort, 100 men, twice Hadrian's number, because Renly never missed an opportunity to demonstrate superiority. They met in the center of the road. 2 Baratheons, uncle and nephew, stag facing stag across 30 feet of packed dirt. Renly removed his helm. His face was Robert's face, refined, the same strong jaw and blue eyes, but without the years of drink and bitterness that had coarsened the original. He was smiling. The smile was calculated, confident, and completely false. "Nephew." Renly's voice carried the easy warmth of a man who was used to being liked. "You've caused me a great deal of trouble. You declared war on me, uncle. The trouble is mutual. I declared my right. The Iron Throne was my brother's, and before it passes to a child, it should pass to a man who can hold it. You've never held anything more dangerous than a wine cup. Robert's warhammer is still in the keep." Renly's smile tightened. Around them, the escort shifted, hands moving toward weapons, the animal tension of armed men who could smell violence in the air. "I came to offer you terms," Renly said. "Not to trade insults with a boy. Then offer. Abdicate. Step down from the throne gracefully, and I'll name you Lord Paramount of the Stormlands. Storm's End is yours, the castle, the lands, the bannermen. You'll live well, you'll be respected, and you'll be safe. Safe from what? From what happens when 40,000 men arrive at the gates of a city defended by a child who reads too many books. Hadrian studied his uncle. Behind the charm and the armor and the calculated smile, he could feel Renly's emotional state through his passive reading, confidence, yes, but under it, a thread of unease. The Battle of the Mud had shaken him more than he'd admit. The boy who was supposed to crumble at the first real challenge had instead destroyed his vanguard and released the survivors, a move that was simultaneously generous and humiliating, which meant Renly couldn't respond to it without looking either ungrateful or weak. "Let me make a counter-offer," Hadrian said. "You bend the knee. Keep your lands, your titles, your dignity. I name you Master of Laws on the small council, a real position, with real power, not a consolation prize. You serve the realm instead of attacking it. And 5 years from now, when I've proven that a boy who reads books can hold a kingdom together, you'll be glad you chose this instead of a war you can't win." "Can't win?" Renly laughed, a rich, warm sound that was designed to make everyone within earshot feel included in the joke. "I have twice your numbers. I have the reach, the southern stormlands, and more knights than you had twice my numbers. Before I burned your supplies, scattered your scouts, and captured your champion in the mud." Hadrian's voice was quiet, conversational, utterly without heat. "Your army is hungry, demoralized, and 3 weeks into a march that was supposed to take one. Half your lords are questioning whether they backed the right horse. And Stannis is on Dragonstone with a fleet and a priestess, waiting to see which of us bleeds enough for him to finish off." Renly's smile vanished. "That's the part you haven't thought about," Hadrian continued. "You're not fighting me, uncle. You're fighting the mathematics of a three-way war. If you beat me, you're weakened, and Stannis takes everything. If I beat you, Stannis still takes everything unless I can rebuild fast enough to meet him. The only scenario where the Baratheon name survives is the one where we stop fighting each other." Pretty words. True words. Think about them. I'll give you 1 day. Hadrian turned his horse, a deliberate insult. Presenting your back to an enemy was either supreme confidence or supreme recklessness, and in Westeros, the distinction was the same. He rode back to his escort and didn't look over his shoulder. Jaime fell in beside him, his expression unreadable. "You know he won't accept." "I know. Then why offer?" "Because leadership isn't about winning. It's about making sure that when the history is written, the people who chose wrong can't claim they weren't given a choice." "That's very noble. It's very practical. Noble just happens to look the same, from the outside." They rode back to camp, and Hadrian spent the night staring at maps and feeling the cold pulse in his chest that meant death was circling, patient and inevitable. Renly's answer came at dawn. Not by herald. By army. 40,000 men, minus the casualties from Hadrian's raids, formed up on the field south of the crossroads in a battle line that stretched for over a mile. Infantry in the center, cavalry on the wings, Renly's personal guard at the heart, a mass of green and gold and steel that caught the morning sun and blazed like a forest fire. Hadrian stood on a low ridge north of the crossroads, looking down at the army that was about to try to kill him, and felt the crystal clarity descend. "Well," Jaime said, standing beside him. "That's a lot of men." "It is. Our 3,000 against their 37,000. Approximately. Any brilliant plans?" "1. Hadrian pointed to the eastern flank of Renly's line. "What do you see?" Jaime squinted. "Cavalry. Reach knights, from the banners. Maybe 8,000. Led by Loras. I can see his banner, the 3 golden roses. Loras Tyrell, who I released 3 days ago with a message from his sister. Loras Tyrell, whose grandmother is sitting in my castle supporting my rule. Loras Tyrell, who I told to think about which of his family members usually turns out to be right." Jaime looked at him. Hadrian looked back. "You didn't release him out of mercy," Jaime said slowly. "You released him as a weapon. I released him as a seed. Seeds take time to grow. The question is whether it's grown enough. And if it hasn't? Hadrian mounted his horse. The animal, a black destrier that reminded him painfully of Sirius's motorcycle, all power and barely controlled energy, stamped and tossed its head. Then we do this the hard way. He rode down the ridge toward his waiting army. 3,000 men, drawn up in a single line on the road, looking across the field at a force that outnumbered them 12 to 1. They were scared. He could feel it, a low, thrumming vibration of fear that ran through the formation like an electric current. They were professionals, trained, loyal, but they weren't stupid. They could count. Hadrian rode to the center of the line and turned his horse to face his men. He didn't shout. He didn't need to. The death sense, pushed outward, carried his voice to every ear with unnatural clarity. "I'm not going to give you a speech about glory," he said. "You're soldiers, not children, and you deserve better than pretty words. So here's the truth, we're outnumbered. Badly. The army across that field is bigger, better equipped, and led by a man who's convinced he's going to be king by sunset." He paused. Let the silence land. He's wrong. He's wrong because numbers don't win battles, will does. Conviction does. The knowledge that you're fighting for something worth fighting for. Renly Baratheon is fighting for a crown he didn't earn. You're fighting for a kingdom that needs you. He drew his sword. The steel caught the light. "I'm not asking you to die for me. I'm asking you to stand with me. If you break, I break with you. If you run, I run with you. And if you fight the way I know you can, then when the sun sets tonight, it will set on a kingdom that knows what Baratheon steel is worth." The cheer that rose from 3,000 throats was not the organized, coordinated war cry of a disciplined army. It was rawer than that, a guttural, primal sound, the sound of men who were scared and chose to be brave anyway. It was, Hadrian reflected, exactly the sound that the DA had made when they charged into the Battle of Hogwarts, the sound of people who decided that dying on their feet was better than living on their knees. He raised his sword. "Ours is the fury. Ours is the fury." 3,000 voices, shaking the earth. And across the field, Renly's army began to advance. The next hour was the most violent of Hadrian's second life. The initial clash was catastrophic. Renly's infantry hit Hadrian's line like a tidal wave, the sheer mass of 30,000 men pressing forward with the irresistible momentum of a force that believed in its own inevitability. Hadrian's 3,000 bent, buckled, nearly broke. Hadrian fought in the center. Not from the rear, not from a command tent, not from a safe distance. He fought shoulder to shoulder with his men, his sword work a blur of precision that Santigar would have wept to see. He was fast, faster than a 12-year-old should have been, and the magic helped. Not flashy power, not fireballs or shields. Just the subtle, continuous enhancement of his perception, feeling attacks before they came, sensing openings before they appeared, reading the flow of battle through the fear and fury of 10,000 minds. A spear thrust at his face. He slipped sideways, felt the iron pass his cheek, and drove his blade into the gap between the spearman's gauntlet and bracer. The man screamed and fell. Another came, a knight in green, swinging a mace. Hadrian dropped under the swing, came up inside the knight's guard, and punched his sword's pommel into the man's visor hard enough to crumple it. The knight went down. Jaime fought beside him, and in combat, the Kingslayer was something else entirely. The laziness and cynicism burned away, replaced by a focus and ferocity that made Hadrian understand why Jaime Lannister was called the finest swordsman in Westeros. He moved like water, his blade a silver blur, cutting through the Reach knights with a grace that turned violence into art. But grace and skill couldn't hold against numbers forever. Hadrian's line was being pushed back. Men were falling, his men, good men, dying on the swords of an army that simply had more swords. The battle was slipping away, second by second, in a tide of blood and iron. Hadrian made his choice. He reached for the magic. Not the subtle, deniable kind he'd been using, the real thing, the deep well of power that the Master of Death carried in his soul. He planted his feet, extended his senses, and pushed. The ground shifted. Not visibly, not a dramatic upheaval or a cinematic earthquake. The earth beneath the feet of Renly's advancing center simply became wrong. Soft in places that should have been firm. Slick where it should have been dry. Men stumbled. Formation gaps opened. The relentless forward momentum of 30,000 soldiers stuttered like a heartbeat skipping a beat. It was enough. Hadrian's cavalry, held in reserve on the flanks, hit the gaps. 1,500 riders on each side, charging into the openings that the magical disruption had created, driving wedges into Renly's line that split the cohesion of the advance. The battle dissolved into 1,000 individual fights, pockets of chaos where numbers mattered less than training, where Hadrian's veteran soldiers held their ground against opponents who'd lost their formation and their confidence. Blood ran from Hadrian's nose. His head pounded. The magic was draining him, pulling from reserves that were already depleted by 3 weeks of campaign, by raids and sleepless nights and the constant, grinding effort of maintaining his supernatural awareness across an entire battlefield. He could feel himself emptying, like water pouring from a cracked vessel. Not yet. Hold on. Just a little longer. He felt it before he saw it. On the eastern flank, where Loras Tyrell's 8,000 cavalry had been positioned, something was changing. The emotional signature of the Reach Knights was shifting, the aggressive, forward-leaning intensity of attack morphing into something else. Confusion. Hesitation. And then, withdrawal. Loras Tyrell's cavalry turned. Not en route, in a controlled, deliberate pivot that wheeled 8,000 riders away from Hadrian's flank and off the field. Not attacking Hadrian. Not attacking Renly. Simply, leaving. The battlefield felt the absence like a body feels an amputated limb. 8,000 men, gone in minutes, and with them, the entire eastern wing of Renly's army. The hole they left was devastating, a gap in the line that couldn't be filled, an exposed flank that Hadrian's cavalry immediately exploited. Renly's army began to crumble. Not quickly, armies of 40,000 don't disintegrate in moments. But the rot set in, spreading from the eastern flank inward as unit after unit realized that the Tyrells were gone, that the battle's calculus had changed, that staying on the field was no longer a path to victory but a road to slaughter. Knights began surrendering. Companies broke formation. The mighty host that had marched from Storm's End with silk banners and golden ambitions dissolved into a mass of confused, frightened men who wanted nothing more than to stop fighting and go home. Hadrian let them go. He ordered his cavalry to pursue at a distance but not to engage fleeing soldiers. Men who ran were men who'd accepted defeat, killing them served no purpose except cruelty. The battle ended not with a climax but with a whimper, the slow, anticlimactic collapse of an army that had lost its nerve and its leader. Because Renly was gone. Hadrian felt the absence before anyone confirmed it. The bright, vain emotional signature that had been Renly Baratheon, the charisma, the confidence, the desperate need to be loved, had vanished from the battlefield. Not dead. Just, gone. Fled, probably, when Loras withdrew. The man who would be king, running when the crown turned out to be heavier than expected. Hadrian stood in the center of the battlefield, coated in blood that was mostly not his own, and let his sword drop to his side. The crystal clarity was fading, replaced by an exhaustion so profound it felt like gravity had doubled. Jaime appeared beside him, equally bloodied, a gash across his cheek dripping red into his golden beard. He was grinning, the fierce, wild grin of a man who'd been in the worst of it and come out alive. The Tyrell boy, Jaime said, breathing hard. He pulled his cavalry. Yes. You planned that. I hoped for it. There's a terrifying distinction. Jaime looked out across the field, the surrendering knights, the abandoned banners, the debris of a broken army. What now? Now we win the peace. Which is harder than winning the battle? Jaime looked at him, really looked, the way he'd been looking more and more frequently, with an expression that had evolved from reluctant respect into something approaching genuine loyalty. "You're bleeding," Jaime said. Hadrian touched his nose. "Blood, again." "The magical cost, paid in the currency of his own body." "It's nothing." "It's not nothing. You've been doing, whatever it is you do. The ground, the way they stumbled, not here. When? When there's time. When I can explain it properly. You keep saying that. Eventually, you're going to run out of delays. Eventually. Not today." They rode back to camp in the fading light, and Hadrian made it to his tent before his legs gave out. He collapsed on his cot, too exhausted to remove his armor, and lay there staring at the canvas ceiling while his body trembled with the aftershock of expended magic. He'd won. Against 12-to-1 odds, against a larger, better-equipped force, against every reasonable expectation, he'd won. The cost had been steep. 300 dead on his side. Maybe 2,000 on Renly's, plus another 5,000 captured. The rest had fled or surrendered in place, waiting for someone to tell them what happened next. What happened next was mercy. Hadrian issued orders from his cot, his voice barely above a whisper, transmitted through Tyrion, who'd arrived with the reserves, to the army at large. All prisoners to be treated fairly. Wounded to be tended regardless of which banner they'd fought under. Officers to be offered the choice, bend the knee or go home. No punitive measures, no executions, no retribution. "You're too generous," Tyrion said, sitting beside the cot and pouring himself wine. "Half these men tried to kill you an hour ago. And now they're beaten and scared and wondering if the boy king is going to punish them for following orders." Hadrian closed his eyes. "Mercy costs nothing and buys loyalty you can't purchase with gold. That's idealistic. It's strategic. Same thing, from the right angle." Tyrion looked at him, really looked, with those sharp, mismatched eyes that saw through pretense the way a knife cut through silk. "You're going to be the best king Westeros has ever had," Tyrion said quietly. "Or the most tragic. I haven't decided which. Why not both? Gods help us. Both." He slept. For the first time in weeks, he slept without nightmares, without the cold pulse of the death sense, without the distant whisper of the three-eyed raven. Just sleep, dark, deep, and dreamless. And then the raven arrived. It came from Dragonstone. The message was short, written in a hand that trembled, and it destroyed Hadrian's hard-won peace in 3 sentences. "Lord Renly Baratheon is dead. Killed in his tent by a shadow that wore the face of Stannis Baratheon." The shadow came from the fire. Hadrian read the message by candlelight, the parchment shaking in his exhausted hands. Around him, the camp slept, and the night was quiet, and the stars were cold. Melisandre. The name burned in his mind like a brand. Shadow binding. Blood magic. She killed him with a shadow, the way she would have killed me if I'd let her. He'd offered Renly mercy. He'd offered Renly a choice. And while he'd been offering and fighting and bleeding, Stannis and his Red Priestess had solved the problem their own way, with fire and shadow and a death that came from a darkness no sword could block. Renly Baratheon. His uncle. A vain, foolish, charming man who'd wanted to be king and had died in his tent, murdered by magic, because the Game of Thrones didn't offer retirement packages. Hadrian set the message down. He pressed his hands flat on the table and breathed. The cold in his chest stirred. Not the death sense, something deeper. The old, familiar rage that he'd carried since Sirius fell through the veil, since Dumbledore fell from the tower, since Fred Weasley died laughing in a corridor at Hogwarts. The rage of a man who was tired, so goddamn tired, of watching people die because other people were playing games with forces they didn't understand. Melisandre killed him. Stannis allowed it. And I I was too busy fighting a conventional war to see the unconventional one coming. He'd underestimated them. He'd been so focused on the political and military dimensions that he'd neglected the magical one. And someone had died for it. Not someone he'd loved, not someone he'd even particularly liked, but someone who'd been alive, who'd had plans and hopes and a stupid, charming smile, and who was now nothing but a story about a shadow and a tent. The rage burned. Hadrian let it burn. Then he put it away, in the place where he kept all the things he couldn't afford to feel, and started planning. Because Stannis Baratheon was coming. And this time, the war wouldn't be fought with cavalry and tactics. This time, the war would be fought with fire and shadow and the things that lived in the spaces between life and death. And Hadrian, the boy who lived, the master of death, the king who'd won his throne and his war and his kingdom through a combination of wit and will and magic he barely understood, was going to be ready. A second raven arrived before dawn. This one was from the capital, Tyrion's hand, urgent. Marjorie's father has surrendered. Mace Tyrell bent the knee at first light, claiming he was misled by Renly's false promises. Olenna is already rewriting history to pretend Highgarden was with us all along. The Reach is yours. And a third, attached to the same bird, in Marjorie's careful script, I heard about Renly. I'm sorry. I know you offered him peace. Some people choose their own ends. Come home. Hadrian held the note for a long time. The parchment smelled faintly of the Reach, flowers and warm grass, a scent that had no business being in a war camp but was there anyway, carried across hundreds of miles by a girl who'd thought to spray her letter with perfume because she knew, somehow, that the king who read it would need something gentle after so much blood. He folded the note and put it inside his armor, against his chest, where the warmth of it pressed against his skin like a hand reaching through the dark. Then he stood, called for his officers, and began the march home. The war was over. The next one was just beginning. Far to the east, on Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon stood in the chamber of the painted table and looked at the map of Westeros with the cold, fanatical clarity of a man who believed he was destined to rule. Melisandre stood beside him. The shadows at her feet moved independently of the torchlight, dark shapes that pulsed and writhed, newly born and hungry. Renly is dead, Stannis said. The pretender in King's Landing has won his little war. And now he thinks he's safe. He is not safe, Melisandre said. Her voice was soft, resonant, absolutely certain. R'hllor has shown me the way. The boy king is Death's creature, and Death's creatures fear the flame. Can your flame stop him? Melisandre smiled. The ruby at her throat pulsed. I have shown you what the shadows can do, my king. But shadows are merely the beginning. There are greater powers in R'hllor's arsenal. Powers that burn brighter than any shadow. She held out her hand. In her palm, a flame danced, not red, not gold, but white. Pure white fire, hot enough to make the air shimmer, casting no shadow at all. The Lord of Light has a champion, she said. And the champion requires a king's blood to wake. Stannis looked at the flame. His jaw worked, the eternal battle between his rigid honor and his desperate ambition, fought on the battlefield of a face that had never learned to hide its conflicts. Do what you must, he said. Melisandre closed her hand. The white flame vanished. It has already begun, she whispered. And on the King's Road, riding north toward King's Landing with a victory behind him and a war ahead, Hadrian Baratheon felt something stir in his blood, a warning, deep and primal, that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand upright and his death sense scream with an intensity it had never reached before. Something was coming. Something worse than armies, worse than shadows, worse than any threat he'd faced in 2 lifetimes of facing threats. Fire, unbound and uncontrolled. And behind the fire, a god's hungry, burning eye. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Fire and Shadow. The shadow killed Ser Jacelyn Bywater on a Thursday night, in the middle of the City Watch barracks, surrounded by 40 armed men who saw nothing. Hadrian felt the death from across the castle, a sharp, cold spike through his awareness that woke him from a dead sleep and sent him stumbling out of bed, gasping, his hands pressed against his temples as if trying to hold his skull together. The death sense didn't just register the killing. It registered the wrongness of it, the stench of magic that didn't belong in this world, shadow given form and purpose, a piece of living darkness that had slithered through walls and wards and the heartbeats of 40 men to reach one specific throat. He was dressed and running before his guards could react. Through the corridors of Maegor's Holdfast, down the serpentine steps, across the courtyard in the pre-dawn dark. The watch barracks was chaos, men shouting, torches flaring, the particular quality of confused terror that happened when soldiers encountered something they couldn't fight. Bywater lay in his quarters. The door was locked from the inside. There were no windows large enough for a man to enter. The room was exactly as it had been when Bywater had retired for the evening, armor on its stand, sword in its rack, a half-finished cup of ale on the table. The only thing wrong was the body. Bywater's throat had been opened from ear to ear by something that left no blade marks, no metal residue, no physical evidence of any kind. The wound was clean, impossibly, surgically clean, and the edges of the cut were cold. Not room temperature cold. Ice cold. Frost on metal cold, as if the killing instrument had been carved from frozen shadow. Hadrian knelt beside the body and placed his hand on Bywater's chest. The man was still warm. The echo of his death lingered in the air like smoke, fear, confusion, a single moment of absolute terror as something materialized from the darkness of his own room and reached for him. How? Jaime's voice, behind him. The Kingslayer had followed, sword drawn, his expression tight with the focused alertness of a man who recognized that this was not a normal killing. Shadow magic. Hadrian's voice was flat. Controlled. The rage was there, the old, familiar rage, but he locked it down, pressed it into the box where he kept the things that would destroy him if he let them out. Same method that killed Renly. A shadow bound with blood magic, sent to kill a specific target. From Dragonstone. From Dragonstone. From Melisandre. From Stannis. Jaime absorbed this. Can you stop it? I don't know. Not yet. The admission cost him. He'd spent 2 lifetimes being the person who could stop things, the chosen one, the boy who lived, the master of death. Admitting that he faced a threat he didn't yet understand how to counter felt like standing in front of a boggart without a wand. But honesty was the foundation he'd built everything on, and lying about his limitations would only make them worse. He stood. The watch commanders were clustering at the door, their faces cycling through grief and fear. Bywater had been popular, competent, fair, loyal. Exactly the kind of man you couldn't afford to lose. Seal the barracks, Hadrian said. No one enters or leaves until I've examined the room. And send for Lord Tyrion. He spent the next hour on his hands and knees in Bywater's quarters, pushing his magical senses to their absolute limit. The shadow had left a trace, faint, oily, a residue of wrongness that clung to the stones like a stain. He followed it backward, tracing its path through the room, through the wall, through the corridor beyond. The trail ended at a fireplace. Not Bywater's fireplace. A fireplace 3 rooms down, in the barracks' common area, where a coal fire had been banked for the night. The shadow had emerged from the flames. Born in fire, shaped by blood magic, sent with a purpose as specific as an arrow. She sent it through fire. The realization was chilling. Melisandre could project her shadows through any open flame, a hearth, a torch, a candle. In a city of 100,000 fires, that meant the shadows could appear anywhere. There was no fortress thick enough, no wall high enough, no guard strong enough to stop an attack that came through the flames of your own fireplace. Hadrian sat on the floor of the common room and stared at the dead coals and thought, very carefully, about what he was going to do. The options were limited. He could ward against the shadows, his death magic gave him a natural affinity for countering shadowborn entities, and he'd already placed basic wards on the Red Keep. But basic wards hadn't stopped this. The shadow had punched through his protections like a fist through wet paper, which meant Melisandre's power was stronger than he'd estimated. Significantly stronger. He could ward more heavily, pouring more of his own energy into the defenses. But the cost would be devastating. Maintaining castle-wide wards against shadow incursion would drain him constantly, leaving him diminished for everything else. A king who couldn't think straight because he was burning all his energy on magical shields was a king who'd make mistakes. And mistakes, in this game, were fatal. Or he could go on the offensive. Tyrion arrived as the sun was rising, looking every bit as exhausted as Hadrian felt. The dwarf had been managing the kingdom's administration with remarkable efficiency during the campaign against Renly, and the effort showed in the shadows under his eyes and the increased frequency of his wine consumption. "Bywater," Tyrion said, sitting heavily. "I heard. Killed by a shadow. Sent from Dragonstone through the barracks fireplace." Tyrion's expression didn't change. He'd long since stopped being surprised by the magical elements of Hadrian's reign, though he'd never fully understood them. What he understood was tactics, and the tactical implications of a weapon that could kill through fire were immediately apparent. "We can't defend against this," Tyrion said. "Not conventionally." "No. So we attack." "Yes. Dragonstone is a volcanic island fortress with a natural harbor that's been fortified for 3 centuries. Stannis has a fleet and whatever magical horrors his priestess can conjure. And we just fought a war that depleted our military resources by about a third." Tyrion reached for his wine cup, found it empty, and sighed. "When do we leave?" "Soon. But not yet. I need to prepare." "Prepare what?" "Something I should have started weeks ago." The preparation took 5 days. Hadrian spent them in his warded cellar beneath Maegor's holdfast, pushing his magic harder than he'd ever pushed it. The wards on the Red Keep were his first priority. He tore down the basic protections he'd placed months ago and rebuilt them from scratch, layering death magic into the stones themselves, creating a network of enchantments that resonated with his own power and would alert him instantly if shadow magic tried to penetrate the castle walls. The cost was brutal. Each ward required him to bleed, literally, cutting his palms and pressing them against the stone, letting his blood carry the magic into the rock. By the 3rd day, his hands were a map of thin scars, and he was lightheaded from blood loss and magical exhaustion. But the wards held. He tested them by summoning a flicker of shadow magic himself, the barest whisper of the death power, shaped into something that approximated Melisandre's shadows. The wards flared, caught the shadow, and dissolved it. The Red Keep was protected. The rest of the city was not. That was the problem. He couldn't ward all of King's Landing. He didn't have the power, and even if he did, the magical infrastructure would be visible to anyone with supernatural senses. Melisandre would see the wards, understand their nature, and adapt. She was too clever, too experienced, too steeped in centuries of magical practice to be stopped by static defenses. He needed a different approach. On the 4th day, while his hands healed and his reserves slowly replenished, Hadrian sat in his cellar and thought about Melisandre. Not about her power. About her nature. She was old. Centuries old, perhaps. The glamour that maintained her appearance of youth was powerful but imperfect, and Hadrian's death sense could feel the age beneath it like bedrock beneath soil. She'd been serving R'hllor for longer than most Westerosi houses had existed, and in that time, she'd developed a mastery of fire magic that was genuinely formidable. But she was also afraid. He'd seen it during their confrontation, the fear that lived beneath the conviction, the terror of death that R'hllor exploited to maintain her loyalty. Melisandre served the fire god not out of love but out of desperation. She was running from death the way a drowning person clutches at anything that floats. And death was what Hadrian understood. The insight crystallized on the 5th day, while he was meditating in the dark of his cellar, his consciousness expanded to its maximum range. He'd been trying to understand Melisandre's shadows as weapons, offensive magic that needed to be blocked or destroyed. But that was wrong. The shadows weren't weapons. They were perversions. They were pieces of death, shadow, cold, ending, ripped from their natural context and forced into servitude by fire magic. Melisandre didn't create shadows. She enslaved them. And Hadrian, as the master of death, had the authority to free them. The theory was elegant. The practice was going to be horrifying. But it was the only approach that addressed the fundamental problem: you couldn't outward a mage of Melisandre's caliber, and you couldn't outfight her at range. You had to go to her, confront her directly, and demonstrate that the force she was abusing wasn't hers to command. He emerged from the cellar on the morning of the 6th day, pale as paper, with fresh scars on his hands and dark circles under his eyes that made him look less like a 12-year-old king and more like a consumptive poet. But his mind was clear, his plan was formed, and his resolve was absolute. He found Tyrion, Jaime, and Margaery waiting for him in his study. They'd arranged themselves in what Hadrian had come to think of as the war council formation: Tyrion at the desk with maps and wine, Jaime by the window with his sword, Margaery in the chair by the fireplace with a book she wasn't reading. "You look terrible," Margaery said. "Thank you. You've been in that cellar for 5 days. You've eaten twice. You look like you've been doing something that's killing you slowly." "I've been preparing." "Preparing for what?" "Dragonstone. I'm sailing for Dragonstone in 3 days." The room went quiet. Not the productive quiet of people processing information, the heavy, loaded quiet of people who'd been dreading this moment. "No," Margaery said. "Margaery, no. You just fought a war. You're exhausted. You've been doing whatever you do in that cellar, and it's obviously tearing you apart physically. And now you want to sail to a volcanic fortress to fight a priestess who kills people with shadows? The shadows won't stop. She killed Bywater. She'll kill someone else next, Tyrion, Barristan, you. She can reach anyone through any fire, and I can't protect the entire city. The only way to stop this is to stop her. Then send someone else. There's no one else who can do what needs to be done. Because of the thing you won't tell me about." Margaery's voice cracked. Not dramatically, she was too controlled for that. But the crack was there, and it was real, and it cut Hadrian deeper than any sword. He looked at her. She looked back. Brown eyes, furious and frightened, and something else, something that had been growing between them for months, unacknowledged, unnamed, terrifying in its depth. "Tell me," she said. "Whatever it is. Whatever you've been hiding. Tell me now, before you go get yourself killed." Hadrian looked at Tyrion. At Jaime. At the 3 people in this world who came closest to understanding him, who'd stood beside him through a coup, an assassination, and a war. The 3 people he trusted. "Close the door," he said. Jaime closed the door. Hadrian sat down. And for the first time in this life, he told the truth. Not all of it. Not the details, not Hogwarts, not Voldemort, not the specific geography of a world that existed only in his memory. But the shape of it. The essence. "I've lived before," he said. "Another life, in another place. I lived, I died, and I was reborn here. I carry memories of that life, all of them, complete, from birth to death. And I carry something else, a connection to death itself. Not a religion, not a philosophy. A relationship. Death is a force, like gravity or fire. And in my previous life, I became its master." Silence. 3 faces, 3 different expressions. Tyrion, analytical, processing, fitting this new data into his understanding of the world with the rapid efficiency of a mind built for exactly this kind of work. Jaime, stunned, but not disbelieving, he'd seen too much, felt too much, to reject the impossible outright. Margaery, pale, her hands gripping the arms of her chair, her eyes wide and dark and fixed on his face. "The magic," Hadrian continued. "What I can do, the sensing, the force, the healing. It comes from that connection. I'm not a god. I'm not invincible. I'm a man who died and came back with a set of abilities that this world doesn't have a name for. The fire in the street, Marjorie whispered. The survivors said the flames moved away from you. I pushed them. Telekinetically. It cost me, every use of power costs me, physically. The bigger the effect, the higher the price. The battle against Renly. The ground, yes. I shifted the earth beneath their feet. Subtle, not dramatic, but enough to break their formation. And then I bled from the nose for 2 days. And Melisandre knows. Melisandre felt what I am the moment she set foot in King's Landing. She calls me Death's creature. She thinks I serve the Great Other, the god of ice and darkness, R'hllor's enemy. She's wrong. I don't serve anyone. But she believes it, and her belief makes her dangerous. He stopped. Let the silence settle. The room was very still. Outside, King's Landing hummed with its usual noise, the 10,000 small sounds of a city waking, going about its business, unaware that its king was sitting in a room confessing to reincarnation and necromancy. Questions, Hadrian said. Go ahead. Tyrion went first, because Tyrion always went first. Your strategic knowledge. The way you've been outmaneuvering everyone since the day Robert died. That's from your previous life. Experience. A full lifetime of war, politics, and making mistakes. I had very good teachers, and I had very bad enemies, and between the two, I learned. And your age? You're 12, but you're old. I'm very old, in the ways that matter. The boy is real, I'm not pretending to be 12. I grew up here, I formed real relationships, I love Robert as my father. But inside, there's a man who's lived and died and seen things that would fill a library. Tyrion absorbed this with the equanimity of a man who'd spent his life being underestimated and therefore instinctively recognized it in others. Well, he said. That explains rather a lot. Jaime was next. His expression was strange, a mixture of relief and something that looked almost like vindication. I knew, he said. I didn't know this, but I knew you weren't what you seemed. No child fights like you fight, talks like you talk, thinks like you think. He struggled for the word. You're like reading a book in a language you don't speak, but understanding it anyway. I'll take that as a compliment. It is one. Jaime paused. Does Cersei know? No. And she can't. This conversation doesn't leave this room. Agreed. Marjorie hadn't spoken. She sat in her chair, very still, her hands in her lap, her eyes fixed on Hadrian with an intensity that made the air between them feel solid. Marjorie. I need a moment. He gave her the moment. She used it to breathe, 3 deep, controlled breaths, the technique of someone who'd been trained from childhood to manage her emotions in public and was now applying that training to the most extraordinary private revelation of her life. In your previous life, she said. Did you have a family? Of all the questions she could have asked, about the magic, the danger, the implications for his reign, she asked about family. Because that was who she was, the person who looked past power and politics and saw the human being underneath. Yes, Hadrian said. A wife. Children. Grandchildren. I loved them. I lost them, not to violence, just to time. I was very old when I died. And now you're 12. And now I'm 12. And you've been carrying all of this, an entire lifetime of memories and loss and power, since you were a child. Since I was 8. That's when the memories fully returned. Something shifted in Marjorie's expression. The shock was still there, but beneath it, something else was emerging, not pity, not fear, but a comprehension so deep it made Hadrian's breath catch. She looked at him and saw, for the first time, the full scope of what he was, not a prodigy, not a political savant, not an unnaturally gifted child. A man. A tired, scarred, relentless man who'd been reborn into a world that needed him and had spent every day since making himself worthy of the burden. That's why you have nightmares, she said. Yes. That's why you drink tea. Despite everything, he almost laughed. It was the only thing that helped me sleep, in my old life. An old habit I couldn't break. That's why you looked at me in the library, on that first day, like you were seeing someone else. The laughter died. Because she was right. He had been seeing someone else. Not Ginny. Marjorie was nothing like Ginny. But the echo of what it meant to connect with someone, to find a person who saw through the masks and the titles and the weight of history and just saw you. He'd been seeing the possibility of that, and it had terrified him, and it terrified him still. I was seeing you, he said. Just you. And being afraid of what that meant. The room was very quiet. Tyrion was studying his wine cup with the exaggerated focus of a man giving two people a semblance of privacy. Jaime was examining the ceiling with similar dedication. Marjorie stood. She crossed the room. She stood in front of Hadrian's chair and looked down at him, 14 years old, beautiful, fierce, real. You're going to Dragonstone, she said. Yes. To fight a priestess who serves a fire god. Yes. With death magic. Yes. She reached out and took his hand. The scarred hand, the one covered in thin white lines from the warding ritual. She held it carefully, tracing the scars with her thumb. Then come back, she said. Not as a king. Not as the master of death. Come back as the man who drinks tea and has nightmares and looked at me in a library like I was the first real thing he'd seen in 2 lifetimes. I'll try. Don't try. Do. She squeezed his hand, released it, and walked to the door. At the threshold, she turned. For the record, she said, nothing you've told me changes anything. I chose you before I knew. I choose you now. And I'll choose you when you come back. She left. The door clicked shut. Tyrion cleared his throat. Well. That was, don't, Hadrian said. I was going to say, the most extraordinarily terrifying courtship I've ever witnessed, but I'll save it for my memoirs. Jaime, still examining the ceiling, said nothing. But the corner of his mouth was twitching. The fleet sailed on a grey morning, 3 days later. 40 warships, carrying 5,000 soldiers and 200 siege engineers, cutting across Blackwater Bay toward the volcanic island of Dragonstone. Hadrian stood at the prow of the flagship, a Baratheon war galley named Storm's Fury, and watched the island materialize from the morning mist like a fist rising from the sea. Dragonstone was beautiful in the way that volcanoes were beautiful, vast, dark, terrible. The castle sat atop the island's central peak, its towers carved into the shapes of dragons that seemed to writhe in the shifting light. Below it, the natural harbor was sheltered by 2 massive headlands, with Stannis' fleet, maybe 30 ships, riding at anchor between them. Stannis knew they were coming. There was no way to hide 40 warships crossing the bay, and Hadrian hadn't tried. Stealth was impossible. What he needed was speed and overwhelming force applied to the right pressure point. The fleet first, Hadrian said, standing at the tactical table in the flagship's cabin. Around him, Jaime, commanding the Marines, Ser Davos Seaworth, a surprise addition who'd defected from Stannis' service 3 weeks ago, unable to stomach the shadow magic, commanding the naval operations, and a half-dozen captains who'd been selected for aggression and competence. Davos had been the coup of the campaign's preparation. The former smuggler-turned-knight had served Stannis for years, but Melisandre's increasing influence, the burnings, the shadows, the blood sacrifices, had pushed him past his limit. He'd sailed to King's Landing in a fishing boat, knelt before Hadrian, and offered his knowledge of Dragonstone's defenses in exchange for one promise: no burning. No shadow magic. No killing in the name of gods. Hadrian had promised. Davos had smiled for the first time in months and begun drawing maps. Stannis has 30 warships, Davos said, tracing the harbor's shape with a scarred finger. But half are undermanned, he's been losing sailors to desertion for weeks. Morale is shattered. The men don't want to fight for a king who burns his own people. And Melisandre? In the castle. She's been performing rituals day and night, the fires on the battlements burn constantly, and the garrison reports hearing screaming from the lower chambers. Davos's face tightened. She's building something. I don't know what. I do, Hadrian thought. A fire white. A champion of R'hllor, animated by white flame, powered by king's blood. He'd felt it growing in his senses over the past week, a heat source on Dragonstone that was unlike anything natural, a concentration of fire magic so dense it distorted his perception like a lens-bending light. Whatever Melisandre was building, it was almost ready. We hit the fleet at dawn, Hadrian said. Davos, your ships lead the van, you know the harbor's currents, the shoals, the gaps in Stannis's defensive line. Jaime, the Marines board the moment we're alongside. Disable, don't sink, I want those ships intact. And then? Then I go ashore. Alone. The cabin went silent. The particular quality of silence that followed Hadrian's more insane pronouncements, he was getting familiar with it. Absolutely not, Jaime said. The castle's defenses are magical, not physical. Melisandre's wards will incinerate any conventional force that tries to breach the walls. I've felt them, they're powerful, layered, designed to turn stone into an oven. 100 men will die before they reach the gate. And one man won't. One man with my particular abilities has a chance. Melisandre's wards are fire-based. My power is the antithesis of fire. Where she burns, I cool. Where she creates, I end. I can walk through her defenses the way water walks through sand. Theoretically. Practically. I've tested it. On what? On myself. In my cellar. 4 or 5 days. Jaime opened his mouth. Closed it. Rubbed his face with both hands in the gesture of a man reaching the absolute limit of his tolerance for magical insanity. You tested your ability to walk through fire, on yourself, in a cellar. I created a small-scale version of Melisandre's ward structure and walked through it. It hurt. Quite a lot, actually. But I survived, and the wards broke. And if her full-strength wards are stronger than your small-scale test, then I'll deal with that when I get there. That's not a plan. That's a prayer. It's both. Plans and prayers have more in common than people think. Davos, who had been listening with the calm fatalism of a man who'd survived decades of impossible situations, spoke up. The boy's right about the wards. I've seen Melisandre's fire defenses. During the siege of Storm's End, she set the beachhead ablaze with a word. No conventional force is getting through those walls. So we send the king. Alone. We send the only person who can match what she does. Davos looked at Hadrian with an expression that combined respect, concern, and something that might have been faith. Your Grace, I've served 2 kings. The first burned people alive and called it piety. You walked into a fire to save strangers and called it Tuesday. I'll follow your lead. The naval battle was swift and decisive. Davos knew Dragonstone's harbor the way a musician knew an instrument, every current, every depth, every vulnerability in the anchorage's defense. He led the van through a gap between the headlands that Stannis's captains had considered too narrow for warships, because they didn't know about the channel that only existed at high tide and had been mapped by a smuggler 20 years ago. Stannis's fleet was caught between the headlands and the open sea, unable to maneuver, outnumbered, and undermanned. The battle lasted 2 hours. Jaime led the boarding parties with the ferocious joy of a man finally doing what he was built for, his golden sword cutting through the resistance with an efficiency that was almost surgical. Ship after ship fell, captured, not sunk, their crews surrendering with the relieved gratitude of men who'd been looking for an excuse to stop fighting. Stannis himself was not on the ships. He was in the castle, watching from the battlements as his fleet was dismantled. Hadrian could feel him, a rigid, burning knot of fury and conviction, sitting atop the volcanic peak like a coal in a furnace. And beside Stannis, Melisandre. Her presence blazed in Hadrian's senses like a second sun, hotter and brighter than the last time he'd felt her. She'd been feeding, on Stannis's blood, on the fire's power, on whatever dark fuel Lawler provided to his most devoted servants. She was stronger now. Much stronger. The fire white pulsed beneath the castle like a heartbeat made of flame. Hadrian boarded a rowboat as the last of Stannis's ships was captured. 4 sailors rowed him toward the rocky shore beneath the castle walls. The volcanic stone was black and sharp, the surf crashing against it with a fury that matched the magic he could feel pressing down from above. Melisandre's wards hit him the moment he stepped onto the beach. Heat. Immediate, overwhelming, pressing against his skin like standing too close to a furnace. The air itself was hot, not warm, hot, the kind of heat that seared lungs and blistered exposed skin. The volcanic rock beneath his boots was glowing faintly, veins of red tracing through the black stone like blood through flesh. Hadrian stopped. Breathed. Reached inside himself for the cold. Not the cold of the others. Not the killing cold, the end of all things cold that the Night King wielded. The other cold. The quiet cold. The cold of a winter morning, of still water, of the moment between one breath and the next when the world pauses and everything is peaceful and clear. The cold of death, understood as it truly was, not an enemy, but a friend. Not an ending, but a passage. The most natural thing in the world, as gentle and inevitable as falling asleep. He let it flow through him, and the heat receded. The wards didn't break, they parted. Like curtains drawn aside, like water yielding to the prow of a ship. The fire magic recognized something in Hadrian's power that it couldn't burn, couldn't consume, couldn't overcome. Not because he was stronger than the fire, he wasn't. But because he was the fire's complement. The other half of the equation. The shadow that gave the light its shape. He walked through the wards and up the beach toward the castle gate. The stone stopped glowing beneath his feet. The air cooled. The heat withdrew, grudging and angry, like a dog called off by a master it didn't respect. Behind him, on the ships in the harbor, 5,000 soldiers watched their king walk alone toward a burning fortress. Some prayed. Some cursed. Some simply stared, unable to reconcile what they were seeing with anything they understood about the world. Jaime, standing at the prow of the flagship, gripped the railing hard enough to crack the wood and said nothing. But his eyes never left the small, dark figure walking up the volcanic slope toward the dragon-shaped towers. The castle gate was open. Not broken, not breached. Open. Melisandre had left it open, because she wanted him to come in. This was a confrontation she'd been preparing for, the death god's champion versus the fire god's priestess, the culmination of a cosmic argument that had been running since before either of them was born. Hadrian walked through the gate and into the castle of Dragonstone. The interior was dark and hot, the air thick with the smell of sulfur and something else, incense, maybe, or the particular acrid odor of large-scale blood magic. The corridors were empty. Stannis's garrison had either fled or been ordered away. The castle felt abandoned but alive, pulsing with a magical energy that made the walls hum and the shadows dance in patterns that had nothing to do with the torchlight. He followed the heat. Down through the castle's outer levels, past the great hall where the painted table showed Westeros in miniature, down stone stairs worn smooth by 3 centuries of Targaryen feet. Down, down, into the belly of the volcano. The chamber was at the bottom of everything. It was vast, a natural cavern beneath the castle, expanded and shaped by dragonfire in the age when Targaryens had used Dragonstone as their seat. The walls were obsidian, black and glassy, reflecting the light of a fire that burned in the center of the chamber with an intensity that should have been blinding but wasn't. White fire. The same fire Melisandre had shown Stannis. A column of pure, searing flame, 10 feet tall, burning without fuel, casting no shadow, radiating a heat that made the obsidian walls glow red. And in the fire, something was forming. Hadrian could see it through the flames, a shape, humanoid, condensing out of the white fire like a sculpture being carved from light. It was nearly complete, a figure of flame and ash, its eyes 2 points of brilliant white, its body a latticework of burning veins over a core of solidified heat. The fire white. Melisandre's masterwork. A champion of R'hllor, born of king's blood and priestly devotion, designed for one purpose, to destroy the Master of Death. Melisandre stood beside the column of fire. She was different than the last time he'd seen her, thinner, paler, her beauty worn down by weeks of ritual and sacrifice. The ruby at her throat pulsed rapidly, in time with her heartbeat, and the shadows beneath her eyes were deep enough to drown in. She'd been pouring herself into this creation. Her life, her power, her centuries of accumulated magic. The fire white wasn't just a weapon, it was a receptacle for everything Melisandre had, everything she was. Stannis stood behind her, rigid as a statue, his face grey with exhaustion. Hadrian's death sense pulsed, Stannis was dying. Slowly, over weeks, his blood drained by ritual after ritual, his life force fed to the fire that was building his champion. He didn't know it, or didn't care. The iron conviction in his eyes was undimmed. "You've come," Melisandre said. Her voice was raw, stripped of the resonant confidence he remembered. She sounded like a woman nearing the end of a very long road. "The flames showed me this moment. They showed me your death. The flames show you what R'hllor wants you to see. We've discussed this. You discussed. I warned. The distinction appears lost on you. Apparently." He walked forward. Each step cost him. The white fire was pushing against his death magic with a force that made the wards on the beach feel like candle warmth by comparison. His skin tingled. His vision swam. The temperature in the cavern was beyond measurement, beyond endurance for any normal person. But Hadrian wasn't normal. He had never been normal. In 2 lifetimes, across 2 worlds, normal was the one thing he'd never managed to be. "Stannis," he said. Not to Melisandre. To the man behind her. "Look at yourself. She's killing you." Stannis blinked. The grey face tightened. "I am performing my duty. R'hllor demands your blood, Stannis. That's not duty. That's a sacrifice, and you're the lamb." Silence. Melisandre's voice cracked across the chamber like a whip. The white fire surged, and the figure within it stirred, arms moving, head turning, eyes focusing with a blank, hungry intelligence that made Hadrian's death sense scream. It was ready. Or nearly ready. One more infusion, one more sacrifice, and the fire white would be complete. "You should not have come here," Melisandre said, and now her voice was shaking, not with anger, but with something older. Something Hadrian recognized. Fear. Pure, undiluted fear, the kind that lived in the bones and whispered in the dark and drove people to do terrible things in the name of self-preservation. She was afraid of dying. She was always afraid of dying. R'hllor had promised her life, and she'd paid for that promise with centuries of service and oceans of blood, and now she was staring at the one thing in the world that could cancel the debt. "I'm going to stop this," Hadrian said. "The white, the rituals, the blood magic. All of it. I'm not asking your permission. Then you will die. Maybe. But not today." Melisandre raised her hands. The white fire answered, surging outward from the central column in a wave of heat and light that turned the chamber into the interior of a sun. The fire white lunged forward, half-born, its body incomplete but its hunger absolute. It moved like living flame, fluid and fast and terrible, reaching for Hadrian with hands of white fire. Hadrian didn't dodge. He couldn't, the thing was too fast, the chamber too small, the fire too omnipresent. Instead, he did the thing he'd spent 5 days in his cellar learning to do. He opened the door. Not a physical door. A metaphysical one. The door that existed between life and death, the passage that every living thing crossed exactly once, the threshold that he, the master of death, had the unique authority to open and close. The door opened in his chest. It opened in the space between his heartbeats, in the pause between his breaths, in the place where the living met the dying and found that the boundary between them was thinner than paper. Cold rushed out. Not the bitter cold of the others, not the killing frost of the long night. A different cold, vast, gentle, infinite. The cold of starlight in the void between worlds. The cold of peace. The cold of the deepest, most profound rest, the rest that awaited all living things at the end of their journey. Death. Not a weapon. Not a curse. Death, as it truly was, the end of suffering, the release of pain, the door through which every consciousness passed into whatever lay beyond. Death, understood and accepted and wielded not with hatred but with compassion. The fire white hit the cold and stopped. Not because the cold was stronger than the fire. Because the white, at its core, was a perversion, a thing that should never have existed, a dead thing forced into a mockery of life by magic that violated the natural order. The fire kept it moving, kept it hungry, kept it burning. But the cold, the true cold, death's cold, reminded it of what it was. Dead. Gone. Finished. The white screamed. A sound beyond sound, a frequency that shattered obsidian and cracked the cavern walls and drove Stannis to his knees with his hands over his ears. The white fire sputtered, flickered, and began to dim as the thing at its center came apart, not exploding, not dying, but dissolving, the way mist dissolves in the morning sun, the way dreams dissolve upon waking. The fire white collapsed into ash and embers. The white column of flame guttered and died. And the cavern, which had been burning with the light of a god's ambition, went dark except for the torches on the walls. Melisandre screamed. Not in anger, in grief. The sound was raw, animal, the cry of a mother watching her child die. She'd poured everything into the white, her power, her devotion, her centuries of faith, and it had been unmade in seconds by a 12-year-old boy who understood death better than her god understood fire. She threw everything she had left at him. Fire erupted from her hands, not white, not the controlled, ritualistic flame of her priestcraft, but raw, red, desperate fire, the fire of a woman fighting for her life with the last weapons she possessed. It hit Hadrian like a physical force, driving him backward, searing through his defenses with a heat that blackened his clothes and blistered his forearms and filled his nostrils with the smell of his own burning skin. The pain was immense. Overwhelming. The worst he'd felt since the killing curse, since the green light and the cold and the falling. His body wanted to stop, to collapse, to surrender to the agony and let the fire consume him. He didn't stop. He walked forward. Into the fire. Through the fire. One step at a time, each step an act of will that cost more than the last, each step a choice, conscious, deliberate, absolute, to keep moving toward the woman who was trying to kill him. The door in his chest was still open. The cold flowed through it, meeting the fire, pushing against it, and where the two forces collided, the air itself screamed, a high, keening vibration that was neither heat nor cold but the agonized protest of reality being stretched between two fundamental forces. Hadrian reached Melisandre. She was on her knees. The fire was dying, not because she'd run out of power, but because the power was being drained, pulled through the door in Hadrian's chest into whatever lay on the other side. The cold didn't consume the fire. It absorbed it. Took it in. Integrated it. Fire and cold, life and death, merging in a way that neither Melisandre's god nor any force in this world had ever intended. Hadrian knelt in front of her. His body was a ruin, burns on his arms and chest, his clothes smoldering, blood running from his nose and ears and the corners of his eyes. The magic was eating him alive, devouring his reserves, pushing past the limits of what a human body could channel. But the door was open, and through it, he could feel something vast and gentle pressing close. Not Lawler. Not the great other. Something older than both. Something that had been waiting, patient and kind, for this exact moment. Death. Not the monster under the bed. Not the skull-faced specter of children's nightmares. Death as Hadrian knew it, had always known it, since the day he'd walked into the forbidden forest and let the green light take him. Peace. I'm not going to kill you, Hadrian said. His voice was a wreck, barely audible, raw, scraped thin by pain. I never wanted to kill you. Melisandre looked up at him. Without the fire, without the magic, without the glamour that Lawler's power had maintained for centuries, she was old. Ancient. A woman who'd been running from death since before the doom of Valyria, who'd burned and sacrificed and served and begged for one more day, one more year, one more century of not dying. Her face was a map of wrinkles. Her hair was white. Her eyes, without the ember glow, were a simple, human brown. She was terrified. He promised me, she whispered. Lawler promised. Serve the fire, and death would not take me. Death doesn't take, Melisandre. Death receives. There's a difference. I can't. I can't, you don't have to. Not today. Hadrian reached out, slowly, and took her hand. The cold in his touch made her flinch, but he held on, gently, the way you held a frightened animal. I'm closing the door. I'm not pulling you through it. I'm just showing you that it's there, and that there's nothing on the other side to be afraid of. He let her feel it. Just a whisper, the faintest breath of what lay beyond the door. Not the void, not the darkness, not the hungry nothingness that Lawler had taught her to fear. Something else. Something warm, impossibly warm, warmer than any fire. A welcome. Melisandre's eyes went wide. Her breath caught. And for just a moment, a fraction of a heartbeat, the terror on her face was replaced by something else. Wonder. Then the moment passed, and the terror returned, and Melisandre pulled her hand away and scrambled backward, pressing herself against the cavern wall like a woman fleeing a beautiful, terrible thing she'd glimpsed through a keyhole. But the wonder had been there. And they both knew it. Hadrian closed the door. The cold receded. The cavern returned to normal, dark, sulphurous, littered with the ashes of a fire white that would never threaten anyone again. He tried to stand. His legs buckled. The magical expenditure caught up with him in a single, crushing wave, exhaustion, pain, the accumulated cost of everything he'd done in the past hour, and he went down hard, his knees hitting obsidian, his hands catching him before his face joined them. Your Grace. Stannis's voice, sharp with confusion and something that might have been concern. The older Baratheon had crawled across the chamber, still grey-faced, still weakened by the blood rituals, but alive. Alive because Hadrian had destroyed the thing that was killing him. I'm fine, Hadrian said, which was the most egregious lie he'd told in either lifetime. You're bleeding. That happens. He forced himself up. Every muscle protested. His burns throbbed with a deep, pulsing agony that made breathing difficult. He needed a maester, a bed, and about 3 days of unconsciousness. He was going to get none of those things, because there was still a conversation to be had. Stannis. Hadrian faced his uncle. The older man looked back at him with an expression that defied simple description, anger, confusion, reluctant awe, and the particularly Baratheon stubbornness that refused to yield even when the evidence was overwhelming. What are you? Stannis asked. Your nephew. Your king. And the only person in this world who can stop what's coming from beyond the wall. The fires were lies. Melisandre's power is real, but her interpretation is wrong. Lawler isn't the answer. Burning people alive isn't the answer. The answer is, he paused, searching for words that a man like Stannis could hear. The answer is unity. Men fighting together, not for gods, but for each other. That's how you stop the dark. Stannis's jaw worked. The internal battle was visible on his face, faith versus evidence, pride versus pragmatism, the iron conviction that he was righteous versus the undeniable reality that his righteousness had nearly gotten him killed. Dragonstone is mine by right, Stannis said. Yes. It is. And it's yours to keep. I'm not taking your castle, Stannis. I'm taking your surrender. I don't surrender. Then don't call it that. Call it an alliance. Between a king and his most loyal uncle, who's going to command the royal fleet and help me prepare for the real war. The real war. The one beyond the wall. The one that doesn't care about titles or bloodlines or who sits on which chair. The one where the dead march south and everything we've ever built turns to ash and silence. Stannis looked at him. Looked at Melisandre, still huddled against the wall, centuries of certainty crumbling around her. Looked at the ashes on the floor where the fire white had been. Master of ships, Stannis said. I offered that weeks ago. You burned the Raven. I'm not burning this one. It wasn't a warm reconciliation. Stannis Baratheon wasn't built for warmth, and neither, in that moment, was Hadrian. It was something cooler and more durable, a pragmatic alignment between two men who recognized that their survival depended on cooperation, sealed by a handshake that was firm and brief and entirely unencumbered by affection. It was enough. In the Game of Thrones, enough was everything. Hadrian left the cavern. Climbed the stairs. Walked through the empty castle and out through the dragon-shaped gate and into the daylight, where the morning sun hit his burned skin and made him gasp with pain. The beach was crawling with soldiers, his soldiers, who'd watched the castle's defenses fade and had landed in force, expecting a battle. Instead, they found their king walking out of the front gate, alive, burned, bleeding, and victorious. Jaime reached him first. The Kingslayer took one look at Hadrian's condition and caught him as his legs gave out for the second time. Don't say you're fine, Jaime said. I wasn't going to. Don't say it was necessary. It was, though. Shut up and let me carry you to the ship. I can walk. You can't. I watched you nearly fall 3 times between the gate and here. Accept help, your grace. It won't kill you. Hadrian let Jaime carry him. Not because he couldn't walk, he probably could, through sheer stubbornness if nothing else. But because the gesture meant something. A knight carrying his king. Not as a servant, as a brother in arms. As the kind of loyalty that went beyond oaths and crowns and was rooted in something simpler, the bond between people who'd faced death together and come out the other side. They reached the rowboat. Sailors rowed them back to the flagship. The fleet's maester, a young man named Pylus who'd been seasick for the entire voyage, took one look at Hadrian and went the color of milk. Your grace, these burns, are not as bad as they look. Treat the arms and chest. Leave the rest. The rest includes 3rd-degree burns across your leave. The rest. Pylus obeyed, with the resigned expression of a healer who recognized he was treating someone who wouldn't cooperate. He cleaned the burns, applied salve, bandaged the worst of them. The pain was extraordinary. Hadrian bit through a leather strap during the treatment and tasted blood. But beneath the pain, beneath the exhaustion, beneath the cost of everything he'd done, something warm was growing. Not magic. Not the fire that Melisandre wielded. Something human. I did it. I faced her. I faced the fire god's champion and I didn't burn. And I showed her what death really is. And she saw it. For just a moment, she saw it. And it wasn't darkness. It wasn't the end. It was, he closed his eyes. Sleep pulled at him, heavy and insistent. It was warm. He slept for 2 days. When he woke, the fleet was halfway back to King's Landing, and there were 3 ravens waiting for him. The first was from Tyrion, characteristically brief, heard you're alive. Good. Don't do that again. The second was from Ned Stark, who'd received word of the Dragonstone campaign via Fast Rider. Bran is awake. He can't walk, but he dreams true. He says to tell you, the cold is closer than you think. Whatever that means, I trust you know. Come north when you can. The north needs you. The third was from Melisandre. Hadrian held the tiny scroll for a long time before unrolling it. The writing was shaky, the hand of a woman who'd lost centuries of magical vitality in a single hour and was struggling to hold a quill. You showed me the door. I cannot unsee it. R'hllor tells me you are the enemy. But R'hllor told me many things, and I am beginning to wonder which of them were true. I will not come to King's Landing. Not yet. I need time, to think, to see, to understand what I am now that the fire burns less brightly. But I send you this warning, because whatever you are, you did not kill me when you could have, and that demands an answer in kind. The Red God and the Great Other are both watching you now. You refused them both. They will not forget. And the girl, the Dragon Queen across the sea. She burns brighter than anything I have ever seen. She is fire incarnate, and she is coming. Be ready. Hadrian read the message twice. Then he folded it carefully, tucked it inside his shirt, and went to the flagship's prow. The sea stretched before him, gray-green and endless. King's Landing was a smudge on the horizon, growing slowly larger. Home. Crown. Duty. The 10,000 tasks that waited for a boy king who'd just won his second war and was already preparing for a third. Marjorie was there. Tyrion was there. Jaime would be at his side. Ned was in the north with his strange, dreaming son, and the wall was weeping, and the dead were stirring. And somewhere across the narrow sea, a girl with silver hair and dragon fire was turning her eyes toward Westeros. Hadrian leaned on the rail and let the salt wind sting his burned skin and thought about doors. The door of death, which he'd opened and closed. The door of fire, which Melisandre guarded and which was now cracked, just slightly, letting in a cold breeze that she'd never felt before. The door of the wall, which held back the night, which was weakening, which would eventually fall. And the door of the future, which was closed to everyone, even him, even the master of death, even the boy who'd lived twice and seen more than any person should have to see. He didn't know what was behind that door. He couldn't see it. Not even magic showed him the future with any clarity. All he had was the present moment, the salt wind, the distant city, and the stubborn, irrational conviction that whatever came next, he'd face it the way he'd faced everything else. One step at a time. One choice at a time. One battle, one conversation, one act of courage or mercy or stubbornness at a time. Come home, Marjorie had written. Not as a king. Not as the master of death. He was going home. Both of him, the boy and the man, the king and the wizard, the child who'd slept in a cupboard under the stairs and the ruler who sat on a throne of swords. All of him. Going home. The wind shifted. The sails caught. The fleet turned toward King's Landing, and the morning sun broke through the clouds and turned the sea to gold. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The king who lived. The scars on Hadrian's arms were still pink and tender when he announced his intention to march north. He made the announcement in the small council chamber on a morning that smelled like rain and the particular brand of political anxiety that King's Landing generated the way other cities generated sewage. The council had expanded since the early days. Tyrion sat as acting hand, Stannis had taken up the master of ships position with the rigid efficiency of a man determined to prove his competence through sheer force of administrative will, and Olenna Tyrell occupied a chair that had no official title but wielded more influence than half the named positions combined. The wall, Hadrian said, placing a raven scroll on the table. Lord Commander Mormont reports increasing attacks on ranging parties beyond the wall. 2 castles along the wall have been abandoned due to, and I'm quoting directly, things in the dark that steel cannot kill. The Night's Watch has fewer than 1,000 men to defend a structure that was built for 10,000. He let the word settle. I'm going north. Personally. With a force large enough to reinforce the watch and assess the threat. The silence that followed was shorter than he expected. The council had been through enough of Hadrian's insane-sounding but ultimately correct pronouncements to have developed a kind of resigned acceptance. Tyrion didn't argue. He didn't even sigh, which for Tyrion was practically an endorsement. How many men? Tyrion asked. 5,000. Mixed cavalry and infantry. Enough to make a statement, not enough to weaken the capital's defenses. And the duration? 2 months. 3 at most. Tyrion, you'll hold the capital as hand. Stannis commands the fleet and the coastal defenses. Olenna, he looked at the Queen of Thorns. Keeps everyone from killing each other. My specialty, Olenna said drily. Though I note you're leaving me to manage Cersei, which is less a duty than a punishment. Cersei is contained. Tywin is watching her. And Jaime goes with you, the Kingslayer said from his position by the door. It wasn't a request. Jaime goes with me, Hadrian confirmed. The council dispersed to make preparations. Hadrian remained at the table, studying the map, tracing the King's Road north through the riverlands and the Neck, up through the vast grey emptiness of the north to the wall itself. 1,000 miles of road, through territory he'd never seen, toward a threat he'd only felt in dreams and the cold pulse of his death sense. The door opened behind him. He didn't need to look, the familiar warmth of her presence was as recognizable as his own heartbeat. Before you say anything, he said, you can't come. I wasn't going to ask to come. Marjorie sat in the chair beside him. She was wearing a green dress that made her eyes look like forest pools, and her hair was braided in the northern style she'd been practicing since Ned's return, a deliberate gesture of solidarity with the Crown's northern allies that Hadrian found both politically brilliant and oddly endearing. I was going to ask you to take someone. Who? Me. In your thoughts. When it gets dark and cold and terrible, which it will, because you have a gift for finding darkness and cold and terrible, I want you to remember that there's someone in King's Landing who's waiting for you. Not the king. You. He looked at her. 6 months of alliance, of partnership, of conversations in libraries and gardens and war rooms. 6 months of watching a 14-year-old girl transform into a political force that rivaled women twice her age, not through manipulation but through the simple, devastating power of genuine competence. 6 months of falling in love, slowly, in a way that neither of them had planned and neither of them could stop. Marjorie. Don't say something noble and self-sacrificing. I'll be furious. I was going to say that you're the best thing about this life. She blinked. The mask, the ever-present Tyrell mask of composure and calculation, didn't just crack. It dissolved. What was left was a girl of 14, brilliant and brave and deeply, quietly terrified that the person she loved was about to walk into the one place in the world where his death was most likely. That's worse, she said. Her voice was unsteady. That's so much worse than noble and self-sacrificing. I know. Because now I have to spend 2 months worried sick about someone who just told me I'm the best thing about his entire existence, and I can't even be properly angry about it. I have that effect on people. She hit his arm. Not hard, but not gently either. Then she leaned forward and kissed his cheek, quick, fierce, the first time she'd touched him with any kind of romantic intent. Her lips were warm. The contact lasted maybe 2 seconds. 2 seconds. The duration of a heartbeat. The duration of a world changing. Come back, she said, for the 3rd time in their shared history. I will, he said, for the first time meaning it as more than a reassurance. She left. Hadrian sat with his hand on his cheek, feeling the warmth of the kiss fade into the cool air of the council chamber, and thought, this is what I'm fighting for. Not the throne. Not the kingdom. This. The chance that this, whatever this is, whatever it becomes, gets to exist. The army marched north 5 days later. 5,000 men, stretched along the King's Road in a column that took 2 hours to pass any given point. Baratheon heavy infantry at the core, Lannister cavalry on the flanks. Tywin had contributed 1,000 riders, which was either a gesture of alliance or a way to keep an eye on Hadrian, probably both, and a contingent of Reach archers that Olenna had insisted on providing, because the Queen of Thorns didn't believe in sending her investment into danger without insurance. Hadrian rode at the head of the column on his black destrier, wearing the plain black armor he'd commissioned for the campaign, no gold, no filigree, no ornamentation. Just dark steel, fitted close, designed for function over appearance. He looked, one of the soldiers muttered, like a shadow with a crown. He didn't wear a crown. He'd never worn a crown. The symbolism felt wrong, a circle of metal on his head, declaring his authority through decoration rather than action. Robert had worn a crown. Robert had also drunk himself to death while his kingdom rotted. Hadrian preferred to let his actions speak. Jaime rode beside him, gleaming in his white Kingsguard armor despite Hadrian's repeated suggestions that he might want something less conspicuous. "I'm the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard," Jaime had said. "If I'm going to die in the north, I'm going to die looking magnificent. You're going to die looking like a target. Same thing, in my family." They made good time through the Crownlands and the Riverlands, following the King's Road north through increasingly wild country. The weather changed as they rode, summer's heat giving way to autumn's chill, the trees shifting from green to gold to the bare, skeletal silhouettes of approaching winter. The further north they went, the colder the air became, and Hadrian felt it in his bones, not just the weather, but the deeper cold, the supernatural chill that had been pulsing in his chest since the day his memories returned. It was stronger here. Closer. The wall was still hundreds of miles away, but the death sense was already picking up something. A pressure, vast and patient, pressing down from the north like the weight of an ocean held back by a dam. They passed through the Neck, the great swamp that divided the north from the rest of Westeros, a nightmare of bogs and lizard lions and the crannogmen who called it home. Hadrian sent scouts to find Howland Reed, Ned's old companion from the rebellion, but Reed found them first, appearing at the edge of the column one morning as if he'd materialized from the mist, a small, quiet man with moss-green eyes and a knowing smile. "King Hadrian," Reed said, falling into step beside his horse. "Ned told me you'd come. He said you were different." "Different how?" "He said you see things that aren't there. Or rather, things that are there but that most people can't see." Hadrian looked at the crannogman, really looked, with his full senses extended. Reed's emotional signature was unlike anyone he'd encountered in this world, calm, deep, still as a forest pool. There was power in the man, not the fire of Melisandre or the death touch of the others, but something green and old and rooted. The power of the earth itself, of growing things, of the patient, cyclic magic of seasons and seeds and decay. "You know what I am," Hadrian said. "I know what Ned told me. And I know what the green dreams show." Reed's smile widened. "The children of the forest have a name for you. The one who walks between. They've been waiting for you for a very long time. The children of the forest are still alive. Everything is still alive, Your Grace. Even the things that look dead. Especially the things that look dead. That's rather the point of you, isn't it?" Reed walked with them through the Neck, guiding the army along paths that shouldn't have existed through bogs that should have been impassable. The crannogmen watched from the reeds. Hadrian felt their eyes, curious and wary, the way forest animals watched a predator they weren't sure was hungry. At the edge of the north, Reed stopped. "I can't go further," he said. "The green needs me here. But I'll tell you two things, King Hadrian. First, the boy in Winterfell, young Bran, he's like you. Not the same, but similar. Listen to what he tells you. And the second thing?" Reed's smile faded. "The wall wasn't built to keep things out. It was built to keep things separated. When you stand before it, you'll understand the difference. And when you understand the difference, you'll know what you need to do. He vanished into the mist as if he'd never been there. Hadrian stared at the space where he'd stood and filed the cryptic statements in the rapidly growing section of his mind labeled things that will make sense later and will probably be terrifying when they do. The north opened before them like a different world. Hadrian had read about it, studied maps, heard Ned's stories. But nothing prepared him for the reality. Vast. Empty. Beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with prettiness and everything to do with scale, forests that stretched to the horizon, rivers that cut through the landscape like veins through flesh, skies so enormous that looking up made you dizzy. And cold. Not the supernatural cold of his death sense, but genuine, physical, bone-deep cold that seeped through armor and wool and skin and settled into the marrow of your bones. The soldiers from the south suffered, men from the Reach and the Crownlands, who'd never experienced a northern autumn, suddenly confronted with a climate that treated their existence as a mild inconvenience. Hadrian loved it. He couldn't explain why. The cold should have been uncomfortable, should have reminded him of the death sense and the others and the long night bearing down on the world. Instead, it felt honest. Clean. The North didn't pretend to be anything other than what it was. After a year in King's Landing, a city built on lies, layered with centuries of political decay, smelling of perfume and sewage in equal measure, the North's brutal honesty was like a bath for the soul. Winterfell appeared on the 15th day of the march, rising from the northern plain like a stone giant sleeping beneath a blanket of snow. The castle was ancient, older than King's Landing, older than most of the structures in the Seven Kingdoms, built in a time when walls needed to be thick enough to stop things that weren't human. Robb Stark met them at the gates. Ned's eldest son was 15, auburn-haired, serious in the particular way that eldest children of duty-bound parents tended to be serious. A dire wolf, enormous, gray, with eyes the color of smoke, sat at his heel and watched the arriving army with an intelligence that went beyond animal. "Your Grace," Robb said, bowing. "Winterfell welcomes you." "Lord Robb. How's your father?" "Waiting for you. In the God's Wood." A pause. "With Bran." Hadrian dismounted. He left his guards at the gate, Jaime protested, but a look was enough to silence him, and followed Robb through Winterfell's corridors, past the Great Hall, past the crypts where the old Stark kings slept in stone silence, to the God's Wood. Winterfell's God's Wood was nothing like the carefully maintained groves in the south. It was wild, a 3-acre tangle of ancient trees, the heart tree at its center, a weirwood with a face carved into its bone-white trunk. The face was weeping, red sap running from its eyes like tears of blood. Ned Stark stood beneath the heart tree. He looked different. The granite grimness was still there, but layered over it was something new. Worry, deep and parental and laced with a confusion that Ned Stark, a man who dealt in certainties, was clearly uncomfortable with. Beside Ned, in a wheeled chair that had been specially built to navigate the Godswood's roots, sat Bran. The boy was 10. Thin, pale, with dark hair and dark eyes that were somehow older than his father's, older than Hadrian's, older than anything had a right to be in a face that young. He sat very still in his chair, his broken legs covered by a fur blanket, his hands folded in his lap. He was watching Hadrian. Not with the casual curiosity of a child meeting a king. With the focused, piercing intensity of someone looking at a thing they'd been seeing in visions for months. "You've died before," Bran said. The same words Howland Reed had warned about. Spoken in a voice that was Bran's but also not Bran's, layered, resonant, carrying harmonics that no 10-year-old's vocal cords should have been able to produce. "Yes," Hadrian said. "You walked through the door and came back." "Yes. Most people only walk through once. I'm not most people." Bran smiled. It was a strange smile, old and young at the same time, innocent and ancient, the smile of a child who'd been given a gift he was still learning to understand. "The three-eyed raven showed me," Bran said. "All of it. Your other life. The castle with the moving stairs. The man with no nose. The green light. Ned's confusion deepened. Hadrian could feel it, a swirling mass of parental worry and out-of-his-depth frustration. Ned Stark could fight a war, hold a castle, raise a family. He couldn't process the idea that his 10-year-old son was seeing visions of another world. Bran, Hadrian said, kneeling to the boy's eye level. What else have you seen? The wall. It's crying, the ice is melting from the inside. Not fast, but it's happening. The magic that holds it together is tired. Like a very old man holding a very heavy door. How long? Years. Maybe. Not many. And beyond the wall. Bran's eyes went distant. The deep, unfocused stare of a boy looking at something that wasn't in the God's Wood, wasn't in Winterfell, wasn't anywhere that existed in the normal geography of the world. 100,000 dead things. And one living thing that controls them all. He's old. So old that the word doesn't mean anything anymore. He was a man, once. They made him into something else, the children, the first ones, when they were desperate. They pushed a shard of magic into his chest and turned him into a weapon against the first men. But the weapon broke. The weapon became the enemy. And now he waits. Waits for what? Bran's eyes refocused. For a moment, they were just a boy's eyes, brown, wide, scared. For the door to open, he said. For the wall to fall. For the living to stop fighting each other long enough for the dead to win. Hadrian held the boy's gaze. Between them, something passed, recognition, kinship, the bone-deep understanding of two people who'd been touched by forces beyond their comprehension and were trying, desperately, to use those forces for good instead of destruction. I'm going to the wall, Hadrian said. I need to see it for myself. I know. I've seen it. Bran hesitated. He'll talk to you. The Night King. He'll offer you something. What? Peace. An end to suffering. The sleep that never ends. Bran's voice dropped to a whisper. It's tempting. Don't pretend it isn't. You've been tired for a very long time. The words hit Hadrian in a place he kept locked and guarded, the place where he stored the truth he never spoke aloud, that he was tired. Bone tired, soul tired, weary in a way that 2 lifetimes of fighting had worn into the fabric of his being. The master of death, and what he wanted more than anything was rest. I'll keep that in mind, Hadrian said. Keep something else in mind too. Bran reached out and touched Hadrian's hand. The contact was electric, not painful, but intense, a surge of green magic flowing through the boy's fingers into Hadrian's skin. For a flash, Hadrian saw what Bran saw, the Weirwood network, the underground root system that connected every heart tree in Westeros, a living internet of ancient magic that had been recording the world's history since before humans had arrived. You're not alone, Bran said. You think you are, because you carry the death magic and nobody else can feel what you feel. But the magic in this world is older than death and older than fire. The earth remembers. The trees remember. And they're on your side. The vision faded. Hadrian was kneeling in a god's wood, holding a crippled boy's hand, and the heart tree was watching them both with its weeping red eyes. He stood. Looked at Ned, who was staring at them with an expression of bewildered love. Your son, Hadrian said, is extraordinary. My son fell from a tower and now he talks about trees that think. Ned's voice was rough. I don't understand any of it. You don't have to. You just have to trust him. I trust him. He's my blood. Then trust me too. I'm going to fix this, Lord Stark. All of it, the wall, the Night's Watch, the dead beyond the ice. I'm going to find a way. Ned looked at him. The same look he'd given in King's Landing, all those months ago, the look of a man who wanted to believe but whose belief had been battered by a lifetime of broken promises. Robert said he'd be a good king, Ned said quietly. He wasn't. Aerys said he'd protect the realm. He didn't. Kings promise. It's what they do. I'm not promising. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. There's a difference. Ned held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded, the slow, deliberate nod of a man making a commitment. I'll hold the north while you're at the wall. Whatever you need, men, supplies, ravens. Winterfell is yours. Thank you, Lord Stark. Thank me when you come back alive. Hadrian stayed in Winterfell for 3 days. He rested, or tried to. The castle's ancient walls hummed with a magic he hadn't felt anywhere else in Westeros, a deep, thrumming resonance that seemed to come from the earth itself. The hot springs beneath the castle sent warmth through the walls, and the combination of physical heat and magical energy created a sense of comfort that was almost narcotic. He used the time to plan. The wall was still 2 weeks' ride north, and between Winterfell and Castle Black lay the Wolfswood, the last river, an increasingly desolate terrain that would test his southern soldiers' endurance. He selected a smaller force for the final leg, 1,000 men, the toughest and most disciplined, plus Jaime and a hand-picked squad of Kingsguard. He also spent time with the Starks. Robb was earnest, capable, and clearly struggling with the burden of managing Winterfell in his father's absence. Hadrian shared what he could, administrative techniques, diplomatic principles, the hard-won wisdom of someone who'd been thrown into leadership young and had learned through trial and error. Robb listened with the hungry attention of a boy who'd been given responsibility he wasn't ready for and was determined to be worthy of it. Arya, Ned's younger daughter, 11, wild as a storm, took one look at Hadrian and declared him, the only king who doesn't look like he wants to hit me. They sparred in the training yard, and Hadrian was genuinely impressed by her raw talent. She fought like a water dancer, quick, fluid, instinctive. He taught her 2 disarming techniques and told her to find a proper instructor. I have an instructor, she said. Sirio Farrell. Father hired him. Then learn everything he has to teach. And when you've learned it all, find someone else. The moment you stop learning, you start dying. Arya looked at him with the bright, fierce eyes of a girl who'd just decided this king was acceptable. You sound like you've done a lot of dying. You have no idea. Sansa, the eldest daughter, 13, beautiful and anxious, was harder to reach. She'd grown up on stories of gallant knights and gentle kings, and the reality of a blood-streaked 12-year-old who talked about death magic and marched to war was a difficult adjustment. Hadrian didn't push. He simply treated her with the same respect he showed everyone else, asked her opinions on the northern house's political dynamics, which were surprisingly sophisticated, and told her, quietly, that there was nothing wrong with wanting the world to be better than it was. That's what I want too, he said. The difference is that I'm in a position to do something about it. And Jon Snow. The bastard of Winterfell stood apart from the family, as bastards always did in this world, occupying the uncomfortable space between belonging and exile. He was 15, dark-haired, gray-eyed, with the brooding intensity of a young man who'd spent his life being defined by something he couldn't control. Hadrian sought him out on the second evening, finding him in the training yard after dark, hacking at a straw dummy with a ferocity that was more emotional than tactical. You're dropping your left shoulder on the backswing, Hadrian said from the doorway. Jon spun, sword raised, and the look on his face, startled, wary, the automatic defensiveness of someone accustomed to being mocked, softened when he recognized the king. Your Grace. I didn't, Hadrian. When we're alone, just Hadrian. Jon stared. Kings didn't invite bastards to use their names. The gesture was so far outside his experience that he didn't know how to process it. I know who you are, Hadrian said. Jon's wariness returned, hard and immediate. I'm Ned Stark's bastard. You're more than that. And I think you know it, even if you don't have the words for it yet. The death sense pulsed. Hadrian could feel Jon the way he felt everyone, the emotional signature, the life force, the particular resonance of a soul. But Jon's resonance was different from anyone else he'd encountered in this world. It burned with a double flame, wolf and dragon, ice and fire, the blood of two great houses mixed in a single body. Jon Snow wasn't a bastard. He was a secret. And secrets, in Hadrian's experience, had a way of rewriting history when they finally came to light. He didn't tell Jon the truth. That was Ned's story to tell, Ned's promise to keep or break. But he did something that mattered more than truth, he treated Jon as an equal. They sparred. Jon was good, very good, with the natural talent of someone born to fight and the determination of someone who had to fight harder than everyone else just to be seen. Hadrian pushed him, corrected his form, showed him 3 techniques that came from a world Jon would never visit. "Where did you learn to fight like that?" Jon asked afterward, breathing hard, his eyes bright. "From a man named Moody. He was missing an eye, a leg, and most of his patience, and he was the best combat instructor I ever had." "Was he a knight?" "He was a soldier." "There's a difference." Jon considered this. "I want to go to the wall. Join the Night's Watch." Hadrian looked at him. The boy's face was set, the particular stubbornness of a young man who'd found the one thing that seemed to offer him an identity beyond bastard, the one place where his birth wouldn't matter. "Don't," Hadrian said. Jon's expression crumbled. "Why not?" "Because the Night's Watch needs men, but it doesn't need you. You're too important to spend your life guarding a wall. The realm is going to need every capable fighter it has, and you, Jon, are capable in ways you don't understand yet." "Important? I'm a bastard. You're a Stark. The name doesn't change that. The circumstances of your birth don't determine the content of your character." He paused. Old words, from his first life. Words that Dumbledore had never quite managed to say, but should have. "Stay at Winterfell. Train. Grow strong. When the time comes, and it will come, sooner than any of us want, you'll be needed. Not at the wall. In the north. In the fight." Jon stared at him with an expression that was part confusion, part hope, and part the desperate gratitude of someone who'd been told, perhaps for the first time, that they mattered. "I don't understand," Jon said. "You will." Hadrian gripped his shoulder. "When you're ready, you will." The march from Winterfell to the wall took 12 days through increasingly brutal terrain. The wolfswood was dense and dark, ancient trees closing overhead until the column moved through a tunnel of branches and shadow. The temperature dropped steadily, summer's last gasp giving way to a cold that had teeth, that bit through cloaks and armor and skin and wouldn't let go. Hadrian's death sense intensified with every mile north. The cold in his chest, his constant companion, the baseline pulse of supernatural awareness, was strengthening, sharpening, becoming less a background hum and more an insistent pressure. Something was ahead. Something vast and old and patient, pressing against the boundary of the world with the slow, inexorable force of a glacier. The wall appeared on the 12th day. Nothing prepared you for it. Hadrian had read the descriptions, studied the maps, heard the stories. None of it mattered. The wall was 700 feet of ice stretching east and west to the edges of sight, a barrier so massive that the human eye couldn't fully comprehend it. The brain kept trying to reclassify it as a mountain range, or a cliff face, or a trick of the light, because the alternative was accepting that someone had built a wall of ice that touched the clouds. Hadrian stood at its base and looked up. And up. And up. The ice was not white, it was blue, a deep, ancient blue that absorbed the light and gave back something colder, something that predated color itself. The wall hummed. Not audibly, magically. A low, subsonic vibration that Hadrian felt in his teeth, in his bones, in the death sense that was now screaming with an intensity that made his vision blur. The wall wasn't built to keep things out. It was built to keep things separated. Reed's words. He understood them now. The wall wasn't just ice. It was magic, old magic, first magic, the foundational enchantment of an age when the children of the forest and the first men had worked together to build something that would hold back the night for 8,000 years. And it was weakening. He could feel it, hairline cracks in the magical structure, invisible to the eye but agonizing to his senses. The enchantment was fraying at the edges, losing coherence, slowly, incrementally, over centuries, failing. The old man holding the heavy door, as Bran had said. Still holding. But tired. So tired. Castle Black sat at the wall's base like a barnacle on a cliff face, black stone buildings huddled against the ice, functional and ugly and desperately undermanned. The Night's Watch that greeted Hadrian's arrival was a shadow of the force it should have been, fewer than 800 men, most of them old or young or broken, manning a fortification that was designed for 10 times their number. Lord Commander Jeor Mormont was waiting. He was exactly what Hadrian expected, a big, hard man, scarred by decades of service, with the weary pragmatism of someone who'd been shouting warnings into the wind for years and had long since stopped expecting anyone to listen. Your Grace. Mormont's voice was gravel and iron. We didn't think you'd actually come. I said I would. Kings say many things. You're the first in living memory to back it up. Let's hope I'm not the last. Mormont gave him the tour. Not the dignified, formal tour that visiting lords received, the real tour, the one that showed the gaps in the defenses, the crumbling infrastructure, the sections of the wall that were so thinly manned that a determined force could breach them in hours. The Night's Watch was dying. Not from enemy attack, but from neglect. The South had forgotten the wall's purpose, had convinced itself that the horrors beyond the ice were fairy tales, and had starved the Watch of men and resources until the ancient institution was a skeleton pretending to be a body. I'm sending you 2,000 men, Hadrian said. Not temporarily. Permanently. Soldiers from the Crown's forces, rotated on 2-year deployments, fully supplied and equipped. Mormont stared at him. 2,000. To start. More as I can spare them. I'm also ordering the restoration of 17 abandoned castles along the wall. The Watch will never man them all, but the garrisons will create a defensive line that can actually hold. That's. Your Grace, do you understand how much that costs? I've seen the treasury records. I know exactly how much it costs. And I know that if the wall fails, the cost of everything we own becomes exactly nothing, because the dead don't use gold. Mormont was quiet for a moment. Then a sound escaped him, rough, broken, something between a laugh and a sob. The sound of a man who'd been carrying an impossible burden alone for years and had just been told, for the first time, that someone was going to help him carry it. You're different, Mormont said. Every ranger who's come back from beyond the wall says it. The dead are moving. The cold is coming. And nobody listened. Nobody came. I'm here now. You are. Mormont straightened. The grief and relief were packed away, replaced by the professional focus of a military commander who'd just been given resources he'd dreamed of. When do you want to go beyond the wall? Tomorrow. The ranging party was small by design. Hadrian, Jaime, 10 Kingsguard, 20 Night's Watch Rangers who knew the terrain, and Jon Snow. Jon's presence was unplanned. The boy had ridden north from Winterfell without permission, following the army at a distance, making himself known only when they'd reached Castle Black. Ned would have been furious. Robb would have been worried. Jon was simply there, silent and determined, having made his choice. Hadrian looked at him, considered sending him back, and decided against it. Bran had said Jon was important. Hadrian's own senses confirmed it. Jon's double flame, wolf and dragon, burned brighter the closer they got to the wall. Whatever was about to happen beyond the ice, Jon Snow was supposed to be part of it. Stay close to me, Hadrian told him. If I tell you to run, you run. No arguments. I don't run. You will if I tell you to. That's not a suggestion. That's an order from your king. Jon's jaw tightened, but he nodded. They went through the tunnel at dawn, the passage through the wall's base, a narrow corridor of ancient ice that seemed to press inward as they walked, as if the wall itself was aware of their passage and curious about their purpose. The cold was absolute. Not metaphorical, not symbolic. The kind of cold that killed, that stripped heat from the body with the casual efficiency of a predator taking prey. They emerged on the other side, and the world changed. The haunted forest stretched before them, a vast, dark wilderness of sentinel pines and soldier pines, their branches heavy with snow, their trunks gray and ancient. It was silent. Not peaceful silence, empty silence. The silence of a place where things that should be making noise had stopped, because making noise attracted attention, and attention, in this forest, was death. Hadrian extended his senses. The death cold hit him like a wall. Vast, overwhelming, pressing against his awareness from every direction. The forest was saturated with it, the residue of thousands of years of death magic soaking into the earth, the trees, the very air. Every stone, every root, every frozen stream carried the echo of something ancient and terrible. And beneath the echo, movement. Not close. Not yet. But there, to the north, deeper in the forest, the cold had a center. A focal point. A place where the death magic concentrated into something sentient, something that felt Hadrian feeling it and felt back. The Night King knew he was here. They marched north for 3 days. The forest grew darker, denser, colder. The rangers went first, their faces grimmer with every mile, their hands never leaving their weapons. They'd been beyond the wall before, but not like this, not this deep, not with this purpose, not with a king in their midst who walked through the killing cold as if it were a summer breeze. Because the cold didn't touch Hadrian. Not really. It pressed against him, tested him, probed for weakness, and found nothing to grip. The master of death walked through the domain of the dead and was not diminished. The cold was his element, the way fire was Melisandre's, the way water was a fish's. He didn't fight it. He inhabited it. The others were not so fortunate. Jaime's lips were blue by the second day, and even the Night's Watch Rangers, men hardened by years of northern service, were showing signs of cold stress. Hadrian did what he could, extending a subtle warmth through his healing magic, a bubble of life force that pushed back the worst of the supernatural chill. The cost was constant, a low-level drain on his reserves that he could sustain for days but not weeks. Jon Snow was the exception. Like Hadrian, the cold seemed to slide off him. He walked through the frost with a natural resilience that drew surprised looks from the rangers and a knowing one from Hadrian. Wolf and dragon. Ice and fire. Jon's blood carried both, and both protected him. Ghost, the white dire wolf, Jon's constant companion, padded ahead of the column with a silence that was almost magical. The wolf's red eyes scanned the tree line, and more than once, Ghost's sudden stillness, a freeze, ears flat, hackles raised, warned them of dangers that human senses couldn't detect. On the third night, Ghost refused to go forward. The wolf planted himself in the snow, a massive white barrier, and when Jon tried to coax him, Ghost turned those red eyes on his master with an expression that was unmistakably, terrifyingly intelligent. No further, those eyes said. Beyond this point, even I am afraid. Hadrian felt it too. The center of the cold was close now, maybe 2 miles ahead, through a section of forest so dark that the trees seemed to absorb the moonlight. His death sense was screaming, a continuous high-pitched alarm that made his temples throb and his vision pulse at the edges. Camp here, he told the party. Build fires. Stay within the light. And you? Jaime asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer and didn't like it. I'm going ahead. Alone. This isn't something numbers can help with. What's ahead? It's not a battle. It's a conversation. A conversation with what? With the thing that's been waiting for me since the day I was born. Both times. Jaime's face was a study in conflict, the professional soldier's understanding that some missions were solo operations warring with the personal loyalty of a man who'd watched his king walk into fire and barely walk out. If you're not back by dawn, Jaime said. Then I'm not coming back. And you take the men south and tell Tyrion to prepare for war. That's not what I was going to say. What were you going to say? I was going to say, if you're not back by dawn, I'm coming after you. Jaime, I'm the Lord Commander of the King's Guard. Where my king goes, I go. If you order me to stay, I'll stay. But you'll have to order me. Hadrian looked at him. The Golden Knight, blue-lipped and shivering, standing in a frozen forest 1,000 miles from anything he understood, offering to follow a 12-year-old into the domain of the dead. Stay, Hadrian said. That's an order. If I don't come back, the realm needs you more than I do. Jaime's jaw clenched. But he nodded. Jon. Hadrian turned to the bastard of Winterfell. Come with me. Jon's eyes widened. Me? You. There's a reason you're here. I don't fully understand it yet, but I trust the instinct. Will you come? Jon looked at Ghost. The direwolf's red eyes held his for a long moment, a silent communication between master and companion that transcended species. Then Ghost pressed his great white head against Jon's leg, a gesture that was simultaneously farewell and blessing. I'll come, Jon said. They walked into the dark together. The forest closed behind them like a mouth. The moonlight vanished. The cold deepened until it was a living thing, pressing against their bodies with the intimacy of a lover's embrace. Hadrian could see, his death sense illuminated the world in shades of gray and blue, a spectral vision that showed him the outlines of trees, the shapes of stones, the faint, ghostly trails of things that had passed this way before. Dead things. Hundreds of them. Thousands. The forest floor was covered in tracks, not footprints exactly, but impressions, the marks of feet that moved without weight, without warmth, without the biological mechanics of living motion. Whites. An army's worth of whites, gathered somewhere ahead, waiting. I can feel them, Jon whispered. His face was pale, his hand on his sword, but his voice was steady. Like a cold wind. But from inside. That's the death magic. You're sensitive to it. More than you know. Why? Because of who you are. Who you really are. Jon looked at him. In the darkness, with the spectral light of Hadrian's senses casting strange shadows across his features, the boy looked older. Harder. More like the man he would become. Ned Stark isn't my father, Jon said. Not a question. A realization. He raised you. He loved you. He protected you. In every way that matters, he's your father. Hadrian paused. But no. Not by blood. Who? That's Ned's story to tell. When you're ready. When the time is right. Jon absorbed this with the quiet resilience of someone who'd spent a lifetime preparing for a truth he'd always sensed but never articulated. The confusion was there, but beneath it, a strange peace, the peace of a puzzle piece finding its slot. They walked for another mile. The tracks grew denser. The cold grew sharper. And then the forest ended. They stepped out of the tree line into a clearing, or not a clearing, exactly. A space. A vast, open expanse of snow and ice, ringed by sentinel pines, illuminated by a moon that seemed larger here, closer, colder. The snow glowed with a blue-white luminescence that had nothing to do with moonlight and everything to do with magic. The army of the dead filled the clearing. Hadrian had known they were there. He'd felt them for miles. But feeling and seeing were different things, and the sight of 100,000 corpses standing motionless in the moonlight was enough to stop his heart for a full beat. They were arrayed in ranks. Wildlings, Night's Watch, animals, bears, mammoths, wolves, all dead, all still, all waiting. Their eyes were blue. Not the pale blue of northern skies, but a deep, glacial blue that burned with a cold fire, a light that had no source and cast no warmth. And at the center of the army, on a ridge of black ice that rose from the clearing floor like a throne, the Night King stood. He was not what Hadrian expected. He'd imagined a monster. A horror, twisted and inhuman, the embodiment of cold and death and the end of all things. What he found was something worse, a presence that was calm. Measured. Intelligent. The Night King stood atop his ridge with the patient stillness of someone who'd been waiting for this moment for 8,000 years and could wait 8,000 more if necessary. He was tall, taller than any man, his body a lean, angular shape encased in armor that seemed grown rather than forged, dark ice crystallized into plates and ridges. His face was the color of frozen water, pale blue-white, with features that were recognizable as once human but had been refined by millennia into something else. Something beyond. His eyes were blue. Not the dead blue of the whites. A deeper blue, alive with an intelligence that predated written language, that had watched civilizations rise and fall from beyond the wall, that understood the patterns of living things the way astronomers understood the patterns of stars. He looked at Hadrian. Hadrian looked back. And the death sense, which had been screaming since they entered the forest, went silent. Not because the danger had passed. Because the danger was so absolute, so total, so far beyond the scale of anything Hadrian's senses had been designed to process, that the system simply overloaded. Like staring at the sun until you went blind. The Night King was death on a scale that made individual mortality irrelevant, and Hadrian's senses responded by shutting down the alarm because the alarm had become meaningless. This is what it's like to stand before a god, Hadrian thought. Not a powerful being. Not a magical force. A god. Something that exists on a different plane of reality and has chosen, for this moment, to acknowledge my existence. The Night King raised his hand. Not in attack. In greeting. And then the vision came. It wasn't like Bran's visions, green and organic, rooted in the earth's magic. It was blue and cold, delivered directly into Hadrian's consciousness with a precision that bypassed language and metaphor and spoke in pure meaning. He saw the Night King's creation. The children of the forest, desperate, losing their war against the first men, driving a shard of obsidian into a man's chest and watching as the magic twisted him, transformed him, turned a human weapon into something they couldn't control. The Night King's birth, not chosen, not volunteered. Inflicted. A violation so profound that it had turned a man into an avatar of endings. He saw the long night. The first one. 8,000 years ago, when the Night King had marched south with an army of the dead and buried the world in ice and silence. Not out of malice, the vision was clear about this. Out of compulsion. The magic that had created the Night King demanded death the way fire demanded fuel. He couldn't stop. He couldn't rest. He could only expand, consuming, converting, adding to the army with every soul he claimed. He saw the wall's construction. Bran the Builder, the children of the forest, the last alliance between the living races. Not a victory, a stalemate. The Night King pushed back, contained, imprisoned behind a wall of ice and magic that would hold as long as the enchantments held. And he felt the Night King's offer. Join me. Not in words. In meaning, pure and stripped of rhetoric. You are death. I am death. We are the same force, the same ending, the same final answer to the question of existence. The living suffer. They fight, they bleed, they grieve, they lose everything they love and keep fighting anyway, and for what? For a few more years of pain. A few more decades of struggling against the inevitable. I offer release. The silence after the scream. The peace after the war. No more suffering. No more loss. No more watching the people you love die one by one until you're the last one standing in an empty room. You've died before. You know what waits on the other side. You know it's gentle. You know it's warm. Let me bring that warmth to everyone. Let me end the suffering, not with violence, but with mercy. The mercy of endings. Join me, child of death. We can give the world the gift it's been begging for since the first human drew breath and started counting the seconds until it stopped. The vision faded. Hadrian stood in a clearing, surrounded by 100,000 dead things, facing a being older than history, and the offer hung in the air between them like a blade balanced on its edge. And the worst part, the truly terrible part, was that the Night King wasn't lying. The offer was genuine. The peace was real. Hadrian could feel it, the vast, cold, absolute silence that the Night King carried, the end of all noise, all pain, all struggle. It was warm, in its way. The warmth of surrender. The warmth of letting go. He'd felt it before. In the Forbidden Forest, walking toward Voldemort, accepting death. That moment of perfect peace, perfect clarity, when he'd stopped fighting and let the world fall away. It would be so easy. So kind. To stop the fighting. To let the cold come. To give the world the rest it deserved. Bran's warning echoed, "It's tempting. Don't pretend it isn't." Hadrian breathed. In. Out. He thought about King's Landing. About Tyrion, brilliant and broken, pouring himself into governance because it was the only thing that made his existence feel justified. About Jaime, standing in a frozen forest, ready to follow a child into the dark because he'd finally found something worth his oath. About Ned, granite and grief and a love for his children that no force in the world could break. He thought about Marjorie. Brown eyes. Warm hands. A kiss on his cheek that lasted 2 seconds and contained a lifetime of promise. Come back. Not as a king. Not as the master of death. Come back as you. He thought about Mira, the girl from Flea Bottom, who'd screamed his name in a burning street and rallied a mob to save him. About the small folk who called him the Black Stag and believed, against all evidence, against all reason, that their king cared whether they lived or died. He thought about Harry Potter. The boy in the cupboard. The child who'd been told, again and again, that he was nothing, a freak, a burden, a name on a scar, and who had refused, at every turn, to believe it. Who had chosen love over power, connection over safety, the messy, painful, beautiful chaos of living over the clean, cold peace of giving up. No, Hadrian said. The word was small. Quiet. Spoken in a 12-year-old's voice to a god of death in a field of corpses under a frozen moon. But it carried weight. The weight of 2 lifetimes. The weight of every choice he'd ever made, to fight when fighting was foolish, to love when loving was dangerous, to stand up when the world was pushing him down. Death isn't an ending, Hadrian said, and his voice was stronger now, carrying the same authority he'd used in the throne room, in the negotiation with Tywin, in every moment when the boy who lived decided to keep living. Death is a door. And you've been standing in front of it for 8,000 years, keeping everyone locked inside. The Night King tilted his head. The first movement Hadrian had seen, a gesture so human, so recognizable, that it was more disturbing than any horror. You were a man, Hadrian continued. Once. Before they broke you. Before they turned you into this. And somewhere inside that ice, there's still a man who didn't choose this. Who was forced into it by people who were afraid. He stepped forward. John, beside him, made a sound, a bitten-off protest, a hand reaching for Hadrian's arm and not quite touching. I can't free you. Not yet. I don't have the power, and I don't have the knowledge. The magic that made you is older than anything I understand. But I'm going to learn. I'm going to find a way to end this, not by killing you, not by fighting you, but by fixing what was done to you. By opening the door you've been locked behind. The Night King stood motionless. The army of the dead was motionless. The world was motionless. Then the Night King lowered his hand. The vision that followed was brief, a flash, a single image, burned into Hadrian's consciousness with the precision of a brand. A door. Not a metaphorical door. A real door, carved from ice, hidden somewhere beneath the wall, sealed with magic that predated the wall itself. The children of the forest had built it, a failsafe, a last resort, a way to undo what they'd done if their weapon ever became a threat. The key to ending the long night wasn't a battle. It was an opening. A door that had to be found, unlocked, and walked through, and walking through it would require someone who could survive the passage. Someone who'd walked through death's door before. Someone who lived between. Find the door, the Night King's meaning said. Open it. Let me through. End this. Hadrian staggered. The vision's intensity was overwhelming, like being hit by a train made of pure information. His knees buckled. Jon caught him, one arm around his shoulders, the bastard strength the only thing keeping the king upright. What happened? Jon's voice was urgent. What did he show you? A way out. Hadrian's voice was barely a whisper. Not a war. A door. He looked up at the Night King. The ancient being stood on his ridge of ice, and for just a moment, a fraction of a heartbeat, so fast that Hadrian almost missed it, the blue eyes changed. Not in color. In expression. Something flickered through those inhuman eyes that Hadrian recognized, because he'd seen it in the mirror 1,000 times. Weariness. The bone-deep, soul-deep exhaustion of someone who'd been fighting for longer than endurance was designed to last. The Night King was tired. 8,000 years of compulsion. 8,000 years of killing, converting, adding to the army, pressing against the wall. Not because he wanted to. Because the magic that made him demanded it, the way a heartbeat demanded the next beat, the way a river demanded the sea. He wasn't the enemy. He was the oldest prisoner in the world. And he wanted out. Hadrian straightened. He looked the Night King in the eye, death facing death, the master and the slave, two aspects of the same force separated by a wall of ice and 8 millennia of suffering. I'll find the door, Hadrian said. I'll open it. I promise. The Night King didn't nod. Didn't speak. Didn't move. But the army of the dead, 100,000 corpses standing in the moonlight, took one step backward. All of them. Simultaneously. A single, synchronized movement that was less a retreat and more an acknowledgement. I'll wait, the gesture said. I've been waiting 8,000 years. I can wait a little longer. But not forever. Hadrian turned his back on the Night King. He walked away. Jon walked beside him, steadying him when his legs threatened to buckle, saying nothing because there was nothing to say. Behind them, the clearing glowed with its terrible blue light, and the army of the dead stood motionless, watching, waiting. They reached the tree line. The forest swallowed them. And behind them, the Night King turned and walked back into the dark, and the dead followed, and the clearing was empty, and the moon shone down on nothing but snow. They reached camp at dawn. Jaime was pacing, he'd been pacing for hours, from the look of it, wearing a track in the frozen ground. When Hadrian emerged from the trees, the Kingslayer's face went through approximately 12 expressions in 2 seconds before settling on furious relief. I should kill you myself, Jaime said. Save the dead the trouble. I love you too, Sir Jaime. Don't joke. Don't you dare joke. You were gone for 6 hours. We heard sounds from the forest. Things that, I know. I'm sorry. But I found what I needed. Which is hope. The most terrifying kind, the kind that comes with conditions. He collapsed by the fire and told them. Not everything, not the emotional weight, not the temptation, not the moment when ending had seemed like mercy. But the facts. The Night King's origin. The children's failsafe. The door beneath the wall. The Rangers listened with expressions ranging from terror to disbelief. Jaime listened with the focused intensity of a man cataloging information for later analysis. Jon listened with the quiet, absolute attention of someone who understood, on a level deeper than words, exactly what Hadrian was describing. You're saying we can end this, Jon said. Without a war. Without a war against the dead. There'll still be wars, there are always wars. But the long night, the Night King, that can be ended. Resolved. Not with swords. With magic. Magic we don't have. Magic we don't have yet. The door exists. The children of the forest built it. Someone, Bran, maybe, with his connection to the Weirwood network, can find it. And someone who's walked through death's door can open it. You. Me. The fire crackled. The northern sky was beginning to lighten, gray first, then pale gold, the grudging dawn of a world that wasn't ready for daylight but was getting it anyway. Let's go home, Hadrian said. The march south was faster than the march north. The soldiers sensed the urgency, or maybe they just wanted to get as far from the wall as possible. Either way, the column moved at near forced march pace, eating up the miles between Castle Black and Winterfell with the determined stride of men who had seen something they'd spend the rest of their lives trying to forget. At Winterfell, Hadrian spent 2 days with Bran, sharing what the Night King had shown him. Bran absorbed the information with the eerie composure of a boy who saw the world through 1,000 eyes and found nothing surprising anymore. I'll look for the door, Bran said. Through the weirwoods. Through the roots. How long? I don't know. The Weirwood network is vast, older than the wall, older than the first men. Finding one specific door could take weeks. Or months. Or, find it. Whatever it takes. This is the priority. Everything else, the politics, the wars, the throne, everything else is secondary to this. Bran nodded. His eyes went distant, green, deep, connected to something vast and ancient and patient, and Hadrian knew the boy was already searching. Already reaching through the roots and stones and frozen earth, looking for a door that had been hidden since before history began. The rest of the journey south was a blur of hard riding and harder thinking. Hadrian planned during the days and schemed during the nights, mapping out the political landscape that awaited him in King's Landing and the challenges that remained. The long night could be prevented. Maybe. If Bran found the door, if Hadrian could reach it, if the magic worked the way the Night King's vision suggested. A lot of ifs. But for the first time since the dreams had started, the dreams of ice and cold and blue-eyed things in the dark, Hadrian had a path forward that didn't end in a battle against 100,000 corpses. The other challenges were more conventional but no less urgent. Stannis was neutralized but not eliminated, the man's pride was an unexploded ordnance that could detonate at any provocation. Littlefinger was contained but scheming. Cersei was quiet but watching. And Daenerys Targaryen, the Dragon Queen, the Fire Incarnate, the girl with 3 dragons and a continent's worth of ambition, was coming. Varys had sailed east months ago, carrying Hadrian's message. There'd been no response. Either Daenerys hadn't received it, hadn't believed it, or was formulating a reply that would arrive in the form of dragonfire. Hadrian would deal with that when it came. He'd dealt with everything else. He'd deal with dragons too. They reached King's Landing on a grey afternoon, riding through the gates to the sound of bells and cheering crowds. The small folk had heard about the Northern Campaign, exaggerated, distorted, inflated by the Whisper Network into something between a legend and a fever dream. The boy king who'd gone to the wall and come back. The black stag who'd faced the dead and lived. Hadrian rode through the cheering with a smile that was genuine but tired, waving to crowds that loved him for reasons that were partly real and partly imagined. The king they saw was a hero. The man inside the king was a tired, scarred soul who just stared into the abyss and made a promise he wasn't sure he could keep. Marjorie was waiting at the Red Keep's gates. She stood on the top step, flanked by Tyrell guards, wearing a dress of Baratheon black that was a political statement and a personal one simultaneously. When Hadrian dismounted and climbed the steps, she didn't curtsy, didn't bow, didn't perform any of the courtly rituals that protocol demanded. She walked forward, put her arms around him, and held on. In front of the court. In front of the guards. In front of the entire political apparatus of the Seven Kingdoms, which would spend the next week dissecting the gesture for diplomatic implications. Hadrian held her back. His arms went around her waist, her face pressed against his shoulder, and for 10 seconds, an eternity in political time, the king and his future queen stood on the steps of the Red Keep and held each other like two people who'd been afraid and were now, briefly, not. "You came back," she said into his shoulder. "I told you I would. You look terrible. You look beautiful. Don't change the subject." He laughed. She laughed. The court watched and recalculated and drew conclusions and spun narratives, because that was what courts did. But the laughter was real, and the embrace was real, and the thing between them, the unnamed, unplanned, irreversible thing that had been growing since a library conversation about cage rooms and screaming, was real too. That was enough. In a world of lies and shadows and the dead things pressing against the wall, real was everything. The Great Council was Hadrian's idea. Not a small council session. Not a court assembly. A full Great Council, representatives from every great house, every major lord, the Night's Watch, the Faith of the Seven, the Citadel. Every institution that held power in Westeros, gathered in one room, to hear what their king had seen beyond the wall. It took 3 weeks to arrange. Ravens flew. Lords traveled. The throne room was reconfigured to hold twice its normal capacity, with benches and chairs arranged in concentric circles around the Iron Throne, because Hadrian didn't want a king addressing subjects. He wanted a leader addressing partners. They came. Not all willingly, some out of loyalty, some out of curiosity, some because refusing a Great Council summons was technically treason. The Starks sent Robb, standing in for Ned. The Tyrells sent Marjorie and Olenna. Tywin Lannister came in person, which was either an honor or a threat. Stannis came from Dragonstone, rigid and grey. The Martells of Dorne finally emerged from their desert silence, sending Prince Oberyn, the Red Viper, who arrived looking like he intended to stab someone and was merely deciding who. The Night's Watch sent Jeor Mormont himself, with a ranging party as escort. The Faith sent the High Septon, a political weathervane who'd blow in whatever direction the wind of power indicated. The Citadel sent an Archmaester whose name Hadrian immediately forgot because the man spent the entire journey complaining about the road conditions. On the morning of the Great Council, Hadrian stood before the Iron Throne and looked out over the assembled power of Westeros. Lords and ladies, soldiers and scholars, priests and politicians. The full spectrum of human ambition, compressed into a single room, all of them watching a 12-year-old boy in black armor and wondering what he was about to say. He didn't sit on the throne. He stood in front of it, at the center of the circles, where everyone could see him and he could see everyone. The symbolism was deliberate, not above them. Among them. "Thank you for coming," Hadrian said. "I know some of you traveled a long way. I know some of you don't want to be here. And I know that at least 3 of you are actively plotting against me, which I find endearing in its consistency." A ripple of uncomfortable laughter. Tywin's face didn't change. Littlefinger's smile widened by a millimeter. "I'm going to tell you the truth," Hadrian continued. "Not the version of the truth that makes me look good, or the version that makes you feel safe. The actual truth. And when I'm done, I'm going to ask you to make a choice. Not as subjects, as partners. Because what's coming doesn't care about our titles, our claims, our feuds, or our gods. What's coming cares about one thing only, whether we're alive to fight it." He told them. Everything. The wall, the Night King, the army of the dead. The vision he'd been shown. The children of the forest's failsafe. The door beneath the wall. The promise he'd made. The timeline, years, not decades, before the enchantments failed and the dead marched south. He told them about the magic. Not in detail, not the master of death, not the reincarnation, not the specifics that would terrify more than they illuminated. But the broad strokes, that magical forces existed, that they were real, that they had been shaping events in Westeros for millennia, and that pretending otherwise was the kind of willful ignorance that got civilizations destroyed. He told them about the solutions. The door. Bran Stark searched through the Weirwood network. The possibility, the real, achievable possibility, of ending the long night before it began. And the cost, unity. Resources. The cessation of the petty wars and political backstabbing that consumed the realm's energy while the true enemy gathered strength. The room was silent when he finished. Not the diplomatic silence of people composing responses. The deeper silence of people confronting something they couldn't dismiss, couldn't rationalize, couldn't fit into the neat categories of politics and power that defined their worldview. Tywin Lannister spoke first. Because of course he did. You're asking us to believe in fairy tales. I'm asking you to believe in evidence. Lord Commander Mormont. Mormont stood. The old bear was an imposing figure, scarred, weathered, radiating the hard-won authority of a man who'd spent his life on the wall. He spoke for 10 minutes, describing what the Watch had seen. The dead. The whites. The cold that killed without touching. The ranging parties that went north and didn't come back. I've served the Watch for 30 years, Mormont said. I've seen things beyond that wall that would break lesser men. And I'm telling you, all of you, that what the king says is true. The dead are coming. And if we don't act, they'll come for all of us. Silence again. Heavier this time. Prince Oberyn stood. I don't care about dead men beyond a wall I've never seen. Dorne has its own concerns. What guarantees can the crown offer that this alliance won't simply be a mechanism for northern interests to drain southern resources? Fair question. Political, practical, exactly what Hadrian expected from the Martells. Dorne's concerns are the realm's concerns, Hadrian said. I'm not asking for charity. I'm offering a restructuring of the realm's governance that gives every kingdom a genuine voice, a permanent council, rotating leadership, shared decision-making on issues that affect all 7 kingdoms. Not the empty promises that Robert made. Real reform. Written into law. Oberyn's eyebrows rose. He looked at Olenna, who looked at Tywin, who looked at the ceiling. You're proposing to limit your own power, Oberyn said. I'm proposing to share it. There's a difference. The debate lasted 6 hours. Hadrian had expected it to last days, and in a sense it did. The Great Council continued for a week, with smaller working groups hammering out the details of what Hadrian was proposing, a unified defensive strategy for the Wall, a reformed governance structure for the 7 kingdoms, a resource-sharing agreement that balanced northern needs against southern capabilities. But the core decision, whether to join or refuse, was made on the first day. And it was made not because Hadrian dazzled them with rhetoric or bullied them with power, but because he'd spent a year earning their respect through the only currency that truly mattered, competence. He'd held the throne against a coup, negotiated with Tywin Lannister, defeated Renly Baratheon, stormed Dragonstone, and walked to the Wall and back. He'd governed fairly, fought bravely, and treated every person, lord or small folk, ally or enemy, with the basic respect that most kings couldn't be bothered to provide. They didn't follow him because they feared him. They didn't follow him because they loved him. They followed him because they trusted him. And trust, in a world of shadows and fire and dead things with blue eyes, was worth more than all the gold in Casterly Rock. One by one, the lords pledged their support. Stark, Tully, Arryn, Tyrell. Lannister, Tywin's nod was barely perceptible but carried the weight of the world's richest army. Martell, Oberyn's agreement came with conditions, but it came. Baratheon, Stannis, grinding his teeth hard enough to crack them, bent his iron will toward cooperation. Even the Iron Islands, represented by a minor lord who'd been sent as an afterthought, sent a raven pledging ships. The Great Council ended with a document, signed, sealed, witnessed by every major lord in Westeros. The Compact of the 7 Kingdoms. A mutual defense agreement, a governance reform charter, and a commitment to face the long night as a united realm. It wasn't perfect. Nothing political ever was. There were loopholes, reservations, asterisks, and at least 2 clauses that Littlefinger had somehow wormed into the language that Hadrian would need to deal with later. But it was real. A foundation. Something to build on. Hadrian sat on the Iron Throne after the last lord had filed out, his palms bleeding from the swords as they always did, and looked out over the empty throne room. A year. 1 year since Robert's death, since the day a 12-year-old boy had walked into this room and claimed a crown he didn't want. 365 days of politics and war and magic and the slow, grinding work of building something worth building. He thought about the people who'd stood beside him. Tyrion, who'd taken a chance on a child king and found something worth his genius. Jaime, who'd broken one oath and kept another and was slowly, painfully becoming the man he should have been all along. Ned, granite and honor and a faith in goodness that bent but never broke. Marjorie, who'd seen him clearly from the very beginning and chosen him anyway. He thought about the people he'd lost. Robert, laughing and bleeding in a forest. Bywater, throat opened by a shadow in the dark. The men who died at the crossroads, in the Battle of the Mud, on the walls of Dragonstone. The small folk of Flea Bottom who'd burned in a fire meant for him. He thought about the people he'd face. The Night King, standing on his ridge of ice, offering peace and meaning annihilation. Daenerys Targaryen, silver-haired and fireborn, coming with dragons and a righteous fury that Hadrian understood because he'd carried it himself. Melisandre, somewhere in the east, questioning everything she'd believed. And he thought about Harry Potter. The boy under the stairs. The boy who lived. The man who died surrounded by grandchildren in a house that smelled like treacle tart and Ginny's perfume, whose last thought had been finally, rest, and who'd woken screaming in the arms of a cold queen in a hot city in a world that was already breaking. I didn't want this, he thought. I never wanted any of it. Not the scar, not the prophecy, not the crown, not the magic. I wanted to be normal. I wanted to be nobody. I wanted to sit in a garden with someone I loved and watch the sun go down and not be afraid of what the dark would bring. But the dark brings things. It always brings things. And someone has to stand in front of the door when the darkness comes, because if no one does, the darkness wins. Not a hero. Not a savior. Not a chosen one. Just someone who sees the door and doesn't walk away. He stood up from the Iron Throne. The blood on his palms was warm. The cuts would scar over, and tomorrow they'd reopen, and the day after that, and the day after that. That was the throne's nature, it took from you, constantly, relentlessly, and the only way to survive it was to give willingly. He walked down the steps, through the empty hall, and out into the evening air. King's Landing spread below him, noisy, smelly, alive. 100,000 people, eating and fighting and loving and dying, all of them depending on a boy who'd been a man who'd been a wizard who'd mastered death and then been mastered by the one thing death couldn't touch. Life. Messy, painful, beautiful life. The only thing worth dying for. Marjorie was in the garden. She was sitting on a bench beneath a lemon tree, reading a book by the last light of the setting sun. She looked up when he approached, and her smile, genuine, warm, unguarded, was the most beautiful thing he'd seen in 2 lifetimes. "It's done?" she asked. "The council is done. The work is just beginning." "It always is." She moved over on the bench. He sat beside her. The evening air was warm, fragrant with the smell of lemons and the sea and the particular, indescribable scent of a city full of people who were, against all odds, still alive. "Tell me something," Marjorie said. "What?" "In your other life. Were you happy?" He thought about it. Really thought, for the first time in months, about the life he'd left behind. The burrow at Christmas. Teddy's first steps. James and Albus and Lily, his children, growing up in a world he'd helped make safe. Ginny, fierce and loving and unbreakable, holding his hand through the nightmares. Yes, he said. I was happy. Not always. Not easily. But yes. Will you be happy in this one? He looked at her. 14 years old, brilliant, brave, sitting in a garden in a city that had tried to kill them both, asking the one question that all the politics and magic and war in the world couldn't answer. I'm working on it, he said. She took his hand. He let her. They sat together in the garden as the sun went down and the stars came out and the city hummed and breathed around them. Two people, holding hands, at the beginning of something that might be love or might be something bigger, the particular, terrifying, irreplaceable bond of two souls who'd chosen each other in a world that offered 1,000 reasons not to. Above them, the first star of evening appeared, not the red comet, not the blue star of the others, but a simple white point of light in the darkening sky. Ordinary. Unremarkable. The kind of star that nobody noticed and everybody needed. In the north, the wall stood silent, waiting for its oldest prisoner to be freed. In the east, dragons stirred in their sleep, dreaming of fire. In a cellar beneath Winterfell, a crippled boy reached through the roots of the world, searching for a door that would change everything. And in a garden in King's Landing, a boy who'd been the boy who lived sat beside a girl who'd be his queen, and the blood on his palms dried in the warm evening air, and the world turned, and the dark came, and the stars came with it. Might as well be me, he thought. It was always going to be me. The boy who lived. The king who lived. Same story. Different throne. Same choice. Every time. Life. Chapter 6 End.